Everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this 7th day of June 2022. Thank you all for being here tonight. For those of you who are here for the first time, I welcome you all and let you know that the city has quite a bit of business to take on this evening. But before we ever get to that, we have a certain program that we follow, and that consists of the Pledge of Allegiance, of course, and then we do certain presentations in which we recognize individuals, events, organizations, or a subject matter that is noteworthy during this month. And so there'll be 5 such presentations tonight, and they'll be presented by different members who are sitting here on the commission. So I hope you're all doing well. Everyone looks like they're all healthy and happy tonight. So if I can please ask you all to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Clerk, who's here tonight? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas, Commissioner Glassman,
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie, not present at the moment, Vice Mayor Sorensen,
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. Now, the city of Fort Lauderdale is hosting its meetings now only in person, and but if you want to view the meeting online, we invite you to go to www.fortlauderdale.gov/city commission meetings. I'll repeat that, www.fortlauderdale.gov/city commission meetings. Now, to help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines if you are going to be speaking tonight. 1, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. And 2, if you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, please sign up in the City Hall lobby. A member of the City Clerk's office staff will be there to assist you. Okay, so there are a couple of agenda announcements. They're both regarding the special municipal elections for this fall. The first one is resolution calling 2022 special municipal election for District 3 on November 8th, 2022, and a similar resolution calling for a 2022 special municipal election for District 4 on November 8th, 2022. Couple changes to the existing agenda. CP7 is a revision to Exhibit 5, updating the scope of services. R4, additional information has been provided to us. In R8, the CAM was revised to correct 2 typos. So, having said that, I need to have the approval of the minutes and tonight's agenda. Do I hear a motion for that?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie, not present, Vice Mayor Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So that's the initial part of our business tonight. So now we begin with the presentations, and I have the honor tonight to be the one to make the first presentation. And this is this will be with regard to a proclamation declaring June 2022 as Pride Month in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I have a few folks I'd like to invite up here. Did you give it to me? So, is Steve Crawford here? I see Steve, Melba de Leon, Terry Dyer, Andrew Ruffner, Will Spencer, and Julie Williams-Bessett. Could you please line up here in front of the dais? How many of these do I have?
One per organization, but I'll double check with you guys.
Okay. Do I get?
No.
How are you folks? So, why don't we wait until we have the proclamation, and then we can take the picture with the proclamation. Very good. So from the office of the mayor of the city of Fort Lauderdale, that's my office, we present this proclamation in recognition of June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month. Whereas June marks the annual celebration of the progress that the LGBTQ community has made with equal rights and fairness in the United States, and serves as a time to recommit ourselves to accomplishing the work of fighting discrimination and championing equality. Whereas during this month of June, the city of Fort Lauderdale will join with thousands of municipalities nationwide to honor the 53rd anniversary of the 1969 Stonewall Inn riots in New York City that ignited the modern LGBTQ rights movement in America. This year also recognizes the 45th anniversary of the first Pride commemoration in South Florida, which occurred in 1977 to celebrate the victory of codifying a Miami-Dade County ordinance protecting gays and lesbians from discrimination. Fort Lauderdale is privileged to be the home to 3 of the world's historic LGBTQ plus institutions. Tonight we have represented here the World AIDS Museum. Thank you, Terry, for being here. The only museum in existence dedicated to telling the story of the disease. The Stonewall National Museum and Archives, the largest LGBTQ plus circulating library in the United States, and, of course, the Sunshine Cathedral, one of America's largest metropolitan community church congregations. The community of Fort Lauderdale is proud to annually welcome more than 1.3 million LGBTQ plus guests from around the world, making Fort Lauderdale a premier international destination while providing worldwide exposure to hundreds of LGBTQ plus businesses and tourism in South Florida. Our city is proudly reaffirming its commitment to protecting and respecting the rights of every resident, every business owner, every student, and every visitor who are part of the LGBTQ community in flying the Progress Pride flag above City Hall throughout the month of June, which you can see as you enter and leave the building. So now, therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale do hereby proclaim the month of June 2022 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, dated this June 7th, 2022, signed by myself, Mayor Dean Trantalis. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words, sir?
Sure. So my name is Terry Dyer. I'm the new executive director of the World AIDS Museum. Thank you so much for having us, Mayor, and all of the other folks on the panel up here. We are so excited to receive this proclamation. Thank you so much for including us and continue to do the work that we do, celebrate our communities. All of this stuff is incredibly important. So thank you so much for having us.
Does anyone else want to say anything? No? No? You okay? Everyone good? Okay. Okay, now you can take the picture.
You know I love you.
Was for Pride Fort Lauderdale.
This is for Pride Fort Lauderdale. Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
No,
Well, let's remind everybody when the Pride Fair, when Stonewall Pride is. That is going to be, what are the dates of Stonewall Pride this year? It's the third, the 18th of June, right. And that's in Wilton Manors, correct? Okay, very good. So June 18th, be there. It's a great weekend, fun activities, and it commemorates the traditional month of June for the LGBTQ Pride Month. So thank you. And I see my colleague and friend, Ben Sorensen, standing by the podium. Ben, what do you have for us tonight?
Thank you. Now it's on. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. Would Esther Charles and Elizabeth Fay please come up here? Two of our amazing Broward County teachers. Come on up. I'm going to read a little bit about them. And I'm going to start. I just want to show you all what these proclamations look like. So this is for Esther Charles. We got the photo of Esther here. So this is Sophia helps make this happen. Don't you, Sophia? You just stand up and just wave. This is city staff member. Sophia helps make all these proclamations possible. So just thank you, Sophia, for, yes, and great, thank you. It's team effort. So I just want to thank you all. These are just beautiful. So Esther, great. Come on over here. Come on over here before we take pictures. Yeah, and Elizabeth. So I'll start with Esther. Esther was a 2022 finalist for Teacher of the Year for Broward County Public Schools, and I want to read a little bit about Esther. So in the proclamation, so in 2022, the school district reviewed 234 nominees for Teacher of the Year, and Esther Charles was selected as one of the 5 finalists for the prestigious honor of Teacher of the Year, one of the 5 finalists. For the past 6 years, she served as the literacy coach at Sheridan Technical High School in the city of Fort Lauderdale, where she helps support in the fields of reading, writing, works one-on-one with students to provide remediation, analyzes data, and during COVID, she provided targeted support, especially to struggling students. I don't know about your all's children that you all know, but ours really struggled in my family, and she focused on that and really helped provide lessons in language arts that resulted in 95% of 11th graders passing the Florida Standards Assessment on their first attempt, which is awesome. Thank you. And she serves as a lead staff member of the multi-tiered system that supports process at Sheridan Technical High School. And she's also in process of pursuing a Master's of Education through Florida Atlantic University's Principal Rapid Orientation Program, which she completes in December. Did I say that right? And once she completes that, she will be eligible and seeking to become an assistant principal. So an amazing future assistant principal, and I would think future principal and even beyond. So now, therefore, we as the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale hereby proclaim June 7th, 2022 as Esther Charles Day, signed your Mayor, Dean J. Trantellis. Esther, would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much. I'm finishing up my 18th year as an educator, and I've always wanted to be a teacher since the tender age of 6. So I am literally living my dream, and I'm excited to be able to represent the city of Fort Lauderdale and my hopes of continuing to educate students in various platforms, whether it's in the classroom or as an administrator. This is something that I'm extremely passionate about. I love our students, and it's all about our future and what we have to bring. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Elizabeth, would you come on down? And this is especially meaningful for me. I'm a former teacher. Commissioner Glassman's a former teacher. Commissioner Moritas is a former teacher. So education just matters a lot, especially this commission. And so this is to Elizabeth Fay, also a 2022 finalist for Teacher of the Year for Broward County Public Schools. And she holds a Master's of Science in Marine Biology and Coastal Zone Management, and is for 16 years has been teaching at New River Middle School, which is an amazing middle school that has a great marine science magnet program in the city of Fort Lauderdale, if you're not familiar with it. It's a great program. And she engages students in discovery-based education and project-based learning through the use of laboratory experiments and multimedia technology projects. And Ms. Fay leverages her professional experience as a marine biologist to create captivating real-world lessons that help prepare our students to think like scientists. And whereas she has been on the cutting edge of marine science research by participating in 2 trips aboard a research vessel with the Ocean Exploration Trust, where she wrote, implemented, and shared curriculum on a worldwide platform. I think the mayor would like to go with you on your next expedition, Mayor. They might have a seat or 2 there. Elizabeth, now therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale proclaim June 2nd, 2022 as Elizabeth Faye Day here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, signed your mayor, Dean J. Trantellis.
I don't know what to say other than thank you. And it's a privilege to work with your kids in your community as an educator, especially with my passion for marine science, to really make that next generation realize how important it is, definitely in the Fort Lauderdale community as well as worldwide. So thank you. This is quite an honor. I really appreciate it. Yay for teachers.
Thank you.
And if we get engaged and going to be married in December to our wonderful fiance, you get up here too. You get up here too. You're part of this.
All right.
Come on. Thank you. You're part of this, part of the family. Got it. All right. Thank y'all. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Now I would like to invite Commissioner Glassman, who has a special proclamation to present tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I always love following the very shy Vice Mayor Sorensen. And one day, I'm looking forward to when he comes out of his shell and
Working on it.
just thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Folks, this is an honor for me. As Vice Mayor said, Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor, and I are teachers. I taught for almost 2 decades, and I will tell you that there really, in my opinion, is nothing more important than what we do for our children in terms of education. I wish the whole world felt like that. I think teachers are woefully, inadequately paid and compensated for the important tasks that we give them. I don't know why it's always like that, but I just cannot say thank you enough. So for me to present to you all this proclamation declaring June 7th, 2022 as Helange Porcina Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale is wonderful. I want to call her up. She is the principal from Northside Elementary. And I also believe that we have the assistant principal as well. And I'd like Kaya also. Kaya Kayam, you come up and join us as well, because you're the assistant principal. Now, before I read this proclamation, I did a reading program out at that school about maybe 3 years ago. And when I first saw the school and I pulled up, I said, oh my God, how many people in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm going to ask for a few images to go up there, if that's okay. This school, look at the monitors, 1927. We have no buildings, and for those of you that know me, I am a historic preservationist. I believe that it is so important to preserve the physical manifestation of our history as well as just our history. So when I pulled up to this building to do this reading program, I said, oh my gosh, look at this building, 1927. So Mediterranean in its architecture, and one of the originals. You probably know about the Southside School, which is now the Southside Cultural Arts Center. You probably know about the Westside Grade School in Sailboat Bend. But this is the Northside Elementary School. There were 4 original elementary schools, and this school is still a functioning elementary school. And I'm so proud of what these ladies do each and every day, and the scores that have improved steadily. For those of you that don't know where this is, I'm sure you know where Hot Dog Heaven is on Sunrise Boulevard. This is just behind there, right? Just behind Hot Dog Heaven, so you'll know what we're talking about. But let me read this, because I could just go on, and I don't want to too much. We have a long evening, but look at this building. Look how actually incredibly authentic it still is from its architecture, and it's just amazing that it is still serving our children after all these years. So congratulations. I'm going to read this from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale Proclamation, and it's presented to Helange Porcina, 2022 Principal of the Year for Broward County Public Schools. Whereas, Each year, Broward County Public Schools presents the Caliber Awards to recognize top school leaders who go above and beyond the day-to-day demands and expectations of their position, exemplify excellence in their profession, and make exemplary contributions to the progress and advancement of education. And whereas, in 2022, the school district honored Helange Porcina with the prestigious Principal of the Year Award for her outstanding leadership at Northside Elementary School. And whereas, Ms. Porcina has been the principal at Northside Elementary School for 6 years. During her tenure, the school has increased its academic performance, and whereas during the 2018-2019 school year, Ms. Porcina led school improvement efforts that resulted in a 25% increase in Northside Elementary School's overall performance, moving the school from a letter grade F to a letter grade C through data-driven instruction and instructional planning, and by establishing a can-do school culture grounded in the motto, focus, fight, forward. And whereas Ms. Porcina's leadership in 2019 achieved academic success that prevented Northside Elementary School from being closed by the state, allowing Northside Elementary School to continue serving children in Fort Lauderdale. And whereas in the 2019-2020 school year, the COVID-19 pandemic presented unprecedented challenges for the students of Northside Elementary School, many of whom faced homelessness and lack of internet access, making virtual learning very challenging. And whereas during the pandemic, Ms. Porcina strengthened the school's connection with their families through daily phone calls to parents of children who were not actively engaged or present at school, and encouraged 75% of students to return to campus in 2020-2021 when schools reopened for in-person instruction. And whereas despite the disruption to learning from the pandemic, Ms. Porcina remained focused on high-quality instruction, resulting in the school maintaining its C-letter grade in the 2020-2021 school year. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 7th, 2022 as Helange Porcina Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and encourage everyone to join us in congratulating Ms. Porcina on this extraordinary accomplishment, and dated this the 7th day of June 2022, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Mayor Dean J. Trentalis.
Thank you so much. I am honored and humbled by this award. I could not have done this without this great city's support. We have our commissioners who come out to the different events. It's a small neighborhood school full of children who really want to learn. And the parents, they just drop them off wanting us to do, they rely on us to do the work while they go and just trying to make ends meet. And so again, every day I wake up, I know that that is my purpose. It's my God-given purpose to be there to make a difference in the lives of the children at Northside each and every day, and to make sure that Northside is one of the gems in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So thank you again for this honor.
Thank you and congratulations. And Commissioner Glassman, now that you're down there, we invite you to present the District 2 Community Appearance Award, the WOW Award. Is Maria Cristina Montes and Stuart Todd Doss and Sally Subero. Are you all there? Are you all around here? Where? Come on up.
I'll do it from here. Then we'll go over there. Thank you. Everyone's here. Come on, join me over here, then we'll go over for the photos. This is great.
Do we have a picture of the house?
Oh, we're gonna take it easy, Mayor. We're gonna get there. We're gonna do this all. We're gonna read it. We're gonna show photos. We've done this before.
I wasn't a teacher, so I don't have the patience that you have.
And I'm glad I didn't
Was
have
that
you
annoying?
as a student.
I was the annoying student in the back.
I
of the
can't
room.
even imagine having you as a student. I don't know if I would have lasted for 18 years teaching. Okay. This is a Community Appearance Award. The Wow Award winners, Stuart Todd Doss and Maria Cristina Montez. And I think you go by Christina, right? Okay. Thank you. 444 Northeast 11th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, and that's in Victoria Park, part of District 2. It's wonderful. Victoria Park, thank you. So congratulations, and I'm very happy to read this, and we're going to show the photos. Stuart Todd Doss and Maria Cristina Montez are the homeowners and visionaries behind the property located at 444 Northeast 11th Avenue in the Victoria Park neighborhood. This beautiful single-family home was built in 1938. And while Todd and Christina modernized their home throughout the years, they were mindful to preserve its historic character. The vinyl siding was replaced with stucco and painted pewter gray. White PVC fencing was installed to replace the hedges that succumbed to a whitefly infestation. And they upgraded the roof to a standing seam metal roof. Additionally, they fortified the home with large impact windows. To beautify the yard, Todd and Christina relocated the existing queen palm trees and adorned the royal poinciana tree with staghorn ferns. The remainder of the landscaping work consists of new grass and plants, including arbicola, Madagascar dragon trees, Clusia hedges, heliconia shrubs, ponytail palms, and mock orange bushes. The front of the home is framed by Japanese blueberry trees, papyrus shrubs, and stones along the shrub line to further define the landscape of the home. Overall, these improvements wow all who pass. The Fort Lauderdale City Commission and the Community Appearance Board proudly present this WOW Award to Todd and Christina and thank them for enhancing the Victoria Park neighborhood and the city of Fort Lauderdale. We are honored to present you with a certificate of appreciation from the City Commission, a gift certificate to Foxy Brown Restaurant, an orchid from Fresh Market, and a sign to place in your front yard to celebrate this recognition. And on behalf of the mayor and the City Commission, let me just say congratulations, and please, if you'd like to say a few words, that would be wonderful.
A lot of hard work. Everything you see here, this is her vision. Everything that you see the house is from Christina. Most of the plants you see there, she planted herself. We've been here since October of 2000, so we've been here a long time. And surprised, but just taking a step back, I'm very proud, and thank you very much for doing this and recognizing me. Congratulations. Let's go get it.
Great. Thank you for making Fort Lauderdale even more beautiful. Oh, Lord. Okay, so that concludes our segment on presentations and recognition of events and folks and days that we're here to celebrate in this month of June. So at the next part of the agenda is what's called a consent agenda. What that means is that there are a number of items that the City Commission will vote on, and instead of voting them on individually, they're of such a nature that we vote on them all at once. There are a number of items on the consent agenda, and what I do is I ask any member of this commission if there's an item they just want to pull from the consent agenda and vote on it separately because they have questions, they want to speak about it, they want to find out more information about it, and we will vote on that separately. If that particular item that we pull is something that you have come here to speak on, then at that time we will invite you to speak on that item. If none of the agenda items that you have come here to speak on have been pulled, then I will invite you at the beginning to come and speak. You'll have 3 minutes in which to speak on all the agenda items that are on the consent agenda. So let me begin with Commissioner Moritas. Are there any consent agenda items you wish to pull?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so there are no consent agenda items that have been asked to be pulled by the commission, but there are several. Mr. Corbin, you've signed up to speak on a number of consent agenda items. So you've asked to speak on CR1, CM6, CR5, and CP2. So come on up, and you have 3 minutes to speak on all of those.
On each one?
No, on all of them together.
No, each one.
I'm running the meeting.
No.
And you're not going to monopolize the meeting because you decide to speak on all of them. So
CM1,
Give you 3 minutes.
CM6, I'm going to take 3 minutes to talk about
you have
that.
3 minutes to speak.
There was a no-swim advisory for the Port Everglades area. Yesterday, the number 2 person at Public Works, Nancy Glassman, explained that millions of gallons of treated sewage was discharged into the intercoastal waterway at Port Everglades. A member of the Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee asked her if this treated sewage was first chlorinated. She refused to answer the question. Instead, she repeated that it was treated sewage. I'd like to know what that means and how it was treated. You may ask why I'm up here since I don't live at Port Everglades or even in Fort Lauderdale. You see, tides bring in the water miles inshore and around my city of Wilton Manors, where I participated in a canoe race a couple weeks ago. Your sewer plant discharges affect several cities in the Broward County area. Maybe you should pick another time for your vacations since we are in the midst of the hurricane season. Now, CM6 has to do with you want to eliminate July 19 and August 2nd from your conference meetings. Section 3.11 of the Charter of the City of Fort Lauderdale provides that, quote, "The City Commission shall meet regularly, not less than twice each month." Now, there is one exception. It says, except that meetings may be eliminated for 1 month each year to provide for vacations. The City Commission may, by motion, eliminate meetings for 1 month each year to provide for vacations, is what it says clearly. You want to take away 1 meeting in July and 1 meeting in August. It seems to be going against your own city charter. That's all I have to say for CM6.
Here we go.
Okay? CP2. You're paying several engineering consultants $3 million for their opinions. Why don't you get some or all of them to give professional opinions on the 2019 Corolla Engineering Report, which calls for moving 5-ash drinking water treatment plant 4 miles away from the city, adjacent to the executive airport. 2021 Reese Engineering pilot study calls for saving $250 million by refurbishing 5-ash for $100 million and adding ozone and carbon to the filtration method for another $70 million. It would produce clear water that passes all EPA safe water tests without adding ammonia, which is currently done to pass these tests. Nearly all of these engineering companies specialize in drinking water: Tetra Tech, CDM Smith, Jacobs Engineering, Hazen and Sawyer. Didn't they all bid on the 5-ash pilot study in 2019, which was eventually given to Corolla? Tell them to read the Corolla report, which is the only thing that the company has ever done for the city, and the 2021 Reese pilot study. Reese has a 30-year history working for the city.
Thank you, Mr.
And then
Corbin.
give their
3 minutes
opinions.
is now concluded.
It will take another year
Mr.
for the
Corbin.
unsolicited bids to be
Mr.
written
Corbin.
for the commission to vote on.
Mr. Corbin.
3 of you won't even be around by then. Another year wasted.
Mr.
While
Cor-
residents
Mr.
drink
Corbin.
green, yellow, or brown city water, you
I'm going to have you escorted out of the room
without
if you
doing
don't
a
stop
thing.
this.
I only get 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Please be respectful of the other people that are in this room.
I am.
Thank you. Thank you.
It says 3 minutes per item.
Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda items? Yes.
Mayor, just want to remind you, there was a discussion conference about pulling the budget
Oh, yeah.
amendment,
Which one?
CR1. And
Correct.
we have confirmation from the budget department that we do have that funding available.
So we're going to pull CR1, correct?
Yeah, and
And we'll amend CR1 to include the $5,000?
correct.
Yeah,
That is your wish.
that's for the Nilda Comas. Yeah, Mayor, thanks.
Okay, so CR1 as amended, who would like to introduce that resolution?
Introduce.
We may want to, just for the record, identify the funding source, just for public
Commissioner
disclosure.
Sorensen, you want to identify the funding source,
Yeah, this-
the funding purpose?
The funding purpose is in recognition of the unveiling of the statue of Mary Bethune, McLeod Bethune in Statuary Hall in D.C., sculpted by Nilda Comas, a local artist, Mayor.
I meant actually the funding source.
Source.
So
is
if
the
maybe
general,
budget-
I don't know what this, is the source general fund or?
Typically, we identify the fund it comes from. I would just, for the record.
Sure,
so that-
whatever that is, Greg, I don't know what the,
I'd like to ask Yvette.
Is your mic on?
We're going to fix that.
Okay, it is now. Okay.
She has the specific account.
thank you.
Yvette, did you bring the checkbook with you?
Good evening, Yvette Matthews, Office of Management and Budget. You actually don't have to pull the item. We actually have funds in place already in Gen for social contributions. Due to some adjustments with some of our nonprofits, there's $5,000 there. So you can utilize those funds. You would just need the participation agreement in order to actually provide the funds to the
Oh, so we don't have to amend this item then?
That's correct.
Okay,
Great,
Alright.
thank you.
all right. Thank you. So, back to my original statement. Would someone like to introduce the consent agenda items?
Introduced.
Do I hear a second?
Second,
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie, Vice Mayor Sorensen.
yes.
Commissioner Moritas.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and all the consent agenda items are now approved. If anyone is here tonight who've come specifically for one of those items, they have been approved. You no longer required to be here. Or if you'd like to continue to enjoy the proceedings of this commission, you're welcome to stay. Hey. Okay. M1, this is a motion denying an application for an outdoor event with related road closures and an agreement with Exotics on Las Olas 5. Who's here on behalf of the applicant? Would you want to come up to the microphone, introduce yourself?
Yes, good evening. Lauren Berkeley on behalf of Exotics on Las Olas event. I'm an attorney appearing on their behalf.
Hello, Lauren. So, tell us why you think the city staff is recommending a denial of this application, and what is it that you feel that your client intends to do in order to support an approval of this?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. In addressing those particular concerns, we can take them one by one. The first concern discusses did not schedule a barricade company or sanitation company after being advised. That is, in fact, not the case. The barricade company last year was approximately an hour late. We were dealing with COVID. They did show up. There were barricades in place where they needed to be, and there was a proper flow of traffic. This year, in order to address that concern, the Exotics on Las Olas event has contracted with a different barricade company. They will ensure that they are there timely, and this is absolutely an issue that we believe can be addressed, has been addressed, and will not be a factor this year during the event. And if I could just remind Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the Commissioners, this is an event, I believe it's going into its 5th year. It's a very successful event for the city. It provides great exposure to the city. It provides great business for the Las Olas Boulevard area and all the business owners. So again, we encourage Mr. Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and the commissioners to understand the event, the history of it, the success of it, and that we're willing to work with the city in order to address these issues. The next issue was trash was left throughout the entire event. This is a situation where when my client's event occurs, it's on a Sunday morning. So their event already starts at a disadvantage, having Saturday evening with the normal, people that go to Las Olas, attend the restaurants, the bars, and the trash cans are already full. But nonetheless, my client can remedy the situation by having their sanitation company there early prior to the event. My client has, we've been in conversation with Parks and Recreation, have offered to close the event a half hour earlier this year so we can ensure that the sanitation issues are properly addressed. And again, this is something that we believe is easily remedied, has been remedied in the sense of we're cognizant of it. We're suggesting to shut the event down half an hour early, and we have a sanitation company engaged that can take care of this particular issue. The next issue is blocking roadways outside of the agreed and approved locations, obstructing office and building access. Now, again, this is on a Sunday. When the cars are loaded in, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. So there shouldn't be too much of a concern of access to offices or other roadways. Although we do have an MOT plan, the MOT plan is followed. If there is a particular office building that feels that they're being impacted by this, we're happy to obviously address it and make sure that the access is there. But again, this is Sunday morning at 6 a.m. When the event is taking place in regard to loading in the vehicles and roadways being impacted. So again, this is something that we understand the concern, but again, with the proper MOT, working with the city is something that is easily addressed. The next item on the list is dangerous activity occurred by driving vehicles through the crowd once the event started. Now, this is something, I've been to the event every year. I've never seen it. I'm there from beginning, literally at 7 in the morning until it closes. I've never seen it. We've never heard of any complaints about this. So this is something that is definitely news to us. And again, we don't have any police reports. We don't have any evidence that this activity actually occurred. So it certainly comes as a surprise to us. But nonetheless, there's police officers there. There's hired private security in addition to the police officers that are there stationed throughout the event, which is why we've never had this type of dangerous activity occur. And there's no recorded instances of it happen. There's no police reports. There's no complaints by any restaurant owners or business owners. So this to us seems more like there's an ulterior motive in regard to that, and I'll get to that when I'm done going through the list. And we are almost done, and I appreciate everybody's patience. Repeatedly did not have the road open by the allotted time. Again, this is something that comes as news to us, but nonetheless, willing to work with the city, closing the event down half an hour prior to its scheduled end to address the sanitation issues, but also to ensure that the roadway is cleared out. We're absolutely happy to do that and ensure that the roadways are open by the allotted time. So again, these are not issues that are a public safety or health issue. These are not issues that provide a safety concern in the sense of they can all be remedied, they can all be addressed, and we're willing to work with the city to do that, and we've shown that. Next is transportation and mobility does not support the closure of East Las Olas Boulevard because of the tunnel rehabilitation project. Again, there's an MOT that's been presented. It can work around this issue. The Food and Wine Festival takes place, the Art Festival takes place, and there's many other festivals and activities that take place on Las Olas throughout the year where apparently it's not an issue for those events, but for some reason it is for our event. And the last item is the event occurs during the Pride event, but I believe that has been changed, so that's really no longer an issue. And then if I can just, so those addresses the issues, and I'm happy to stop talking if you want. I don't get paid by the word, despite what people think about attorneys.
Well, there's one other concern, and that is the Las Olas Association. It tries to manage the street as best they can and manage all these events, and there's a burden on them. It doesn't cost you to. I mean, the venue is free, right? You don't get charged thousands of dollars to close the roads and use what I consider probably one of the most significant shopping districts in America to exhibit these vehicles. I've been to your show several times. I think it's a great event. Okay, I'd like to continue seeing it happen. It's very popular. It draws a lot of people, a lot of good people to our city from all over the country. But there's still a burden that the merchants and the association still have to bear in terms of they're trying to plan and coordinate and all that. And I think there's an issue regarding reimbursement of their expenses in order to be able to accommodate your event. Have you discussed that with them, and have you been able to come to some kind of accommodation with them in order to satisfy their need?
So we have worked with the Las Olas Association in the past, and they have demanded that monies be paid and other benefits throughout the event. And this year, in working with the association, what has happened is the monetary demands have become so great and the other concessions that it borders to almost $20,000 as to what's being demanded. Now, in the past, we have worked with them and it hasn't been an issue. This year, when the demands became so high, and we told them that that's not something that could be met, all of a sudden, we have these issues of concern on a list, and we have opposition to the event. So, I mean, I won't go so far as to call it some sort of extortionist type of activity, but nonetheless, demanding payment to have an event that brings thousands of people to the Las Olas Boulevard merchants and restaurants. So while yes, it doesn't cost anything in the sense of there's no fee, it brings substantial benefit to the owners of the businesses on Las Olas Boulevard. You can't get reservations. The restaurants are packed. The businesses are packed. So the Las Olas Association, if their true concern is not themselves, but rather the business owners and the community, they would most certainly want this event because Mr. Mayor's been to the event, perhaps the commissioners have been, and Mr. Vice Mayor. This event packs the businesses. The cash flow and the monetary gain to them is exponential.
Do you know what that $20,000 would go towards?
It was
I
never.
don't, but okay.
It was never explained
Okay.
to us. It was if you want to have the event,
Okay.
pay this money and give
So-
us 2
There is
tenths.
somebody here
Okay,
tonight.
can we get Mayor?
And Vice Mayor, I was actually, I don't know if this council or predecessor council, we were advised, my office was advised of that. We had informed staff of the situation. We had concerns as well as to, because it's our right of way.
Okay.
So private companies shouldn't be charging for the use of our for our right of way. And I believe we were checking with staff to see exactly what
Right,
that
there's somebody
was
here
payment
tonight,
for.
there's somebody here.
So let's get Luke to,
Wait. There's somebody here tonight from the association who will explain what that money is for. So we'll bring them up.
yeah, great.
Have you concluded your remarks?
At this point, yes, I would like to reserve, if possible.
Sure.
for the
And what
association.
was your name again, sir?
Lorne, Lorne, Berkeley, like Berkeley, California.
Great, thank you. I have a few people who have signed up to speak. Why don't we get Luke Mormon up here? Luke? You're representing the association?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Luke Mormon, the current president of the Las Olas Association. The Las Olas Association has existed for over 60 years, and I know this because Christmas on Las Olas is getting ready to celebrate its 60th anniversary. It was almost 50 years ago that we collaborated with the city, the state, to create the current configuration of East Las Olas Boulevard. The trees, the medians, the crosswalks. It was 30 years ago that the association, with the city staff and the neighborhoods, came up with the agreement for the number of events that can be held on Las Olas and how those events would be managed. This agreement was reaffirmed about 20 years ago. There are members of the association and residents of the city of Fort Lauderdale that want the street closed every weekend, and some that want the street closed full-time to traffic. And then there are residents and members of the association that don't want a single street closure at all, any time of the year. The association provides free and open to the public events. I say free twice because it's free to attend Christmas on Las Olas and the art fairs, and the taxpayers of the city of Fort Lauderdale contribute nothing. There's over 500 miles of roads in the city of Fort Lauderdale. The small 1/10 mile stretch where we hold our events is unique for many reasons. Geographically, we're bound by the tunnel, the New River Canal, and the Hemishi Canal. But what makes the area special is the business owners that make the donuts and make the street special. The diverse businesses have an interest in their beloved Fort Lauderdale and their cherished Las Olas Boulevard. We care about our neighborhood, we care about our city, we care about Fort Las Olas. There's plenty of roads and areas, both public and private, that the promoters can hold their event on. Exotics on Las Olas event was started 4 years ago with major financial contribution by the association. The association hoped to build this event into its newest Sixth Street closure, hoping that it would benefit all parties, the city, the association, the businesses, and the promoter. The promoters of Exotics chose to break their contract with the association in the third year. Then they ended the relationship and had no communications with us leading up to the fourth year. We ask that you vote with the community that's every day trying to make the city a better place. The association asks that you vote with the recommendations of the city. It's interesting. The safety issues weren't an issue. The trash wasn't an issue. The load-in has always been an issue. In the first 3 years when we were involved on a day-to-day operation. And then in year 4, when we had to step back because they didn't want us involved, all of a sudden it's a safety issue. There's problems with them burning out tires as they leave. They didn't even think that they had to provide trash when they bring 10,000 people to the street. So it's the association that provides this type of support, and we have a paid full-time staff that is there for the benefit of all the members of the city of Fort Lauderdale, not just the businesses on the boulevard. Yes, there are events when you're on the city, that happen on Las Olas that the members benefit from, but every single one of those events, I have members of the city and members of the association that don't want them going forward. And then like I said, I have members that want them every single weekend. So it's interesting that they're surprised by all these because they're promoting the event on their website saying they have 100,000 attendees, and yet the application says they have 10,000. So there seems to be a disconnect between what they believe they're doing and what they're actually doing. So has it been a great event? Sure. Does it bring a lot of people and a lot of money to the boulevard? Sure. Does it bring a lot of business to the businesses aside from the restaurants? That's yet to be determined.
So to answer the vice mayor's question, you indicated that you had a contract, and the contract called for payments to the association, which they, I guess, unilaterally terminated. How much were the payments like in the third year? Do you remember?
Third year was supposed to be, I don't know if it was $10,000 or $15,000.
10 or 15,000?
Yeah.
Okay. And the fourth year would have been the same?
Fourth year would have been negotiated. And we were in negotiations when they had a disagreement amongst themselves. We continued to try to make appointments with them. They would make appointments, and then they would break the appointment in the 48 hours, 24 hours prior to the appointment.
So that money was used for what purpose?
We have a website, we have promotion, we have staff that, our executive director, our marketing team our executive committee was not only there leading up to the event, but there the day of the event, receiving phone calls from property owners, residents, and businesses. So it's for the general operation and the promotion and cleanup and management of the event.
Okay.
Luke, does that include, so when you say cleanup, that includes like, what,
Well,
tell me a little bit about that.
We physically, so if a contractor doesn't do their job, we make sure it gets done.
Yeah.
You know, it's the volunteers that show up month after month, event after event, making sure that things go smoothly. That's what a community is about. It's about making sure that everything gets done and that you adjust year after year to make sure that things go smoothly.
And do you do that with other events as well? Is this is similar?
It's for
Event.
all 6 of our events were there not only leading up to, but during and post.
And those events will pay the association some amount for
Yeah, they vary
support
anywhere
and,
from it ranges up to $20,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this was designed at 0 payment the first year so that we could build the event up. There is plenty of people that would love to have events on Las Olas Boulevard, putting a 6th event. I have other car promoters that are begging me to take an event, a date in November, to replace this event. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know.
So are you interested, if you all can work together and there can be financial support, are you interested in continuing the discussion to see if this is possible?
We want a safe event.
Want a safe event? Yep.
That's the bottom line.
Yep.
Right? We want it to benefit everybody involved.
With assurances from the provider, do you think that's possible, or how are you?
They don't have a good track record.
Yep.
You know, I mean, if you come to us in year 3 and say we're having these problems, but we're going to assure you this and that, and then every single one of your promises are broken.
Yep.
And then, oh yeah, we're going to meet, and then you never bother to meet, and then you start accusing us of extortion. It's like, okay,
Yep.
what am I supposed to do now?
Okay.
Well, Vice Mayor, we're going to have to look into, because we had started looking into it, but
Yep.
we don't, I believe this is the only event in the city or events or a section of events where this is our right of way. And my understanding is that the Las Olas Association will not consent to an event unless that payment is made. We cannot do that. We cannot have a public event on our right of way and have a private party benefit from that. We have private impacts at most of our events that will affect private parties. We don't get reimbursement for that.
Well, the reality is the event took place last year without any conversation or reimbursement to the association. So the argument is mute from their point of view.
You're asking for money now, so it's not moot.
There's no money request now because they haven't spoken to us in over a year and a half.
Right, and you're not consenting to the event.
Right,
so-
because of the
Right.
dangers associated with the event. We're also bound by our agreement from 30 years ago. So, yes, I understand.
So
we'll have to look into it
Okay.
because it's an issue of having a private party charge one of our event folks using our right of way and
Right.
getting paid for it.
So, Luke, if it was safe and secure, would you be comfortable without payment, or is payment?
We
You have.
didn't
So
receive
you-
payment
okay.
the first several years, the first 3 years.
So you,
I'm sorry. There was a small payment the second year.
Okay.
The third year, they came to us and said, we can't pay you. We can't honor the contract. And we said, okay, that's fine. And then they came to us after the event and said, oh yeah, we're going to get money and we're going to pay you. And then,
Yeah.
they got the money from who they said they weren't.
Yeah.
And they never paid. So
Okay. So, are you interested in talking with them to explore the possibility, or do you feel like it's just not possible?
it's a
at this
tough
point?
call. I'm not going to,
Yeah.
there's a board. So
Sure.
I can't
No, I
make
know. I
that
understand.
statement by myself.
Sure. So, a thought, completely, you tell me what you want, but a thought would be, hey, is it worth kind of re-engaging with them? I'm happy to be part of it, or
We're not the ones that disengaged.
yeah.
So,
Okay. So
yes.
I'll ask them to come up, but I just want to make sure if they did re-engage, would you be open to talking with them, to exploring, even if we just set a short timeline, couple weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks, talk. If it went nowhere,
I'm sure.
be open to that. Okay. So thank you. So Lauren, if you.
Wait. Let me just ask this. You can come on up, but I just need to ask you something, Alan. They have 6 road closures a year, they indicated. Whose prerogative is to close that road if it's our road?
It's ours.
So how is the association the arbiter of who is in and who's out?
It's an excellent question.
Okay.
I do think they have, I'm sorry, Ben.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to think of our other events, like even in my district, the Gulf, the beach, that area, the North Beach restaurants and shops. I think the association has a place here to give some input and to give direction and what events work for the businesses around it. I do think there's probably 2 things going on. Like, we are the ones that approve these events with input from the association, but I don't believe the association could block us from it. But I do think their input is valuable when we make decisions. So I think the process may be a little mixed up, but I do appreciate their input. Or when you do things on the beach, Steve, does the CBA get, different neighbors and residents do get involved in supporting or opposing certain projects. But I do agree we probably have an issue with an association deciding and charging. But that also being said, I think there's a long list of issues that we may not approve this event anyways, because I rarely see something come to us where the staff is asking us to deny it. And so I'm probably focusing more on the staff input when I'm thinking about this, and then trying to figure out how we navigate moving forward, what happens on Las Olas, getting a clear plan in place for who approves what with the association's input. So I'm just trying to follow this conversation a little bit and as we move forward. So, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, are you asking a question of their attorney?
Yeah, if you don't.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Lauren. So I think you heard some of the concerns there, but Luke and I think the team will be open to talking and just re-engaging and seeing if you can work together and possibly find some agreements. Is that something you all will be open and interested in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But if I could also just, can I speak to some of what was said though? But I mean, to answer your question.
I don't really want to, I don't think we need to go there. I think just if you're interested and willing in talking with them and seeing if you guys can align, I think that'd be great.
We definitely are interested and,
Okay.
we're open to.
Yeah.
I myself tried calling the association many, many times, left messages and got
Okay.
no return phone calls, and that was months ago and continued. So when there's statements about us withdrawing, not necessarily the
Okay.
truth, but anyway.
Okay. Luke never sent you little emojis or text messages. He sent those to me.
It would have warmed my heart. It would have warmed my heart to receive.
We'll get there. He sent sweet little emojis. All right. So I think it's worth re-engaging, and you guys can just exchange cell phones if that's all right. Make sure you got the right numbers. Okay. And I think engaging and seeing if you can come to some alignment. Does that sound good?
There's still a few more people who want to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just want to kind of sound fair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where does that leave us in regard to a vote on the?
So we'll hear a couple more folks. I mean, so my suggestion, and it'll be up to the mayor and the commission kind of how we want to do that, but my suggestion would be, hey, let's give them a chance to talk together, see if there can be some good alignment, and then defer this and then bring it back to us at the next meeting, which gives you about 2 or 3 weeks, maybe
Understood.
2 weeks,
Okay.
which I think could be enough.
Fair enough.
All right, well,
Okay, great. So we'll hear some more.
Or maybe it can be done tonight.
Sure.
They're
Never
only
know.
sitting one row from each other. Charlie Ladd, followed by Mike Weymouth, followed by Floyd Ragland, and then John Herschel.
Charlie Ladd, 442 Northeast 7th Avenue. Alan, if I could just clarify, it's not so simple that the city simply lets them use the road. There's private property involved as well. The sidewalk on Las Olas only constitutes about 4 feet off the curb. There's an additional 10 to 12 feet that I think between my group and Las Olas Company represents about 90% of the frontage on Las Olas. I personally, and I think Mike Weymouth can speak for himself, but we've kind of delegated to the Las Olas Association the administering of these events on our property and how they affect our tenants. And I think historically, the city commission has looked to the Las Olas Association to signify their approval, just like a neighborhood association would signify their approval of a project, of an event that comes to the street. Have there been charges for it? Sure, and there were services provided in return. It's been a highly negotiated process over the last 25 years that I've been involved in Las Olas of how many events there are and how they're administered. Las Olas Association has acted as the middleman between Beverly Heights and Coley Hammock to address concerns from these events. And part of the reason that this has turned into the drama as it has is, as I understand it from the association, they were basically told, we're going to do what we want to do, and you're immaterial. And we feel we have a responsibility, and I, as a property owner, feel Las Olas Association has a responsibility to me to make sure these events are run properly. There's tenants on the street that do not profit from these. Warby Parker, for instance, basically loses the weekend because their customers, it's too difficult to fight their way to their store. So some of the restaurants do great. I'm sure Louis Bossi, instead of serving 10,000 customers, serves 11,000. But the association has a place in this. And if they're just assume that they do not have a place, then the city better set up a department to handle Las Olas events, because it is a ballet act to get the streets closed, to get the police where they need to be, to get the trash picked up timely. And the association's been doing that, as Luke said, for 30 years. And it's important because other tenants are injured by this. Other residents are injured. Otherwise, we would do one a week. So please, I'm all for trying to figure out how to make it work, but there's a lot of events that want to work and make it good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike Weymouth, followed by Floyd Ragland, followed by John Herschel.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good
Vice
evening.
Mayor, Commissioners. Mike Weymouth, the Las Olas Company, President and CEO of the Las Olas Company. I support the denial of this application, but I don't think a car show is a bad thing for the boulevard. I think it's actually a good thing. It brings the right people during a period of time when we could actually use people on Las Olas. The problem is the organizer not willing to work with the businesses and the merchants association to make sure that the area is not negatively impacted. You know, there's a lot of discussion about trash and one thing or another. I don't know what time he goes down there. I have somebody on that boulevard every single morning, including last year's Sunday morning of the event, to make sure that everything is clean. That's what we do. As many of you know, I refer to Las Olas for myself as the Disney World. And at 10 o'clock, we open up every morning. And every morning we're pressure cleaning. Every morning we're blowing with our weed eater, or our blower.
Yeah, I've heard it.
All right, sorry, Mayor.
A time.
But no, seriously, it's important for us at 10 a.m. to have, so the pictures that I circulated to you guys were from the evening of last year's event. And that's how it was left. There wasn't even an attempt of getting garbage bags and filling them up and putting them on the side. And thankfully, my guy was there. He says, Mike, I'll clean it up. I said, let me call Phil Thornburg. And thankfully, Phil, thank you very much. Took my call on a Sunday evening and had people down there to straighten it up by the next morning. So I greatly appreciate that. What scares me, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, Vice Mayor, not for nothing, I don't want these guys talking to my tenants. I don't need to have that. So if they talk to the association, great. Somebody said, well, you know, office buildings. Courtney Crush is a tenant of ours who works on Sunday morning. Last year, she told me she couldn't get into her driveway. So, you know, I hear what's going on, and I'm going to address the last thing, and then I'll take questions beyond. And there was reference to how closing Las Olas doesn't have a problem with the Wine and Food Festival, didn't have a problem with the art show and all that. Again, I sent you guys videos from the Wine and Food Festival 2 months ago in April. And because what's going on with Tunnel Top Park, and again, thank you for giving us the money to do that, it's going to be unbelievable. But when you shut Las Olas down and 6th Avenue is not open as a slip road, there's nowhere to go. So this year, with the schedule that I've been given from FDOT, that's not going to open up until the end of December. So obviously that has a tremendous negative impact.
2023.
Huh?
of 2023.
Las Olas Boulevard will reopen December of 2022.
Okay, from your
The
lips.
tunnel inside with the ventilation and the tile and the lighting and all that is the end of 2020.
Okay.
I was surprised by
I
the
did not
city.
know that, so that's good to know. That's news.
I didn't know it either until I saw the schedule, and it made me step up what I
Good,
was
maybe
We're making it happen.
making it
We're
happen.
making it happen.
Making it happen. So anyway, I see I've gone over, but
Doing it.
I think a car show for the Boulevard is a fantastic.
It's an amazing
thing,
event.
But I don't need people talking to my tenants. I have a person that works for me that does that, and the association with all these other events, they know how to organize it. They know how to.
When you say talk to your tenants, what does that mean?
So we own 140,000 square feet of retail. And we tell them what's going on, and we communicate with them on an ongoing basis. The association does the same thing, either with our tenants who are members of the association, but other people who are not tenants of the Las Olas Company, and there, so that they understand where people are going to be and what they're going to be doing.
Right.
And so it helps them kind of navigate it. To Charlie's point, there's a lot of businesses on there that it doesn't have a good impact
But when
on.
you say you don't want them talking to your tenants, what does that mean?
I don't want to depend on them to accurately portray what they're going to be doing.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Floyd, followed by John.
My name is Floyd Ragland. I'm with the Exotics on Las Olas.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
My name is Floyd Ragland. I'm with the Exotics on Las Olas. I just wanted to say, I appreciate you guys and everything everybody's saying, and I think we can work with the Las Olas Association. I do have a relationship with Luke. I mean, all you guys. I mean, it's just a matter of us sitting down and getting it done. I'm not a back and forth type of guy. My background, I used to play with the Miami Dolphins. That's my background. So this is just fun for me. So I mean, I just want to make this happen. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is John Herschel here?
I think we're good. We got you. Thank you.
I love listening to lawyers.
We're good. Yeah, we got it.
John, do you want to say anything? I think you should. A number of things have been you've been accused of a number of things, and I think you should be entitled to respond. And you have 3 minutes to do it.
Thank you guys for always going through this. I just find it funny that for the first few years.
Speak into the microphone.
I find it funny that for the first few years, there's no issues. All of a sudden, that now that they're not involved because of financial terms, all of a sudden, all these issues come up. And I think it's just, I personally, before we got our attorney involved, I did leave a voicemail for Luke. So a lot of information that's given, I think, is misconstrued based on who's giving it. So like what I could say, they could say, oh, it didn't happen, and vice versa. But I do believe that the car show, as they all said, is great for Las Olas. We bring out the best car show. Everyone wants to come. And if there's a way to work it, fine. But, going back and forth, they're an association. So why should they have so much power to dictate what goes on? So I'm just, hopefully we could work it out. But I don't think that what they say or it goes, it should come from
Yeah,
you
so
guys.
they are part of the community. They're an important part of the community, John. I think if you want to make this work, I think it's great for all of us. It's like when we have an event in a neighborhood association, they don't get to decide everything, but they're part of the conversation. And so they're part of the
Yeah,
conversation.
part of it, no problem. But when I have a conversation with someone,
So-
it doesn't mean I have to bring a check.
Hold on, I'm not done speaking. So engage with them. Be a good faith partner, as I know you've been in the past, and work with them and see what's possible. And you guys, I think, can work together, right? So that'd be my suggestion.
And then also they said we never paid them, but year one they got $10,000. Year two they got $10,000. So they kind of forgot what they got.
Okay, all right.
So just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of hard feelings here, and but in the end, I think this community really appreciates the event that you put on. A lot of us who have attended don't see all these other things that go on, and so to the vice mayor's point, though, I think there's a way, there's a path to success here for everybody, and I guess the vice mayor is suggesting that we defer this item till the next meeting so that some of these issues can be resolved, and we hope we can do it by our next meeting. Is that what you're suggesting, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, exactly, Mayor. And again, I'm happy to be part of the conversations if that's helpful. Not necessary, but yeah. So, still sounding good, Luke? Okay, John? Still sounding good? Work to re-engage, Lauren? Good. Okay, so Mayor, can I make a motion then?
Yes,
Well,
please do.
I just had a question, if that's okay, Vice Mayor. And Mayor, so we didn't hear actually, I know there's been a lot of accusations from the event folks that this is all happening because the association is unhappy. But this actually comes to us from staff. Staff is the one that's putting this together. This information and these issues are not coming from the association. So where is staff getting this reason for denial? Why is staff citing all these, 6, 7 bullets of problems? I mean, it's not coming from the association. I want to hear from staff because I think that'll bring some clarity, and also it just separates, where this is coming from, which is not from the association. Because I'm also hearing from folks that, it's more than even just these bullets, that we see here. So I want to just, hear from you. So, thank you.
Sure. So some of it did come from the Los Angeles Association, as I think Mike mentioned earlier. He did have pictures of the trash issues, so we did hear from them. We heard from our police department. We heard from our staff. We do pick up early morning on Sunday morning. We run Los Olas Boulevard, so all that trash was generated by the event. It was not left over from Saturday night. So there was a lot of that stuff, and again, we typically look to the neighborhoods to get their input on this as well. The Los Olas Association, as well as Cooley Hammock, was not in support. So with everything from what we heard from our staff and from what we heard from their surrounding neighbors and from our transportation mobility staff because of the roads and issues, that's why we recommended denial.
Did you hear, you just mentioned Coley Hammock, did you hear anything from Beverly Heights?
No, I did not.
Okay. When events like this happen, does anyone from staff actually check out the event and go down and visit and just notice anything for ourselves, or we just get the information from folks that are there?
Typically, it's people that are there, and it's typically the police officers, whoever's working the detail work or things like that, since they are at pretty much every event, and they are in our meetings and our operation meetings that we do rely on the police department for most all of our events around. And then we do get input from others, but internal staff-wise, unless it's in the Riverwalk district where the Riverwalk would oversee their area, it's typically from our police department.
Do you remember any complaints about blocking entries into the paid parking lots so that the businesses, their parking lots were just not even accessible? Do you hear anything like that?
No. The only thing I heard was what was listed on the bullets.
Anything about bathrooms being blocked by parking in the parking lots?
No, I did not.
Okay, but definitely the city had to clean the trash.
Correct.
Okay. What about dumpsters? Anything about dumpsters not being placed per the site plans for the event?
I don't know about dumpsters, Commissioner, but I know there was some concerns with some of the site where things were placed that did not match up with the MOT. And as mentioned earlier, as I understand from police, again, that the barricade company did not arrive on time, and our police department actually had to call the barricade company in, and started to have to try to barricade themselves because the barricade company did not do what they had asked to do to get the event started in the morning.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor, I think also, we heard from the association that there are other car shows that would like to take an event in November. We also need to understand, what kind of timeline we're looking at so that even is a possibility. But we've also heard that there are issues with Tunnel Top and the construction and the traffic, and I just think there are so many issues here. I don't even know if it's even worthwhile having a car show this year at all. Even if it's another company coming.
Well,
but
maybe we shouldn't have any shows since the Tunnel Top Park construction affects every closure on the street. So we want to close the whole street.
We've still approved events on Las Olas given the tunnel top. So I don't think we should shut down events on Las Olas during the impacted time.
I'm still waiting.
I don't think it's helpful. No.
Well, sit down right now. We're just having a
Mayor,
discussion.
I'm still willing to defer to the district commissioner on this so that he can get together with the parties, but I'm just having a lot of doubts at this
All right,
moment.
so let's,
Thank
there's a motion on the floor to defer to our next meeting, which is
June 21st.
June 21st. Okay, do I hear a second? No second? Okay, there's no second. So, do I hear another motion?
Motion to deny.
So you want, this would be the motion to approve the staff recommendation of denial?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All right, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Vice Mayor Sorensen,
No.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Mr. Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
No.
Then you had to
No,
vote yes.
the motion is to deny the application. If it's, you say no to the event.
Yes.
All right, so your response is yes. Yes means no.
Tonight.
Okay, and I'm voting against the motion. So it's 3-2, the motion passes and the event is denied. So hopefully, you can continue to work with staff. It's not the end of the world. Doesn't mean just a vote to deny, the vote approving staff recommendation does not mean the event is dead. I guess we could recommend that you continue to work with staff and the Las Olas Association and see how we can make this happen. I think it would be a terrible shame for this event not to occur, because every time I've gone there, it's been an amazing event. Thousands of people show up. The car dealers they sell a lot of cars, and the businesses are profit immeasurably along the boulevard, and I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. M2, motion approving interim agreement with the Boring Company for the subsurface tunnel system from downtown Fort Lauderdale to Fort Lauderdale Beach. Do I hear a motion?
Are we discussing it? We have to move it before we discuss it?
Or a presentation, or?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
let's put it on the floor. Do I hear a motion to approve the interim agreement?
we do it that way. Don't discuss it first. I'll move it.
Okay, do I hear a second? And then we'll have discussion.
I guess we need a second to,
Well, Robert's rule says yeah, exactly.
just a second.
All
I'll
right,
move it and second it.
Second,
It's
second.
been moved and seconded. Now for discussion. Is there anyone here, city manager, city staff, who want to talk about?
the vote, I got you.
Yeah. Or Alan, do you want to talk about what the interim agreement represents?
Yeah, I don't know that we have staff to speak about it.
I think this is a legal thing, so let's just hear from our city.
Well, it is, although Mr. Lagerblum did engage in some of the negotiations, but it's essentially an interim agreement with regards to some essential testing, geotechnical testing. There's design work as indicated in the interim agreement. The only caveat, which is different than any other interim agreement essentially that we've had before, is that if you look at Exhibit B, there's certain milestone payments that have to be made. This is done regardless of whether we enter into a comprehensive agreement or not. Typically, as we did with the Aquatic Center, there were some not to exceed amounts. If we were to say walk away and the deal didn't come through, then we would reimburse them for certain amounts of money that they expended in getting to that point. Here, regardless of whether we enter into a comprehensive agreement or not, we are going to be paying milestone payments. There's 4 milestones. The first is a completion of alternative analysis, which is explained therein, for $50,000. The completion of geotechnical report, that's $225,000. Then there's a completion of a 30% civil and architectural design drawings for tunnels and stations. That's $100,000. And the completion of cost estimate, which is at $0. But that's essentially they're going to be coming up, doing the testing and coming up with some numbers for us, because right now we've been presented with our potential ranges. So we'll have more definite numbers coming from it. Again, it's a straightforward interim agreement in the sense that we're giving you permission to go through and do this pre-development work and to do the testing. However, the only caveat, as I said before, different than the other interim agreements you've entered into, is that you're going to have an initial payout as we go before we even probably get to an interim agreement, comprehensive agreement.
So the purpose of the interim agreement is essentially to move the project forward and to be able to firm up the cost of it, as well as the what's the word I'm thinking of, the feasibility of it in terms of geological research, in terms of trying to find the correct pathway from beginning to end, where the terminuses would be, and so forth. That's basically what the interim agreement.
So it'll take up a step further to the tune of possibly 30%, where you're going to have more of a definitive route in point A to point B.
Right.
So it is going to do that. Again, nothing spectacular about it. It's just that we are going to burden the risk and pay for this regardless of what occurs.
And Chris is here also to give a further explanation as to what the import of the interim agreement is about.
Yeah, so good evening. So I heard a little bit of that discussion as I was coming downstairs from upstairs. This interim agreement allows us to continue to do work, and it allows the boring company to do certain things to continue to assess what is subsurface. So at the end of this work, we should be able to answer a couple different questions. We should be able to know a definitive path for the route, and we should also know a guaranteed maximum price. So in order to get to those two things, this is the work that's required between now and getting to those answers. There are certain milestones in this interim agreement. It's a little bit different than what we negotiated when we were dealing with the Aquatic Center, with the Hall of Fame, where we basically had language there that said we consented to certain work being done, and if they, for no fault of their own, all of a sudden we tell them we just don't want the project anymore, and it wasn't because they did anything, then we had some caps put in the interim agreement so that we would reimburse and make sure that they were somewhat made whole for the work that they did that we chose not to move forward on.
So why is that different now?
This is different in that there's milestones, because this is what they're comfortable with, that as the work is done, the payments are made as milestone payments, and so this is different, and I just need you all to know that it's different, that if we were to walk away at some point in the future for no fault of their own, or even if they were to walk away in the future and say the project is not doable, this interim agreement, I believe, commits us to these milestone payments for actual work that was done up to the maximum cap.
Wouldn't it be better, though, that we did this just like we did it with the Swimming Hall of Fame in the interim agreement, and then when time came, if we did get to a comprehensive agreement with the boring company, these costs would just then be factored into whatever it is they're charging us for the project, and by that time we would know if we were able to identify funding sources. But I don't know why we need to say yes to these payments up front as opposed to on the back end when we actually know that we're going forward with the project.
Yeah, so it's all a function of transfer of risk, right? So in this model, all of the risk is transferred to us. In the model that we did with the Aquatic Center, that risk transferred to us if we made a decision to say we don't want to go forward with the project. So there is more risk transferred to us in this interim agreement than there was in that prior project.
And I did raise the issue with council and with Mr. Thompson as well. Just what you stated, that it'd be on the back end. So if we do get into a comprehensive agreement, it'll just be part of the cost of the project, and that's not something they wanted to entertain.
Why?
That's just not what they want to do.
Well, essentially, we're engaging them to build this project, and so as they incur expenses, they want to know that their expenses are going to be covered. But there is a cap to them, right?
There is.
So it's not.
There is a cap, and I guess the question becomes that this work needs to be done before those two questions I mentioned can be answered, which is what's the exact path and what does it cost? I think that they want, and we certainly could take back to them the idea that we treat it more like the Aquatic Center, and we could push pause on this item tonight, and with your direction, take that back to them and see if we could bring it more in that fashion at our next meeting, or if you're comfortable that there's enough control here that we don't have any more risk than what is defined by those caps, and you're comfortable with that, we can move forward tonight.
Well, can I ask a question for clarification? So we're talking about the Aquatic Center. We paid for 100% of the Aquatic Center, correct?
I'm talking about iShop. I'm
no,
sorry,
the-
music.
the-
Which one are we talking
We're
about?
talking-
P3?
Yeah, we're talking about the east and west buildings,
Okay,
the
you're talking about the
International
P3.
Swimming Hall of Fame, not the
Not
aquatic
sorry,
center.
not the
Okay,
not the
got it.
locker room. That
Two new buildings.
Yeah, so they're paying for that. They're paying for the east to west. But I think with the.
They are, but in the interim agreement, not, because we haven't reached a comprehensive agreement yet. So in the interim agreement, it's built in that the work they're doing now, if for some reason the city decides, so you know what, never mind, then we're going to owe them a certain amount of money or not to exceed amount. And that's built into the interim agreement with the, I'll say aquatic center, but it's really the east-west building. That is a little different here because regardless of whether anybody walks away or if they do, we pay this up front.
Sure. Well, I think this is just shedding a little bit of light on who may be paying for the tunnel. Because the east-west, they're paying for 100%, but we are partnering with them. So if we pull out, we have to pay them for the work that they're incurring. But we don't really know who's paying for the tunnel yet. So they're asking us to pay for all of this as a partner. We haven't decided what the financial split's going to be, which was a little bit clearer when we were talking about the east-west, right? We saw the financial end, and so we really don't know that yet because we don't know how much it cost and the funding sources and everything, so.
Yeah, the funding strategy with this project will be completely different than the east-west
Correct.
model
So
as well. When
maybe
we get to the
that's-
comprehensive agreements, I don't want to necessarily draw that comparison, but you're correct that there's more of an opportunity for us to pay in this interim agreement than in that one. In that one, if the project goes forward, it's just going to all get bundled up.
Right, and they pay for all of it. We just give them the land, so I think we may have to make a little bit of an investment, and part of this investment is to explore how we fund it. And then, maybe we just have to have a deeper dive when we get to the comprehensive agreement, and if we will move forward at that point. But right now, I think there are so many variables that will cost a lot to discover that I guess they're asking us to fund it. So do we want to move forward as a partner with funding this exploration phase?
Well, is it prudent to just say yes right now to the $375,000 when we don't really even have before us any kind of model at all in terms of what are our funding options going forward? I mean, are we just, in other words, are we just going forward in the dark and not really?
Well, it's sort of a chicken and an egg. And in order to put a funding strategy in place, we need to know what we are trying to fund. And we can't get to that number or even know what that fund is until we do this work. So is the right order to make the investment in this subterranean investigation so that we can answer those questions and then put a funding strategy in place knowing what target we're trying to hit. Because the funding strategy of a $60 million project is probably very different than the funding strategy of a $100 million project.
Here's an idea is, so they've got 4 milestones in Exhibit B. The first is completion of alternatives analysis, which is $50,000. I'm just interested is maybe one possibility going back to them and saying, could we look at just funding milestone number 1 first in a partnership and kind of seeing what that gets us before we start talking about $375,000? Could this be done incrementally?
Yeah, I guess the question I would have for them is are the milestones linear or are they in parallel? And if they do all 4 of those things, they might be doing all 4 of those things at the same time.
Yep.
We could ask if there's
Yeah,
a possibility
I
to
think
do them in a linear way,
about.
so that we get to milestone 1 before we embark upon milestone 2.
Yep.
I just don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
However, until you complete these, you're not going to have the type of answers you're going to want for us to build upon for a comprehensive agreement. I think it's going to take all 4 of these in order to move on to the next
To do it
step.
together. Well, what they also, in my conversation with them, is they indicated that the cost is greater than $375,000. So they were trying to make the point that, hey, the boring company is investing more than just $375,000.
Well, that's the point.
And I said,
It is more than that.
right, and I said, well, how much more is it? And didn't get an answer. They didn't have that number. So that, I think it warrants maybe us going back to them from
I think that
further. I don't feel comfortable. Yeah.
Well, considering I hear everyone's concerns, and they all have merit. And the thing is that we're investing in this project, and we've made a decision the majority of us have made a decision that, this is going to be an important technological advance technique and try to divert traffic off of our streets. We don't know what we don't know yet, and that's what this interim agreement is about, is to tell us what's underground, what's going to be the pathway to get from point A to point B, and and to estimate how much is going to cost to complete the project. I thought $375,000 was kind of low, considering the amount of time and effort and ingenuity that's going to go into this study, because it isn't a linear thing. They're parallel studies, and one will depend on the other. Doing the geological analysis is going to trigger the analysis for the cost estimates. We can't do cost estimates until we know what the construction costs are going to be. So I just thought the 375 was kind of on the low side, and I do believe that they're not giving us another estimate as to what the high side is, because they don't know what the high side is. It could be twice that or 3 times that. These things are expensive to analyze. So I just think that they want skin in the game from the city, and they want to make sure that we're serious. And they want to make sure that we're committed, and I think that's what this offer is about. They want the city to show that they're committed, and they're going to continue to be committed themselves by subsidizing this effort going forward. So I think that's the context we should think about it.
Well, we do a lot of master plans and studies that cost probably a similar amount when we study everything we study. But Chris, is this funded somewhere?
In order for it to come to the agenda tonight, it had to be funded. So it's on the budget amendment that is on your agenda tonight with an appropriation. If the budget amendment is already approved, which I believe it has, but that's just as an allocation of funding. Yeah. I couldn't get it past the auditor and get it to an agenda if I didn't have identified funding source. So that's neither here nor there, and shouldn't influence your decision on this item.
No, well, does
And there's
have the money?
And to the mayor's point, there's no doubt that 375 is probably low or a risk number in regards to the potential costs it may, because they don't know what, to make it simple, when they start digging, they're not going to know what they're going to do.
And that's what I'm saying.
It could be more expensive than this, so they're going to take that risk. Right. We just don't have an actual number, because as you said, they don't have a number as to what the high end may be on it,
I think they're taking the risk, if you ask me. I mean, they're just showing that they just want skin in the game from the city. But, as these things go, and looking at public works projects, they're the ones taking the risk, because we capped our expense at a certain amount, and they're going to suffer the expense anything over that. So it's like taking a case on a contingency fee. You don't know whether you're going to settle the case in 2 weeks or 2 years. And that's just, so, I mean, I would recommend supporting the interim agreement, and that takes us to our next step. And I think it's an exciting point. It's really exciting. We're moving forward on this, and I think we're going to see some good things as a result of it.
Mayor, I also had a question about some other issues, and you have some folks that have signed up, right? Because some questions came up at my pre-agenda meeting last evening, so I'm hoping we'll hear from the public as well. One of them also with some of the levels of the insurance liability. Some of those amounts seem kind of low, and
well, as we do in some projects, so they have $1 million general liability, which was fine. We ran it through our insurance folks. We actually had a meeting with our insurance folks, and they were fine with it for this interim agreement. For the type of work that's going to be done, there's no construction work. There's no, most of the geotechnical, although it sounds dramatic, it's really pretty simple. Not simple and scientifically, but from a physical standpoint, it's not. We're not digging up streets. We're not doing that type of major work. So, from an insurance standpoint, it's fine. And then we also built in a transfer of insurance to their contractors. So, if they use a particular contractor to do certain work, that insurance requirement transfers over to the contractor. We've done that in some other instances. I think we've done that with War Memorial, and I think we did it with Inter Miami as well. Obviously, insurance is going to be a different issue when we get to the comprehensive agreement with more substantial work. But for purposes of the interim agreement, we cover the insurance aspect.
Okay, and Chris, do we have a ballpark figure on what we think this entire cost will be from the downtown to Las Olas?
Well, in the unsolicited proposal, it published a range, and I'm going off of memory here, but I want to say that range is in the $60 to $90 million range. I'd have to pull it and look at it, but it's in the upper 100 million, but not all the way to 100 million.
Okay, and have we started to contemplate funding sources for a $100 million project?
We have, and we've contemplated looking at it from a transportation perspective and how it increases transportation capacity, and whether or not there's a good surtax argument there, whether or not there would be some other transportation type funding that we would look at state and federal level, as well as some local commitment and some local funds. So there's even opportunity for some revenue offset. So we've looked at an assortment of different ways. There's not going to be one way that you just say, this is the fund that pays for this project. But when you put all of those together, and even had a discussion back a while ago with the governor's office about some discretionary funds that Governor DeSantis has that would be interested potentially in looking at a project like this, because it would be a first for Florida. There was some interest there too. Once we get that number, it's just going to be leveraging the relationships to put together a funding plan and strategy that makes sense, that taps multiple sources.
Okay, thank you.
All right, a few people have signed up to speak. John Roth, followed by Nancy Thomas, followed by Michael Ray, followed by Ray McElroy. If you'd like to come up to the podium, please. John Roth. Hello, John.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is John Roth. I live at 333 Sunset Drive. I've been involved in tunneling all my professional life. My main business was supplying the electricity to make the tunnel machines operate. I'm from Pittsburgh, so I know a lot about coal mines. That's one of the reasons I moved here. And I worked in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and Caracas, Venezuela for subway tunnels done by foreign entities. Anyway, guys and gals, I really don't think you understand the dimension of this proposal and project. It's way bigger than the WAVE project, much more expensive and more complicated. You know, there were only 3 test borings that were done for the WAVE. 3. In Miami, they had to do a test boring every 35 feet on a grid, the width of 2 tunnels all the way out to the islands. And they found, as a result, it cost them 2 extra years with the results of those geotechnical borings, and the cost 25% more to do the project, but they had to do the project, and they went to a P3 for that, and the funds were available because they had to move the containers to think. That's what paid for their project. Here, I've looked at this preliminary agreement. I pulled one summary from a professional magazine, which I will distribute to you afterwards. And it has a pretty good summary of where they think we are here. There's 3 key, you're asked to spend money that they're gonna be making money from us? Come on, I've put power plants in. I haven't got a dime from the customer to do all the test borings and analysis of the bridges and everything up front. We had to do it, and if we had a good deal, they paid us. So that's where I go from. We need a full-depth ridership study to guarantee sufficient paying passenger fares so that the project will meet an unknown yet financial objective. includes expected life expectancy of the installed tunnels. That's a big deal. Stations and other equipment which will incur maintenance costs. Technical issues, the use of high-strength water-resistant concrete, which boring company has never used, is a big deal. Eliminates the saltwater issues, but it costs a lot more money. More muck to transport, more dewatering, more truckloads, a bigger tunneling machine. How about a stronger foundation for the tunneling machine? A new, stronger robot to install the heavier tunnel lining pieces. And the list goes on and on and on down the length of my arm. Boring Company has never done a deep underwater tunneling project. Secondly,
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
That is totally incorrect.
What's the deepest tunnel that they've done?
If you were to go to Las Vegas,
The what?
if you were to go to Las Vegas,
Yes?
the project that they have done there, and that's operational, is
Yes.
all entirely underwater.
Yes, but it's not 60 or 100 feet underwater.
Well, we're not talking that deep either here.
Well, you're going to have to go under the intercoastal waterway.
How deep do you think the intercoastal is?
Well, it's not how deep the bottom of the intercoastal is, it's how much cover you have to put over the top of the tunnel in order to prevent dredges and boats and everything from destroying the structures of the.
So is the tunnel on Federal Highway 60 feet down?
That's a different type of tunnel.
It's a river.
It's not a bored tunnel. It's an armored tunnel. It was an open cut. And I just looked at the pictures at the Historical Society. They put pilings down and made a big concrete cocoon.
Right.
And
But I think
reinforced concrete.
I think as you know more and more, as you learn more and more about their technique, and I invite you to go to Las Vegas, they have
I didn't need
what
to,
I
Mayor, with all due respect.
Okay.
When they opened the tunnel, they were having the mining convention in the convention center.
Okay.
Just on the way. Caterpillar, who I worked for, has the largest display in the mining center.
Right.
I asked some of my buddies, who I retired, but I knew them, I said, go down and ride, give me your opinion of this new tunnel.
Uh-huh.
They did. I said, what did you learn? They said, ho-hum, there's no new technology there. Maybe if he ever gets to self-driving cars, but Caterpillar has 1,000 self-driving 400-ton dump trucks in Australia.
Uh-huh.
So that technology is well known, but they're not using it on their cars. So they can buy that off the shelf.
Uh-huh.
So aren't they using it? So I said, where are they saving the money? And they said, well, there is a 12-foot diameter hole for the Tesla car. I said, what's the deal? And they said, there's a huge difference in the amount of material you have to move because you're using a Tesla car. And I said, any downsides? They said, yeah, it's so tight in there. There's only 17 inches between the car and the concrete wall.
Right. You haven't said one thing that made it infeasible. You're just describing the tunnel.
I don't know what the police and fire people would like to say about any standards of evacuating people out of a fire in the tunnel or a flood. If 17 inches of clearance on each side of the car, according to what I read and what the videos from Las Vegas are, that's all the space you got.
Except you have another tunnel right next to it,
Well,
which is the evacuation tunnel.
There's usually a third tunnel in the middle in any of these things.
What?
They don't have that.
No, but there's a second tunnel, which is the evacuation tunnel.
This is something that most people, I would not go in that tunnel personally.
Okay.
And I think most investors who are investing in something for the public would probably not want to invest in something that's really on the very edge of safety.
Except in Las Vegas, they're building a 28-mile underground
They haven't
system.
built anything and haven't signed a contract. It's all under delay.
Hold on.
I don't know why.
They've built several miles. I mean, I've been in it in Vegas.
I don't know where you get, John. I don't know where you're getting your information.
Okay, hold on. No.
Just look on the internet. They haven't built any new.
I said
No, they have, John. I've been in it.
through it.
I've been in it. Yeah, I don't know how many miles they're at, Mayor, but they
You're looking at
built
the
several
little tunnel
miles.
that goes under the convention center.
It goes from the airport to the convention center.
That's the dotted line. They have no digging there.
They have no what?
No digging.
How do you build a tunnel without digging?
Well, the McCarran Airport is a future extension.
Well, all I know is that I rode in the tunnel, and I rode in a Tesla, and I rode, and it was a wonderful experience, and I'm not the only one that did it.
Yeah.
And I invite you to do it because your naysaying is based on information that is really not firsthand.
This
you did not
this is a
experience
huge
the,
industry.
you
It
did
has
not
a
experience
magazine,
it.
has a convention, and when you talk to the guys who are in this business, they say, there's nothing special about their tunneling machine.
Which is
except
great.
it's 12
Which is
inches,
great.
12
So we're using existing technology that's proven by the scientific community, and they're prepared to build this tunnel at 10 to 15 million dollars a mile. You know, you've got to understand that just because you think that talking to your buddies, it means that they're not doing anything novel. It doesn't mean that it's still not available for us to benefit from.
You have to build this under salt water. What would they say about building concrete under salt water? You know, when you build concrete under salt water, you have to make the concrete much thicker. Because the
line
salt
it.
water goes in and attacks the rebars.
Or wrap it. Or wrap it.
Exactly.
Right.
So that either makes the internal diameter smaller or the external diameter bigger.
Well, that's what the feasibility study is about. We're here to figure out how to do that.
Okay. I wanted to make the point that I have a lot of experience in geotechnical studies. Okay. What would happen, ask the attorney and the insurance people, what would happen if something happened while they were drilling and they went down and made a mistake in their calculation of location and drilled a hole, 6-inch hole through the middle of our new sewer pipe that we just put under the
Well,
new
you know, there are a lot of what ifs in life.
And Mayor,
Yeah,
Mayor,
but
these are all egress. These are all issues we're going to address with the comprehensive agreement. This interim agreement is just for
It's going to be in
testing.
the interim in the insurance, folks, because I was in a case where we drilled right through the middle of the main telephone cable between Washington, D.C. and Chicago. And it was out of service for 6 months. And that cost more than $1 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
Yeah, Mayor, for the record, I want to say one thing. You said that their technology, what's different about it? I do believe what's different about their boring machine is it excavates and lays concrete at the same time. And I think that is a technology that is different.
All
And-
boring machines do the same thing.
Well, okay. Then
Okay.
and then you also said about the driverless technology. I believe they do have the driverless technology. I believe it's the people who don't have the will to get into a driverless vehicle. So I believe that technology also exists.
Well,
And we're not drilling right now.
the
Yeah.
the
Oh, I
other,
just wanted to,
the
for the record.
fundamental issue is when you get out at the other end, you go to visit someplace in the convention center, right?
Well, that's one stop. And then future stops
have
will
the-
be at casinos or the downtown.
Okay, so
or-
they're negotiating to put all around the town
Right,
and all that.
28
And
miles.
They're negotiating how much it costs to build each station, which they're proposing to charge to the hotels. It's a lot of money, guys.
It's
The
$20
more
million,
people-
$20 million per station.
20 million per station, right? So I asked the Elbow Room how much they want for their station, for example. I think that
I don't know what you're talking
Mike
about,
does
the
not
elbow
know
room.
enough about this. Every time as an activist, I talk to people. I said, "What about the tunnel to the beach?" And they said, "Isn't that dead?"
Okay. Thank you, John. We appreciate your input.
And Mayor, just so you know that with regards to that additional 28-mile stretch, we have the benefit of counsel that we've hired that are actually working on that as well. So whatever they learn from there, we're going to have the benefit of.
Right. Okay.
And Mayor, I think they've told us here it would be 50 or 60 feet deep is my understanding.
I don't recall that,
Yeah,
but you
that's-
could be right.
That's what my understanding is.
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
I recall 50, 60 feet for the train tunnel.
Yeah, no,
That I recall,
Yeah.
but not for the Tesla
yeah,
tunnel.
that's what I've heard.
Nancy Thomas, followed by Michael Ray, followed by Ray McElroy.
Good evening. This all sounds very exciting. I'm certainly not against new ideas if it benefits the citizens of this city. But I have some reasons I'd like to present to you to hold off on approving the interim agreement with the boring company for the proposed tunnel to the beach until adequate public input is obtained. These are the questions. How has the need for this project been justified other than a general expectation of relieving quote-unquote gridlock from downtown to the beach? How has the gridlock been measured, and how specifically will this project resolve it for up to $100 million? Have other relevant transportation entities, MPO, FDOT, Broward County, been involved in determining the need and benefit? And how would it be integrated with other city traffic relief options? What's the long-term view? The public has only received information via the media. There have been no other efforts to present the project to us in an organized way, a la charrettes, which we've done in the past, that would permit adequate feedback. The public will pay for and be affected by this project. So they should be included in the concept before any more city funds are appropriated. The city already committed $500,000 for legal consultation. The interim agreement requires another $375,000. When combined with other staff costs associated with exploring it, we're getting close to $1 million of taxpayer money without any organized opportunity for public input. Indeed, this should have been done before the city accepted the proposal last year. Finally, 3 of you will not be commissioners much longer. In terms of making such an important and costly decision, why not wait until new commissioners are representing the public? There's no rush to move on at this time. Maybe the public will like the idea, maybe they won't, but that's our money, and we should be given the opportunity to understand its ramifications before the city enters into an interim agreement. Please do the right thing by your constituency. Obtain proper public input before moving forward.
Okay, Nancy, I agree with you 100%. The problem with doing charrettes and all that is that we do not have the basic information. Until we have the basic information, at a charrette, I've been to a few, and I know you have. We go to, and I do public presentations. I've done a number of them over the many years I've been on this commission, and people ask a lot of questions. We don't have the answers yet. And the only way to get the answers is to enter into the interim agreement so we can further study the project and understand what the facts and figures are. We would be kidding ourselves if we thought we could engage in such charrettes or such public output until we had that information. Trust me, as soon as we get the information, I'm going to be the first one out there going neighborhood to neighborhood, trying to talk about it, get the feedback, see what the feasibility is, see what the expense is. This whole idea of trying to create alternative means of transportation in our city because we have a traffic problem. It's the number one issue that every survey brings back to us. And the number one hotspot that we have in the city is 17th Street Causeway and Las Olas Boulevard. We can't touch 17th Street Causeway because it's not our street, but we can work with Las Olas Boulevard. How many charrettes have we had, Commissioner Glassman, on Las Olas Boulevard? Commissioner Sorensen and Commissioner Glassman have studied that road ad nauseum. They've had many neighborhood meetings, and the one thing that everyone has agreed on is that these roadways cannot accommodate the existing flow of traffic. We have to come up with an alternative.
With all due respect, Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
it comes across in all the articles written since last June when you got the unsolicited proposal,
Right.
that this is a great idea and we're going forward. And it comes across that way. And I know a lot of people. I'm a regular old citizen, and I too have questions. I don't understand, frankly, what analysis was done for something like this, even without details. How will that relieve the so-called congestion on that east-west route? What's the criteria? Where's the cost-benefit analysis? You have enough information, it seems, about the technology. And in general, you don't have all the fine-tuned answers for this location, but you have a lot of information and you have a pretty good idea of cost. So why not? Why throw some more money after this if it's not really necessary? And with 3 new commissioners coming in, I think that's an issue also. Personally, I and anybody I've spoken to they're like, where did this come from? You know, like they want answers. They want more information.
And they
that
and
they've
they're
been given.
and they are fully entitled to it. And this commission is committed to making sure that no project is going to be given a green light until the community is well versed in all the facts and figures as what it's going to take to move this thing forward. I think that we're all frustrated with the amount of popularity we have. We're a popular place now, right? We continue to be popular. Commissioner Glassman sent me a newspaper article from 1985 or 1987, I can't remember, in which the number one problem in Fort Lauderdale in 1987 was traffic. So
It's pretty much true of most major metropolitan areas.
but they're using.
It's not like, you know.
Let's think outside the box, Nancy. All right. Hey, trust me, we're trying to work with the community, but we can't. We would be fooling ourselves, like I said, if we thought we could make a public presentation without our knowing all the facts and figures. We all have been out to Las Vegas to see firsthand what the final product looks like, and it's very convincing. I invite everybody to go there. People in our community. I don't want to name names, but there's a lawyer friend of mine who many people know who went out there for a convention, and he came back. He said, "We need this tunnel in Fort Lauderdale." He said, "It's the best thing we could possibly do."
Well, the other aspect includes priorities. It may be a great idea, you know, very exciting, you know, put us on the map, but you know, what about priorities? Where does that $100 million fit in the city's priorities in terms of need? And in terms of traffic management, I didn't really include that, but that's an issue. Again, if you're saying by doing the interim agreement, you'll have enough information to go to the public, then I would like to hear you guys, whoever's staying
I'm saying
and coming, a commitment to, you know, then you will have answers. Then you can answer people's questions without it being, well, we've come this far, so we're going to go the whole way.
No.
Without public input.
No, that's not how we do things here. We need to go baby steps, and this is the first baby step.
Well, it might help if you publicized your interest in getting this information and then talking to your constituents. This is our money.
I agree with you. And hey, I put out a newsletter, 20,000 recipients get it every single month, and multiple newsletters that I have put out have talked only about this. So there is information being put out there. One cannot rely on the local newspaper alone to getting the
I'm not
facts.
saying we do. I'm just saying that that's where, and I read a lot of the newsletters from the commission also. But I still don't see, for example, the cost-benefit analysis of an expensive tunnel to resolve the transportation gridlock, so noted, in that stretch. I mean, I'm an analytical person. I would like to know, how many people are you talking about? You know, what's the cost-benefit?
So we will get to that point.
I hope so.
I promise you, Nancy.
I hope so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael, followed by Ray. Is Ray here tonight? Is Ray McElroy here?
I'm here.
Where's Michael?
Right here.
Well, how can you be two people?
I'm not, as far as I know.
Okay.
I only signed one form.
Okay.
What is the other one?
One says Ray McElroy.
That's not me.
It's not you. No. So when I said Ray McElroy, is he here? You said that's me.
I thought you said Michael Ray.
No, you're Mike. I know who you are. You're Michael Ray.
Yeah, Ray just accosted me in the hallway.
Is Ray?
He just accosted me in the hallway by the side.
You want to go get him? Okay. Okay, Michael, you have 3 minutes.
We have what?
3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. First of all, you don't need any agreement because the $60, $90, $100 million would go much better to buses, trains, trams. I have left here for your consideration Wikipedia about the Boring Company. There have been several projects of his around the country that have been dropped, canceled, many because they do not carry enough people. I should say I feel sort of like my and other comments here are superfluous because it seems like a lot of you have already made up your mind. But nevertheless, even though you don't need an agreement because the project's bad, why should you pay for it? You're dealing with the richest man in the world. He has $218.1 billion. That's 1% of the gross domestic product of the United States. He makes $1.4 million in 1 hour. So why should we spend money to tell him who, if this wonderful visionary project is going to come to fruition, is going to make lots of dough out of it, that we need to pay you money so that he can see the, quote, skin in the game that Fort Lauderdale has? If you look at this that I have left for your consideration, there are many projects mentioned in there around the country that have failed. You mentioned you went to the Las Vegas Loop, Mayor Trentalis. I guess you weren't there when the traffic backed up, and this article says Elon Musk's Vegas Loop called a death trap as the traffic piles up. There's just, the public does not want this. The mayor today in the papers quoted as saying, people come up to me all the time saying they're so excited about the Boring Company tunnel. Who are these people? I live in Fort Lauderdale. Almost everybody I talk to thinks it's ridiculous. They think it's a boondoggle. They think it's another public giveaway. They think nobody's going to ride it. What happens when it breaks down? What happens when there's a storm? What happens when the cars break down? What happens when there's a fire? How are you going to get a fire engine in a tunnel? For all these reasons, it's just not feasible. You need a new report. First of all, you shouldn't be paying money to the richest man in the world who's trying to make money off of us, the people in Fort Lauderdale who pay taxes. It's ridiculous. And I would just like to end by saying, if anything, and this fits perfectly, if you vote for this, this commission has tunnel vision, which is a tendency to focus exclusively on a single or limited goal or point of view.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no one else has signed up to speak. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Where did the Commissioner Soren, Vice Mayor leave?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So what's your pleasure?
Just the three of us?
There's three of us.
Oh. Okay. Well, I believe we've all done our due diligence. I believe we have to come up with a different solution. I mean, when we started 4 years ago, it was no to the wave because we didn't want anything additional on our street. So then we started exploring either over or under, and I think we have explored both options, actually. We're looking at those, what are those things called? Like the Verta something? I don't know.
All right.
Vertical takeoff.
Vertical takeoffs. The vertical takeoffs, we're talking about that. We're talking about tunnels. So I just think it's time to explore new options in transportation.
Okay, so you support the interim?
I do support it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor, correct? Okay. Do you have anything further you want to add?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And first of all, I appreciate all the information we heard tonight from the public, and I do say to you, I agree with you that before we can go to the public with charrettes and workshops, we just have to have some information. I have a lot of questions about this, but I am willing to take just the first step on the interim agreement because I do think I need to have those answers. And at the same time, I'm really hoping that staff brings us forth when this comprehensive agreement comes with all of the funding options, all of the avenues that we're able to pursue, because I think that's going to be key to this. For me, this is not just about downtown to the beach tunnel. To me, if this really works and we see that the numbers are proving out, and by the way, I've heard and I've spoken to folks in Las Vegas, and the numbers are increasing really nicely there in terms of people that are using the system. But for me, this has always been about, if it's successful and we see that it is alleviating traffic and we see that people are doing this, I think that we need to look at a much bigger picture, because this for me is a test. It's not enough to go from downtown Brightline to Las Olas and A1A. We need to connect the airport to the seaport. We need to connect to the downtown from there. We need to possibly do Sunrise Boulevard, which is a nightmare many parts of the day. And then even maybe go out north to Lockhart. So for me, this is really just the first step to see if it's feasible, to see if we're able to put financing together without being a burden on the taxpayer, and to see if we are able to get to that first step. So I have many, many reservations, but I am willing to take this first step because I do believe that it's worth that investment. I'm not happy that we are taking the risk, but I do understand at the same time that the 375 is probably not going to be the total cost of those 4 milestones. So I'm realistic enough to know that. Would I have preferred that this was structured like we did with the International Swimming Hall of Fame, East and West buildings? Of course I would. Where we say, look, if it's our fault and we pull out, okay, we'll pay for those milestones. But it looks like we're not going to get past that, or it looks like we were unable to negotiate that at this point in time. So I am going to support this, but I need to see so much more going forward before I'm able to feel comfortable with a comprehensive agreement. But I am willing to take this first step for the interim agreement. That's it. Thanks,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Any further conversation? All right, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Well, does a yes means yes or a no means no?
Yes. Yes means yes.
No.
Vice Mayor Sorensen's not present.
He's not present.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. That's what he said. Okay, R1, resolution regarding appointment of board and committee members. Would you like to read the names into the record?
For the 6/21/2022 Reso Education Advisory Board, Carlos Lang, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. And for tonight's resolution, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Reed Solberg, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Aviation Advisory Board, Jeff Johnson, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Valerie Vital, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. Robert Laughlin, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Budget Advisory Board, Christian Masalari, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Citizens Police Review Board, Sergeant Patrick O'Brien, appointed by the Chief of Police. Community Appearance Board, Robert Page, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Community Service Board, Ronald Pierre, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Marine Advisory Board, Norbert McLaughlin, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. Noel Norvell, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Performing Arts Center Authority, John Millage, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Planning and Zoning Board, Jerry McCartney, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And that rounds it out.
Anything further? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here to and made a part hereof. Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and those folks are now appointed to these boards and committees, and I thank you all for committing the time and the sacrifice that you will now make in helping to improve the city of Fort Lauderdale. Maybe we should have a tunnel committee. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, resolution R2, authorizing the execution of the First Amendment to the Affordable Housing Development Agreement between West Village LLC and the City of Fort Lauderdale, replacing the Affordable Housing Plan West Village LLC. Any questions on this? There being none, someone like to introduce the resolution? Hello?
Introduce.
Okay.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a First Amendment to Affordable Housing Agreement with West Village LLC, delegating authority to the city manager to execute such agreement together with any supplemental documents in connection therewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. R3, resolution approving an affordable housing development agreement between Wright Dynasty LLC and the City of Fort Lauderdale for 3 residential affordable units, housing units to be set aside in perpetuity. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving an affordable housing agreement with Wright Dynasty LLC, authorizing the city manager to execute such agreement together with any supplemental documents in connection therewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved. R4, we have a number of people who signed up to speak on this. This is a quasi-judicial resolution approving site plan level 4 development permit for 54 multi-family residential units and a 100-room hotel development with setback modifications, development known as Ocean Park. Sunrise FTL Ventures LLLP. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any disclosures?
I do. Is that Nectaria? Okay. Let's see. 8/4/21, Paul Drummond and Nectaria. 3/22/22, Nectaria. 5/12/22, Nectaria and Paul Drummond.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Met with the client and representative.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Met with Nectaria Chakas on August 18th, 2021, January 20th, 2022, February 2nd, 2022. Met with residents from the club, May 18, 2022. Also, I had a phone call with Larry Woods and also attended numerous Central Beach Alliance meetings where this project was discussed. That's it, thanks.
Okay, and I will disclose that I had 2 site visits, but I also had meetings with the applicant and their representatives.
And Mayor, I'm sorry for interrupting. I neglected to also mention numerous site visits as well. Thanks.
All righty, so would you like to how are we going to begin this? Make a presentation here tonight?
Mayor, before the applicant begins, I'd just like to enter into the record. There was supplemental material that was provided to everybody, and I just want to make sure that was recorded into the record. Also, and Nectaria might touch on this, there's a condition approval number 9, that we'd like to revise. So I'll let her do a presentation, then we can discuss what that condition is, if that's your preference.
Okay, very good. Good evening.
To lower this microphone. Good evening, Nectaria Chakas with the firm Lockery and Chakas on behalf of Sunrise FTL Ventures LLLP. They are the owner of the property. That is an entity that is owned by Integra Investments. We're before you this evening for a site plan level 4 approval, and we're coming in front of you this evening with a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. We appeared in front of them back in April, and they unanimously, on an 8-0 vote, voted to recommend approval of this project. What I'm going to do is introduce some of our team. A number of our team members are here in the audience, as well as the ownership team. And then I'm going to briefly go through the project and highlight some of the characteristics, the design, et cetera. And then Cecilia Ward, who is our planning expert, is going to come up and go through some of the criteria. She's also going to run through some of the items that were raised by one of the neighboring associations, Lake Club International, who submitted a letter of objection. That letter is part of the record this evening, along with a number of other items that we'll go through. At this point, we also are going to have our traffic engineer do a presentation and outline exactly what the traffic situation is out there. You'll hear from a number of people that about complaints about traffic, so we think it's a good idea for our traffic engineer to do a presentation and outline how she evaluated the traffic and what has changed since the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, because at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, we were asked to make some changes to the traffic study, which we did. So with that, I am going to go ahead and, let's see if do you all see it on the screen?
What was the vote on planning and zoning?
8-0. It was a
8-0?
unanimous
Okay,
recommendation.
thank you.
Okay, so the project is called Ocean Park Hotel and Residences. This is our design team, our development team. We have Paul Drummond, the Director of Condo Development. We have our architect, actually, architect is not here, but he has sent somebody from his office to represent the architecture. And then we have landscape architecture here, Isabel Alar, she is with DS Boca. Our civil engineering team, Shane Grabsky and Sarah Del Negri from Flynn Engineering. Again, Cecilia Ward, who you all know very well. We'll be doing a presentation on the various code aspects and comprehensive plan aspects and how we comply with those. Suzanne Danielson with DC Engineers, our traffic engineer, and then lastly me, Land Use and Zoning Council for the applicant. So this is the site. This is an overall context plan. What you see on the screen right now is the entire Sunrise Lane area zoning district. That is the area that's outlined with the red dashed line. The Ocean Park is on the western portion of the SLA district, on the west side of Birch Road, fronting Sunrise Boulevard. You could see some of the other buildings in the area. You have Sunrise East, our immediate neighbor. They're in support of this. They're members of the association that are here to speak in favor of it. Their building is 20 stories. Coconut Bay, they are also very supportive, and a member of Coconut Bay is also here to speak in favor. And then we have Carlton Tower, which is to our east. That is a 17-story condominium. There are members here to speak from Carlton Tower as well. Directly across the canal, so this is not directly on our street, but across the canal and on 9th Street, you have Lake Club Condo, which is 15 stories. That was the last project that was approved in the Sunrise Lane area. So this area is actually seen no new meaningful development in about 23 years. That project was approved in 1999. So this is really, the first project that's being proposed that's a meaningful redevelopment of an old, really blighted site in the Sunrise Lane area. A little bit farther to the east of Le Club, you have the Marine Colony, which is 2 stories, and that is a co-op, about 42 units. And then a little bit farther east of that, you have the Fort Lauderdale Breakers Resort. That is also a timeshare, 17 stories. So at 12 stories, which is what we're proposing, the maximum height, we're actually less in height than a majority of the developments that are in this enclave. Moving a little bit closer, this is the current the property as it stands today has several buildings on site. Some of them are not occupied, but the most common one that people think of is the old Franco and Vinny's restaurant, which has closed, but it is still standing. We also have the old gas station, which is off to the west of the site. And then you have another old Mexican restaurant, I believe, that has since closed. But there are a couple restaurants that are on site. They're no longer occupied, but they could be reoccupied if there were new tenants that wanted to take over those spaces. There's also some scooter rentals and some car rental establishments. And so overall, there's about 16,000 square feet of existing commercial use on the site today. One of the things that you'll notice in looking at this aerial is that almost the entire site is concrete and buildings. There's really no landscaping, there's no meaningful drainage. There's actually no drainage on the site. So what happens is everything, all the rain, all the storm water drainage, sheet flows into the street. And we've heard from some folks that there is a little bit of a drainage issue on 9th Court. And this project will actually, when it's constructed, will have its own drainage system. And it will also be reconstructing Northeast 9th Court with new drainage, new infrastructure. So, because we're going to be now retaining all of our drainage on site, that condition of the sheet flowing into the street will no longer occur. We're also going to be closing, there's 2 access openings onto Sunrise Boulevard. We're going to be closing those 2 access points. They no longer meet FDOT criteria. So closing those will actually make a safer traffic movement, traffic flow along Sunrise Boulevard. It will also make for a more continuous streetscape, which we'll get to when I get to the site plan. This is a rendering of the project. So you have the hotel building, which is the east building, has 100 rooms. It is 12 stories. There is a rooftop restaurant that's enclosed on the 12th floor. You have the recreational area, the recreational deck with the pool, lounge chairs, and then you have a small lounge bar that, a pool bar that is located also on the rooftop. The condominium is located closer to Sunrise East, which is the building that you see a little bit, you see part of the building, Sunrise East, over on the right side of the screen. The condominium is 54 units, 11 stories, and also has a rooftop amenity deck with the pool and lounge chairs. That is more of a passive deck. There's no other uses that are proposed on the rooftop there. Sunrise Boulevard, as you can see, we're closing off all of those existing access points, so we'll have one nice continuous sidewalk, landscaping. The two buildings will be served by a motor court, common motor court area that's located in the middle with a fountain. And moving to this is a rendering now looking on the south side of the building facing Birch State Park. So Northeast 9th Court is going to be completely reconstructed. We're going to be adding 15 parallel parking spaces, adding all complete new drainage. We're going to be upgrading all of the landscaping. We're adding sidewalks on both sides, so not just on our side, but also on the south side of Northeast 9th Court. We'll be adding sidewalks. So this is going to now become a very pedestrian-friendly environment, not just for the residents on our side of the street, but also for the folks on the south side of the street. The condominium, one of the things that we did to respond to some of the concerns of Sunrise East is they asked us, we originally were planning on putting the hotel next to Sunrise East. So the project buildings were actually flipped. And the reason for that is the condominiums we wanted to have, or the developer wanted to have the condominiums closest to the waterway because those were going to be the most valuable views. And instead of doing that, what they did was they flipped the buildings to put the quieter use, which is the condo, closer to Sunrise East, rather than having the hotel, which is expected to have a little bit more activity. We put that farther away and next to the 7-Eleven. So this is the site plan. Some of the things that we developed or that came out of the DRC meeting, and this is to credit to your staff, they asked us to really take a look at the ground floor and how we could activate the ground floor. So what we did was we added, hopefully this doesn't change on me, but we added a little grab and go where that orange highlighted area is. That'll be like a little sundries shop or a place where the residents or hotel guests, or even it'll be open to the public, so anyone can go there and grab a cup of coffee and then come out to this public plaza area that we will be dedicating by easement to the city. That area will have some site furnishings, some seating, things like that, where people can go and relax with their cup of coffee or a sandwich that they grabbed out of the grab and go. There's also two separate loading areas. The two yellow areas that you see on both sides of the screen. There's one for the hotel. Obviously, that one's a larger loading area. And then you have the condo loading area to the left side of the screen. So each building has its own dedicated loading area. The central motor court area is going to be a valet. So the car will come into the motor court area. The valet will pick up the car and then take it down to the garage. There's a garage ramp, as you can see here on the site plan. They'll take the car down to the subterranean garage. So there's no garage that's visible at ground level. So there's no podium that has to be placed above ground. Everything will take place below ground. And so that circulation occurs entirely on site. It does not use the right-of-way for any type of circulation. You can see here, this is where you can probably see better the 15 parallel parking spaces that we'll be adding to the south side of Northeast 9th Court, along with the sidewalks along the north side and the south side of the street with landscaping. In addition, one of the big issues with Northeast Ninth Court and the unsightliness of it is it has overhead power lines all the way down the street. We are going to be burying those from the 7-Eleven all the way down to the cul-de-sac to Sunrise East. In addition, we're going to be upgrading the infrastructure, so we're installing a new 16-inch water main that'll be connecting all the way along Northeast Ninth Court, Birch Road, and extending to Sunrise Boulevard. So that is an upgrade from the current 10-inch water main, and that's at no cost to the city. This is a nighttime rendering, just showing off in the distance. You can see the Sunrise East building and the Intracoastal, and then Northeast Ninth Court and the two buildings. So this is just a rendering we're showing you here in this graphic on the left the existing conditions along Northeast Ninth Court. You could see the unsightly power lines. You could see the back of house items for the restaurants and the existing retail that are there right now. And then on the right-hand side, you can see what it'll look like with the project. And you can see the dramatic streetscape change.
Ms. Chuck, is it possible, palm trees are not shade trees. Is it possible to line that street with shade trees instead of palm trees, and so that it becomes a much more walkable and inviting space as opposed to just poles? Because at the pedestrian level, you're just looking at a pole. There's nothing shady about it.
Yeah. So we're one step ahead of you. This graphic has not been updated, but on the south side of the street, we are going to keep the royal palms because we need to be able to fit and maintain a podocarpus hedge that was planted by the Coconut Bay condominium. On the north side of the street, adjacent to our site, those royal palms that you see are actually going to be changed to shade trees. That was something that staff asked of us. We simply can't do it on the south side of the street, but we can do it on our side of the street. So those palm trees, this rendering was not updated, but they have been changed to.
And why can't you do it on the south side again?
They don't fit. They need space to grow, and there's an existing podocarpus hedge that was planted by Coconut Bay. They'd like to keep that for their privacy. Okay. And in order to plant shade trees, you then take away some of that parking that we're planning on putting in. I will tell you, we did take a look to see if there was room to do that, but there isn't on the south side of the street. There is on the north side of the street, so we went ahead and made that change.
Okay, great.
Again, new sidewalks, new landscaping, new pedestrian lighting, the parallel parking spaces, all new curb and gutters, all new drainage, exfiltration trenches, inlets, gutters, all at no expense to the city, and a new 16-inch water main that'll travel all the way down to the terminus of the cul-de-sac. This is now looking in the opposite direction. So the condominium that you see off in the distance there is the Carlton Tower. That's the 17-story tower. This is now looking east. So you see the power lines now are going to be buried. Again, you now see a better view of the sidewalk, the palm trees, and the parallel parking spaces, as well as what's going on our side of the street with the landscaping and the building frontage. Sunrise Boulevard improvements. This was something I have to credit your staff. We originally did not have any sort of improvements, active uses along Sunrise Boulevard, and they encouraged us to kind of take a look at that and see if we could do something. And so we went ahead and added that grab and go along with the public plaza area that will be added to this area. I don't know if you could see my cursor, but this will be the public plaza area that we'll be adding, and that'll be through an easement that we'll be granting to the city, so that'll be open to the public. And then along with the streetscape improvements that will be added. So one of the things that has been said is that we're asking for the reduction in the yards, which is permitted under the ULDR for the SLA district. The base requirement is half the height, which is, as you know, since been removed from the code and with the recent CBA amendments. But this is just a graphic to show you how the placement of these buildings on the site is actually a better and more preferable building position than if we had complied with the half the height on the sides. So the top graphic shows what the buildings would look like if we met the half the height requirement as to the sides. So you'd have 60 feet on the east, 60 feet on the west, and then there is a minimum tower separation of 24 feet for these buildings. So in total, that would mean you'd have about 144 feet spread between your building separation and the required setbacks. What we've provided is on the bottom of this screen, and we've provided 40 feet on the east, 10 feet on the west, because the building next door to us, the Sunrise East, is actually built at a 0 setback. So we thought it made sense to put the building closer to that side and then allow for a larger view corridor between the buildings. So instead of having just 24 feet of tower separation, we now have 99 feet of tower separation. And what that allows for is more views, more corridors, more light and air to pass, and also improves what would otherwise be, essentially a wall, which is with the top graphic. We've provided more building separation to allow for better views from the south.
Well, if you're 10 feet from the boundary and the other condominium is 0, are you looking into each other's windows?
No, so their garage, their podium is at 0. Their tower is stepped back a little.
At what height, though?
It's probably stepped back from our property line. I would say about 80 feet, their tower.
80?
80.
8.
80.
80, okay. But the people that live in the first few floors of your new condo are going to be looking into a parking garage.
No.
You said the first few
Yeah,
floors.
the first 2 levels of the condominium are, back of house items, fitness center, things like that.
Okay.
Residential units don't start until the 3rd floor.
Okay, all right.
This is a graphic depiction of the previous graphic, which shows the light and air that is, now allowed by providing those building separation. So you see here on the top left, you can see Sunrise East and the tower separation between those buildings, and then the graphics to the right of the screen, that right one, the top right one, is actually a graphic taken from a drone shot from the balcony of Le Club. So that shows you, what the view would look like. I believe that one was taken at an elevation of 120 feet, so that's about the 12th level of Le Club. It's been said that our setbacks are unusual, or that what we're requesting, and I think some folks at the last P&Z meeting said that they were egregious setbacks. And I just wanted to point out that Le Club, which was the last project approved that also had the half the height requirement, also received yard modifications in the form of the minimum. So they had 150-foot buildings, so they were taller than us, because at the time the code allowed you to go up to 150 feet. So their tower has a 20-foot setback on the rear along the waterway, 20 feet along the cul-de-sac, 18 feet on the south, 18 feet on the north, and then 10 feet adjacent to the Marine Colony villas. So at this time, I'm going to have Cecilia Ward come up and do her presentation. I am also going to, this is probably already part of the record, but Mayor, I would like the commission report and all of the information that you've received for this meeting to be placed into the record, and I'm also placing our application plans, et cetera, traffic study. I'm going to give this to Mr. Solomon. This is part of the record as well.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Cecilia Ward, President of JC Consulting, on behalf of the applicant. Just for the record, I'd like to give a brief summary of my professional experience. I have over 20 years as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I have over 40 years of urban planning experience, both in the public and private sector. I've represented numerous cities as a consultant, updating their comprehensive plans and zoning regulations. Those include the City of Sunrise, the City of Pompano Beach, the Town of Lauderdale by the Sea. I've also had the pleasure of serving the City of Fort Lauderdale when I was working with the city for a 10-year period. I worked my way up to Director of Construction Services and worked with the professional staff in planning and zoning to update the city's comprehensive plan and its zoning regulations, which has culminated into the city's Unified Land Development Code. I've represented private sector development in numerous public hearings on matters of all types of planning applications, and I've also represented private and public agencies in litigation matters. I have reviewed the site plan that is before you and have provided a professional opinion in several written documents which are in your backup. And based on my professional opinion, I have reached the conclusion of the following. Let me just go to the next slide. That the site plan is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, specifically with the Central Beach RAC, which is the future land use designation that is applied to the subject property for more than 30 years. It is also in compliance with the city's ULDRs, more specifically, the Sunrise Lane zoning district regulations that are in the Central Beach section of the code under 4712, and I'll go through some of those in detail. The project complies with the uses that are allowed in the SLA zoning. We are proposing a multifamily high-rise condominium. This is a permitted use. We are also proposing a hotel, which is also a permitted use, subject to site plan level 4 review, which is before you this evening. The project complies with the maximum density and height that is allowed under the Sunrise Lane zoning district. We are proposing 54 residential multifamily units, where 60 multifamily units are allowed by code. We're also proposing 100 hotel rooms, where 113 hotel rooms are allowed by code. The project does not exceed the maximum height of 120 feet. The project complies with the minimum setbacks that are allowed under the SLA zoning as provided for under the modification of yard provisions. These modification of yard provisions, as Nectaria has mentioned, has been applied to numerous projects in the Central Beach as well as those in the SLA area. And recently, as Nectaria also noted, you'd amended the code to remove the half the height provisions, which actually makes the half the height discussion a moot point. However, in any event, we comply both with the minimum setbacks that are provided for under the SLA zoning that are in effect prior to the new code change, and we're also consistent with the new minimum setbacks for 5-yard side yard setbacks and 20-foot front and rear yard setbacks under your new SLA zoning regulations. I've done a detailed analysis of the project's compliance with the section of the code regarding adequacy requirements, which is 4725.2, and that is in your backup. I've also done a detailed analysis of the project's compliance with neighborhood compatibility requirements, which is section 4725.3, which is also in your backup. I'd like to just touch on one of the neighborhood compatibility provisions, because this was one of the issues that were raised by some of the opposition, and that deals with the design of the rooftop. It's interesting because in the Central Beach, it actually encourages the elements that we are providing that were actually raised as issues of contention. The Central Beach says that in this area, you're to have human activity on the rooftop, such as providing for a pool deck. It also calls for green roof treatments, which we are also providing. Screening of mechanical equipment is required to reduce visual impact at the street level, which we're also providing. So the design of the rooftop complies with all of these rooftop elements, that some of which are unique to the Central Beach. And the applicant has also voluntarily agreed to limit the hours of amplified noise from music on the rooftop, obviously in addition to meeting the code's noise requirements. That concludes my planning review of the project. I'd like to just move on to some of the issues that have been raised by Le Club, which is the opposition to the project. And from my review of their objections, it appears that it's either a misread or misapplication of the code, and that's understandable. The code is complex. The city of Fort Lauderdale is complex, and in this particular area, the Central Beach has regulations that are unique to the Central Beach and different from the rest of the city, and vice versa. So it is difficult to understand some of the provisions. I'm sure your staff will concur with the application and some of the interpretation of the code that I'm going to go through. So the first is that with respect to the mixture of uses that are encouraged in the Central Beach, the Central Beach talks about having a different mixture of uses. In fact, the whole Regional Activity Center was developed for that purpose. This is not a layering of uses. This is actually a combination of uses so that you actually reduce the impacts on traffic and have this symmetry of uses on the same site. With respect to density, the SLA is written to allow density for both residential and hotel uses. This is not a layering of density where you have one on top of the other. It's a combination, and the way the zoning has been written, it also allows for that combination of density for hotel and residential units. With respect to floor area calculations only apply to the commercial retail components of the project, meaning you don't count the entire hotel and the entire square footage of the residential as part of your square footage for floor area. With respect to mixed-use regulations, there has been comments made by the opposition that the provisions of Section 4718.21 comply, and that therefore the project does not comply with the code. However, 4718.21 has absolutely nothing to do with a project that is being developed within the Central Beach. It's never been used for a project in the Central Beach. These provisions were written in the code specifically to allow for mixed-use development outside of the Central Beach and to also provide standards for providing flexibility units or flexibility acreage. So this is really just an erroneous read of the code. With respect to the existing building footprint, being different from other building footprints, this is not a criteria in the code that can be applied as part of the review. With respect to setbacks, the project complies with the setbacks as I previously noted. This is not, the code allows for asking for a modification of yards. It's not a relief from the code, neither is it a request for a variance. So that is a misinterpretation of the code. With respect to, as Nectaria also mentioned, obviously, this has been done before in the Central Beach and in this SLA area. Specifically, the club had asked for and received a modification of the half the height setbacks as well. Just moving on to parking. The parking code, section of the code, 4720, contains various tables that then you utilize to calculate your required parking. For example, Table 1 applies to the residential uses and how much parking is required for residential. 110 spaces are required and are being provided. Table 3 has SLA standards that apply to the hotel use, where 67 spaces are required and being provided. For mixed use in the SLA, you're required to have 1 space per 333 square feet. This applies only, again, to the commercial, retail, and restaurant uses. So you don't add that on top of then the parking that's required for the residential use and the hotel use. You don't use that square footage to calculate parking for everything. To repeat again.
Cecilia, excuse me, how big are these residential units? Are they studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms?
All of the units that are being proposed are actually hotel suites.
Are what?
You're talking about the residential use. We have the numbers.
So the hotel suites.
No, not the hotel suites.
The residential.
The residential.
Residential units, the smallest one is 1,092 square feet. The biggest one is 2,105.
Okay, and you think 1 space per unit is going to be sufficient?
That's not what we're providing. We're actually parking the residential component per the code, the regular code, 1.75 for a 1-bedroom unit, 2.1 for a 2-bedroom unit, and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Nectaria. Again, mixed-use provisions that are in Section 4718.21 of the code are not applicable. That's applicable outside of the Central Beach. With respect to parking lifts, these have been utilized in the city before. This is not unique to this site, nor is it the first time that the city has allowed parking lifts. Just moving on, I'm almost finished. With respect to the adequacy requirements for drainage plans have been provided and accepted by the city. They have been designed to meet the 100-year storm event in accordance with the code. And additionally, at the time of building permit, the city and Broward County will review the drainage plans and issue a surface water management permit. This is standard practice. This is not unique to this site plan application.
Can we kind of come?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Because we need to conclude your presentation soon.
The language under the neighborhood compatibility that deals with residentially zoned property, this is an important distinction. There's been some indication that, that the neighborhood compatibility provisions have not been met because there's a term called residentially zoned property. However, as you know by the definitions in the code, residentially zoned property apply to properties that are zoned and used for residential purposes. So that does not apply to property, even though it may be residential, that's in the Central Beach. And lastly, as previously noted, rooftop noise has been addressed. The applicant is going to limit the amplified music that is from the rooftop. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Suzanne Danielson, Danielson Consulting Engineers. I have a BS in Civil Engineering, professional engineer in the state of Florida for 35 years. All of that experience here in South Florida. So I'm going to start with trip generation. I prepared the traffic study, obviously, for this site. The top of this slide represents the trip generation of the existing development. We understand that there are many vacancies there. This table is provided specifically for comparison purposes only to demonstrate what trip generation characteristics were or what they could be if these buildings were populated with tenants today. To clean up some confusion out there and some of the correspondence you may have seen in terms of our analysis, we did not take any credit in the operational analysis for these existing trips that will be removed in the future. I just wanted to make that clear. And at the bottom of this slide is the trip generation characteristics of the proposed development. In the objection letter, we noted a comment about our report using the ITE trip generation 10th edition. At the time our original report was prepared, the 10th edition was the only edition that was available. However, since planning and zoning, we have updated our trip generation, our traffic study. We've updated the executive summary, which is part of your backup, to reflect the 11th edition of ITE, which is the current edition. But you can see from the table that the 11th edition, just like the 10th edition, also provides a surplus in PM peak hour trips. We have also taken this opportunity to right-size the retail rates that we used in the existing analysis and to use the all-suites hotel rates in the proposed analysis. This slide just depicts the operational analysis results of the study. We had two intersections that we studied, Sunrise Boulevard at Birch Road, Northeast 9th Court at Birch Road. The top half of the white circle represents the level of service in the AM peak hour. The bottom half represents the level of service in the PM peak hour. As you can see, the two study intersections operate under satisfactory conditions today. They will also operate well in 2024 with project from the proposed development. And this is just a quick summary showing that we are reducing the PM peak hour trips and that we also conform to the level service D standards at our two study locations in accordance with criteria in the code. And lastly, we completed a valet analysis in accordance with ITE procedures, and we've determined that the 6 spaces provided and required by code are adequate to meet the demand, provided that 3 valet attendants are on site to process incoming vehicles during peak periods. Those calculations or a statistical analysis, they include the time it takes an attendant to issue a check to the driver, the time to take a vehicle into the garage, the time to use the lift, and then the time for the attendant to come back to the valet stand. So a lot of numbers are involved. And with that, I'm going to wrap up, and I will be available for questions.
Okay, what was your name again, ma'am?
Suzanne Danielson.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had your right card.
Yes.
Here. Great, thank you. Any further?
That concludes our presentation.
Okay,
We'll
and
be
you want to
happy answer
reserve
any
some time towards
questions.
the end in case there are any rebuttal.
Mayor, I did have a question that Anthony referenced, and maybe if you could just help me with that, Nectaria. Because when I was looking at the information, the condition number 9.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just help me understand what the change is. Right now, condition number 9 just basically said that if the development team finds something, because remember, this is an archaeological site because of its proximity to the ocean, but it basically said if they find something that they would just recommend everyone just stop work. But that's not really what the letter in the backup says in terms of the, if you look at the letter, I'm looking for it right now, from our archaeological consultant has recommended actually a lot more than that. He's recommended a survey. So how are we going to reconcile that?
So, Commissioner, you're correct. We drafted a new condition to revise, and so we would be deleting the existing number 9 with in favor of new language that Nectaria has been provided, and she's in agreement with. And I can read that into the record now if you like, or I can do it later.
Sure, I'd love to hear that, just because I want to see if it conforms to what the archaeologist recommended for the site.
Okay. So this would be replacing condition of approval number 9. Prior to final DRC, a professional archaeologist shall perform a Phase 1 archaeological survey of the proposed development site to determine methodologies for further testing and monitoring requirements needed during demolition and new construction. Further information concerning the methodologies and requirements that shall be adhered to for the Phase 1 archaeological survey are outlined in the letter from the city's archaeological consultant, Coastal Archaeology and History Research, Inc., dated July 30th, 2021, attached to the DRC comment report.
Okay, great. That's much better. I really appreciate it. And I think that going forward, we should always think of that. It's
Absolutely.
just, yeah, I mean, if we're going to have an archaeologist give us, a report and recommendations, we should just follow it to the extent where we can, as opposed to just saying, hey, if you come across some bones or something, just stop for a little while.
Understood.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Nectaria.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Glassman. We have 10 people signed up to speak. Are we ready to move on to those now?
Ready.
All right, we have Ray McElroy and Glenn Pitt. You guys can cue yourselves up, and then Matt Kane will be next. You have 3 minutes to speak. I'm going to set my iPhone timer because I'm all the way over here. All right, you ready?
Yeah. Hey, there's neutral on this. I might support it, but I want to talk about housing. My name's Ray McElroy. I live in Riverside Park. I absolutely love Fort Lauderdale. It's an amazing city. I believe that every one of you and the entire city staff does a genuinely good job and seems forward thinking. I'm here because we have an extreme housing supply shortage. The red alarms have been flashing everywhere. Yet I believe we aren't, as a community, prioritizing and giving it the priority it deserves. Realtor.com designated Miami as America's least affordable place to live, where average monthly rents are now at $2,900. We aren't too far behind from Miami. The ridiculousness of these housing prices doesn't just affect people's wallet. Not having access to affordable housing affects people's freedom. My generation was mocked for living at home, but these labels were just a masking of a more serious problem. We are a generation of persons who are stuck in households with abusive partners because we need the dual income to keep a roof over our head. A generation of people who are postponing marriages because we couldn't get out of our parents' house to date. A generation of persons who are postponing kids because we can't find a room to raise them, all while paying rent to Wall Street-backed landlords who could care less. This is nonsense, and we need to stop this nonsense. We are a progressive city. We can and we need to be the pioneers of housing affordability in our region. There's been a lot of chatter about affordable housing development, workforce housing initiatives, bonus units for affordable development, et cetera, et cetera. These aren't always the solutions, and I'm not here to complain. I'm here to offer solutions. This is a little, but we need to add more supply to the market to ease pressure, and we can do this by re-legalizing housing in all shapes and sizes in residential areas. Maybe if we kind of had that fixed, we wouldn't see this problem where there's community pushback on this issue. I believe 2 premises. Number 1, no neighborhood can be exempt from change. And the second premise is no neighborhood should experience sudden radical change. I think we need to approach that to all the communities in Fort Lauderdale, from the single-family detached neighborhoods to the RAC centers. I believe the commissioners, as emergency measure, should legalize accessory dwelling units, aka granny flats, throughout the city. They'll allow older persons to move into them and they can rent out their main house, or young adults can move into them, helping the homeowners pay their mortgage. And furthermore, we need to sit down and implement comprehensive housing reform, a reform that protects the American dream of economic mobility and the American dream of freedom. A housing system that, instead of being reliant on mega developers, we need to have faith in our local builders and skilled local contractors. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. City of Portland, Oregon worked together to put a Goldilocks solution together that keeps the aesthetic of our neighborhoods the same, all while increasing housing supply. We have 3,600 single-family detached homes in the city. We can easily triple, quadruple the supply for people. So firefighters, teachers, nurses, city workers in our cities can actually live here. This is an important issue. I know it's a little different than what you guys are talking about, but ultimately it's housing. We have a serious problem. I was Commissioner Sorsen here, so is Mayor. It's a beast in the room confronting housing, but we need to
All right. Sorry about that. Your time's up.
All right.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And we're going to talk about affordable housing next, too.
Today?
Today, soon. Yeah, stick around for a while. All right,
Oh.
thank you.
OFR1.
Yeah, Glenn.
OFR1.
Seconds are slow. Turn that clock back on. Okay. Glenn, I got the mayor back.
Good evening. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for doing a very tedious and hard job. I've owned property here in Fort Lauderdale for the past 22 years, and it's been unbelievable what I've seen. The growth here has been absolutely amazing. I don't just live in Fort Lauderdale, I choose Fort Lauderdale. I'm totally in favor of this project being put in. I'm on the 19th floor of 2800 East, and it's time that we see some growth. Vision and growth is what excites me about Fort Lauderdale. I think it's time that we see this project come through. Thank you.
You're Matt?
My name is Glenn.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Kane. I represent Coconut Bay, the neighbor adjacent across the Ninth Court. Our owners are very much in support of the project. We believe it'll clean the area up significantly and increase property values. So, I mean, we're very much in favor of the development and look forward to it.
Okay.
If you have any questions from my point of view, I'm happy to answer them, but we think it's a win.
Well, the mayor would like you to remove your hedge so he can put in some shade tree.
Yeah.
That's negotiable.
Okay.
No, I didn't say
thank you.
remove the hedge, just incorporate.
All right. Well,
And,
we'll talk later. We'll talk.
We disagree on trees. I happen to
Yeah.
love the royal palm.
Okay.
Go easy
You
on
walk out of the room for a minute and already they're attacking.
Got to make the most of every moment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Richard Baptista, followed by Paul Drummond, followed by Robert Dean.
Hello, everyone, Mayor, Commission, thank you for your service. My name is Richie Baptista, and I live actually on the 5th floor of Sunrise East, so I would be one of the few really affected by this project. We moved here 5 years ago, and there was a lot of buzz that there would be a huge overhaul of the Galleria Mall. Not that that's a plug, but I am in favor of that too. And Vinnie's would probably sell his property, so there would be some exciting things happening there. Our building is just spectacular on the Intercoastal, but walking down the street is pretty hideous with dumpsters and just feeling unsafe. You don't see these things when you go to buy. The realtor takes you to the lobby level, right? And then you see the Intercoastal, you're hooked. You go to the rooftop, you're hooked. And then you buy, and then you go for walks to the beach. And that's where the shock comes in. So I think, they put together a remarkable project that I hope you guys support. As far as traffic, I mentioned this at the zoning, and I'll say it again. Being on the 5th floor, I spend a lot of time looking out on the patio. I'm retired. I have a lot of free time. The traffic they're always speeding. So that it's rare that I see or witness traffic being backed up, aside from events like the air show. So if these projects slow down traffic in any way, that would be fantastic for us who live there to feel safe to cross the street. The sidewalks, we haven't had a sidewalk. That was one of my big issues, having to walk down the middle of the street, dog walking and stuff like that. So I really hope you guys look closely at this. I think they've put together a remarkable development that I'm certainly excited about. and I hope you guys are too. Thanks.
Great, thank you. To that point, Nectaria, Ninth Court looks like a speedway. You might consider designing part of it so that you create like a pinch point somewhere where, you see what I'm saying? It looks like, I know how people drive in this city, and when they go from the 7-Eleven to Sunrise East, it's going to be interesting.
So right now, the street is pretty wide. It has probably 40 feet of pavement. I may be exaggerating a little, but they're saying it's 40 feet, right? 30 to 40 feet? Yeah, it's a very large, wide amount of pavement. So one of the traffic calming things that will occur from this project is the fact that we're putting parallel parking. The travel lanes are going to be 10 feet in each direction, and you have the landscaping. So it'll be more pleasant to walk on, and by shrinking the travel lanes a little bit, because right now they are wider, you are now forced to slow down. So I think the design of the street, the proposed design of the street, will actually improve and slow down the traffic.
All right, well,
You've
if
seen
it
it happen
doesn't,
downtown as well. This is actually pretty similar to the streetscape in downtown, where the cars, when you're driving down some of these side streets, the cars are going slower because they have the parallel parking and landscaping and whatnot.
there are more cars traveling on the roads downtown. This may just, may not be as many. You might at some point consider a raised intersection in front of your entrance to the site. It might be both decorative and functional in terms of trying to slow down traffic, but just a thought. I don't want to drive our traffic engineers crazy trying to redesign the whole street again. So, Paul Drummond, Paul, you just here to,
He's here for questions.
Everybody's time. I'm going to defer my speech.
okay. All the way down from Ocean Ridge. Robert Dean, haven't seen you in ages. Followed by Paul Heckenbleichner. Followed by Daniel Dugan. Peter Heckenbleicher. What did I say?
Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to read. I'm sorry. Robert, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How are you this evening?
Very good.
Commissioners, thank you for this time. I prefer to be called the referee rather than the president of the Carlton Tower condominium. And I can say that I've lived there for 20 years now, and I've been looking down at this property, and it is in desperate need of rehabilitation. We're still in shock and still crying that Vinny closed. We're hoping that something's going to come and take its place, maybe with a restaurant in the hotel. But I think this is good for all of us. I think this is going to help our property values unquestionably. I think it's going to change the character of the entryway onto the beach in a positive way. And as far as our neighborhood goes, I think it's going to raise the quality of life in the neighborhood, which I think is extremely important. And I know that all of our residents are very much in favor of this. And we look forward to working with the developer and our new neighbors because I think, like I said, I think this is going to be very, very positive. And thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome. Peter, followed by Daniel Dugan, followed by Christy.
Thank you,
Christy
Mayor and
Honda.
Commissioners. I actually have a brother, Paul. I thought maybe he had showed up for that.
Yeah, he did, but he left early.
I'm Pete Heckenbleichner. I'm the president of the Sunrise East Condominium Association. I'm here to express on behalf of the association our strong support for the redevelopment of the former Franco and Vinny's property as a proposed ocean and park development. The plans have evolved over the months as they have been reviewed and commented upon by the Development Review Committee and by the neighboring property owners. We appreciate the professionalism and flexibility of the development team as they have worked to accommodate the needs of their neighbors. As you're aware, Sunrise East is the closest and most affected neighbor to the proposed Ocean and Park site. We directly abut the west end of their property, and our only access is via Northeast 9th Court, which abuts the full south side of the Ocean Park property. Residents of Sunrise East love their homes, but especially since the vacating of the Mexican Cantina and Vinny's restaurants, conditions have deteriorated. Currently, we get a full view every day of the derelict site. Open dumpsters in the street, overhead power lines, lack of sidewalks, vehicles cutting through the site to avoid traffic, vehicles illegally parking on the narrow street, vacant and decaying buildings, views of the back of the house operations for the vacant buildings, little unpaved area, and the small amount of landscaping that there is not maintained. 100% of the rainwater that falls on that site goes onto Northeast 9th Court. We have marginal uses in the portions of the building that are occupied, and undesirable and illegal activity that often occurs on derelict sites and which is spilling over into Sunrise East. Contrast that with the neighborhood after the redevelopment of Ocean and Park is proposed. A redevelopment of the site that is consistent with the current zoning of the property. No variances are required. A safe street with sidewalks on both sides. New high-quality buildings with uses consistent with the neighborhood. A rooftop restaurant that will be popular with residents in the neighborhood. Lush landscaping along all frontages, including apparently shade trees along the street, which is fine with us. Well-managed services to the buildings that will not spill out onto the street. No traffic cutting through the site. Properly managed traffic that will be contained on the site and which nationally recognized ITE standards indicate will be less than would be generated if the existing buildings were reused. Stormwater managed on the site, eliminating or vastly reducing street flooding. On-street parking to replace parking that Sunrise East will lose with the redevelopment of the site. We understand we'll need further approval from the City Commission for that to be dedicated to Sunrise East. In April, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved this project by a very rare unanimous vote. Please add your support and approval to this project so that our neighborhood can move forward to a bright new future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Daniel Dugan, and then Christy Armada, who's counsel for Le Club, and Steve
Good evening, Mayor and
Hoffman.
Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Danny Dugan. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Sunrise East. I don't know that there's a whole lot that I can add other than what Pete just said. We kind of work in tandem. We've worked with the developer. They've given us some significant changes to make the building more palatable to us. I think on the topic of traffic, I sometimes feel like I'm living in a different world than some of the other people because I don't find the traffic going into or out of Sunrise East to be at all offensive. I think people need to understand that it is a major metropolitan area at this point. I know in one presentation there was a woman who emphasized the fact that it took her 7 minutes to go from Macy's over to Le Club on 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and coincidentally, the following Monday, I was in my car at 3 o'clock, and it took about 3 minutes, and I didn't even think the 7 minutes was that bad. So there's, like Richie said, there's Sunrise Boulevard's off on a freeway.
Maybe the bridge went up.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So I think you're getting the gist of why Sunrise East supports this building. The association has looked at it, and we think it enhances our values. We think 9th Street Court will be greatly improved. To your comments about racing down 9th Street Court, eliminating the motorcycle rental business will increase safety on 9th Street Court considerably. People who don't know how to ride motorcycles right now come racing down right to our building. I'll be glad to see them gone. I'll be glad to see a nice pedestrian walkway. And I just ask you to support the building. I hope that you'll do what the Planning Commission did and vote unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Christy Armada, followed by Steve Hoffman. Do you both work for the same firm?
We do, and we have a presentation prepared. We also have our traffic engineer here with us, so I'm going to respectfully request more than the 3 minutes that we're allotted.
Mayor, that would only be for party status.
Yeah, I know. I'll give you 5 minutes, but normally it's just the applicant gets the longer period of time. Go ahead. See how this goes.
Do you see my slides? Are my slides up? You do? Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Christy Armada. I'm an attorney at Olive Judd, and I'm here this evening with my law partner, Stephen Hoffman, on behalf of the members of the Le Club International Condominium Association to present and communicate their objections to the proposed project. The Le Club condominium is located on Northeast 9th Street, just one street south of the Ocean Park project. Thank you. Thank you. The Ocean Park development will substantially impact the club for several reasons, including 1, the mixed-use development is not compatible with the neighborhood. 2, the development is too dense for the site. 3, the design of the parking garage and the valet operation will generate traffic congestion in the area and specifically on Birch Road. But most importantly, the club will be substantially impacted because the traffic the development will bring to the area will burden the intersection on Birch Road and Sunrise. The membership of the club complains of traffic, and I attended the Central Beach Alliance meeting, and several neighbors in the area issued complaints regarding traffic. As you can see on this map, the
Let me
residents...
ask you a question. The traffic count, the trip count was significantly diminished according to their statistics. Are those statistics inaccurate?
That it's our position that there are some issues with the traffic study, which is why we have an engineer here, and it is
Okay.
part of the presentation that we're going to present.
Okay.
As you can see on this map, the residents of the neighborhood consist of existing 556 units. They all access their units via Birch Road here. The existing uses are accessed by 2 existing curb cuts on Sunrise Boulevard. The Ocean Park project will eliminate those 2 curb cuts, and all the traffic from the new project will flow onto Birch Road. The impact on the traffic will be severe, and the intersection is already taxed. Also, the Ocean Park mixed-use development is not consistent with the SLA zoning district and the neighborhood that it encompasses. The SLA is a relatively small portion of the Central Beach District. It's predominantly residential in nature, and it consists of only single-use buildings. The applicant proposes a mixed-use project with 5 different uses. It is the applicant's position that this is permitted in the SLA because the SLA is in the Central Beach RAC and a mixture of uses is encouraged in the Central Beach RAC. But the Central Beach District consists of 6 separate zoning districts, and pursuant to the language of the ULDR, not all of them are established for the purposes of promoting mixed-use developments. 3 of the 6 were established to promote development and redevelopment, but conversely, the other 3, including the SLA, were established for the purposes of protecting, preserving, and enhancing their existing residential neighborhoods. For example, the intent and purpose of the PRD is to promote development and redevelopment. Likewise, the intent and purpose of the ABA is to promote development and redevelopment of high-quality resorts. And the intent and purpose of the South Beach Marina Hotel Area District is to promote development and redevelopment of high-quality resorts. The language included in the description of those 3 zoning districts is similar and common in theme. The PRD in red, the ABA in yellow, the SBMHA in blue encourage development and redevelopment in high-quality resort developments. Differently, the Intercoastal Overlook area was established to preserve, maintain, revitalize its existing structures. Likewise, the North Beach residential area was established for the preservation, maintenance, and revitalization of its existing structures. And the SLA, which is relevant to today, was established for the preservation, maintenance, and revitalization of the existing structures and uses. Notably, the language in the ULDR section of the SLA describes the existing uses and structures in the SLA as a distinct neighborhood that should be preserved, maintained, and revitalized. Missing from the district's description of the intent and purpose of these districts is the phrase develop and redevelop. The SLA is not the appropriate district for a mixed-use development. The SLA is chiefly residential in nature. The SLA, the IOA, and the NBRA, while in the Central Beach RAC, were established to preserve, enhance, and protect the existing uses, which are primarily residential, not for the development. There are no other mixed-use developments in the SLA. All other structures in the neighborhood are single-use buildings. Thus, a mixed-use development with 5 different uses on one development site is not compatible with the neighborhood or the adjacent properties. Another objection is that the Ocean Park development exceeds the density limits of the ULDR. The Ocean Park development consists of 1.259 acres. The density limits for the development in an SLA are 48 residential units per acre and 90 hotel rooms per acre. All other developments in the SLA are single use. They are all entirely residential, entirely commercial, or entirely hotel. Up until now, the density calculations for projects in the SLA have been calculated by applying the total acreage to the one applicable category. The applicant's density calculation has resulted in 54 residential units, which is 90% of the maximum density allowed, plus 100 hotel rooms, which is 89% of the maximum density allowed. The ULDR does not allow this type of layering. The applicant argues that this type of layering is permitted because the site is located within the RAC, but the applicant has not identified any support for this position. Nowhere in their supporting materials or narratives does the applicant cite to support to this position. Nowhere in the ULDR, in the comprehensive plan, in the future land use plan, or in the Central Breach master plan does it state that density limits identified and listed in the ULDR can be layered. In fact, the future land use plan provides an example for determining the density of a mixed-use development, and that example demonstrates that layering is not permitted.
Can you conclude your remarks? Please. You've gone over 7 minutes.
7 minutes? Mayor, respectfully, we plan to appeal. We have a court reporter here, and I just feel like it's a due process issue, and I need to get the arguments in the record.
You're not entitled to due process. You're not a party. And you don't have standing to sue us, so, sorry.
My client is significantly impacted by the development,
Okay, well,
and they have standing to sue you.
go
If
take
you'd
your
like to
best shot at
submit,
it.
if you'd like to submit your statement to the record, we'd be happy to accept it, and therefore it's part of the record.
The conclusion of the side, the entire presentation is here. I'd like to submit them.
Yes, please go ahead. Give that to the clerk. David, could you please take that?
But here are my, just,
Well,
here's the
wait,
example.
we're done. We're done.
Okay, so no concluding remarks.
I thought you had just concluded.
I wanted to argue my case, but I'd like to conclude.
All right, go ahead.
The density calculation in the future land use plan of the comprehensive code, it specifically says that 25% of a project that's attributed to residential and 74% of a project that is contributed to commercial will total 100% of the acreage, not 100% times 100%, as is what is applied and suggested here.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to introduce our traffic engineer who's going to address the traffic.
Now, the thing is, the traffic engineer didn't sign up to speak. So if you want, just take a second and sign up to speak, and you have 3 minutes to speak. I'll tell you what, why don't you speak now, and then you can sign up afterwards.
And Mayor, I want to be able to ask Anthony a few questions based on what we just heard, too. Thank you.
Yep.
Sure. So, I'm going to. Oh, sure.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give is true,
Sure, okay. Juan Calderon, Cultural Engineering Group. I'm just going to touch 3 items that the traffic study presented that are questionable. The number 1 is the growth analysis that was performed as part of this traffic study did not include the Serpent model analysis. That's the Serpent model regional planning model, the long-range transportation plan that you use. For some reason, no data was provided on that. We did a quick calculation from the Serpent model. This traffic study only presented 0.5% growth, annual growth. The Serpent model shows 1% estimated, so that's twice the amount of growth estimated.
It didn't show any committed developments. For some reason, the city did not include any committed developments in the area. We know that there are some developments happening along A1A that could eventually impact these roads, basically, in the area. The second item that I wanted to talk is about land use. A lot has been presented about that this land use is going to generate less traffic intensity than the past land use. That is not totally accurate, because on one side, the land use that is currently there, well, everybody knows that there are a lot of empty spaces right now there. But at the same time, this is a plaza. This is not a mixed use. And what the traffic engineer did as part of the analysis, that they start taking these uses and trying to put them, all of them, in a bag, when in reality it's not like that. This is just a retail plaza that it was accommodated to have one single element or one single access. It's not that I can say, oh no, because of the restaurant that it probably could generate this amount of traffic, and because of this other restaurant that probably could generate this amount of traffic, then if I add all of that, then I have much more traffic of what this new hotel and these new apartments are going to generate. That's not totally true. But granted, they didn't use that information to do the level of service analysis, which is okay, it's conservative. On the other side, the issue comes on the land use that they are proposing for this. They revised the land use that it was before, hotel, plus ancillary, there was an ancillary bar and an ancillary retail area. They revised it in the new traffic study where they are saying that this is an all-suite hotel. The issue with an all-suite hotel on the new ITE manual is that this is not a total mature land use. What it means a mature land use? That it doesn't have enough points of reference, only 6 of them, while a mature land use has to be analyzed for 20 plus points. And this is just 6 points, and most of these points are all suite hotels with very low occupancy, 74% or lower. So if that's the expectation of hotel that we have and actually, this is not the occupancy rates that we see on the hotels on the beach, much more higher than this. So this is another questionable item of the traffic study.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Are you Steve?
Good evening, Mayor. Steve Hoffman with the law firm of Olive Judd, representing
That's the same law firm.
Christie, you're too short.
What's that?
Same law firm.
It's all right. It's all right. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. He signed up separately.
What Christie was trying to say, and this is pretty much summarizing what her arguments were, is this application is really a matter of first impression for the SLA. This is the first mixed development use that has been proposed for this district, and no other developments have been approved. No other mixed-use developments have been approved in the SLA. Mixed-use development is a defined term in your code. Mixed-use development is a permitted use in several other zoning districts. Mixed-use development is not a permitted use in the SLA district. Despite what the applicant has said with regard to Central Beach Activity Center, there's no language in the land use plan that permits a mixed-use development of this nature in the SLA. The setback that's proposed also, in order to get relief from the 60-foot requirement, they have to prove that they're neighborhood compatible. This particular development is located 20 feet. It's got a setback of 20 feet from Sunrise Boulevard. The other 3 high-rise buildings on Sunrise Boulevard are located between 50 and 100 feet from Sunrise Boulevard. And then finally, the traffic study. is deeply flawed for several reasons. And I'll just go into two. For one, they use an all-suite hotel category. I don't see anywhere in their application where they limited their development to an all-suites hotel. All-suites hotel, as Juan had indicated, it's a relatively new category, hasn't been fully studied yet, and the most important thing is that they didn't account for the retail uses, the restaurant, the retail, and the bar, as far as traffic generation. Those are super important and super high generators that they didn't include in their traffic study. So with that, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Are there any concluding remarks you'd like to make with regard to your presentation?
Just want to touch on some of the issues that were raised.
Do you think you need to?
Okay. I think, let me touch on the all-suite hotel.
Okay.
Because that is a change that was made between Planning and Zoning Board and City Commission today. So the original plan was to have this as a hotel. We were not sure what the program was going to be for the hotel, whether they were going to meet the definition of hotel suite, because the city has its own definition of hotel suites, as well as the ITE 11th edition. We are, as it turns out, going to meet the definition of the ITE manual, which is why we changed it to all-suite hotel. That definition in the ITE manual includes ancillary uses such as, and it's actually in the definition for all-suite hotel in the ITE manual, and I'll read it to you for the record. It actually calls out and says that it includes meeting space, which we really don't have. There's about 1,000 square feet of meeting space, more like a boardroom. The restaurant and lounge are included within the all-suite hotel. And then you have to have the room itself has to meet certain criteria. It has to have a separate bedroom, and it has to have a separate sitting area. All of those things are met with this hotel. And it's not correct to say that we did not identify this as suites. Our application actually does identify it as a suite hotel. In fact, if you look at our site plan, it actually calls out what the rooms are and how they're broken down, whether they're a 2-bay suite or a 1-bay suite, or just a regular junior style suite. So those are actually called out on our site plan and have been. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And I think you have some questions for Anthony, so I'll go ahead and sit down.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so public hearing is now closed. Do you have any questions, Commissioners Glassman?
That's okay, thank you. Yes, for Anthony, thank you. Anthony, I was listening very carefully to counsel for the club, and I'm just perplexed. I really just want the record to be set straight, because I'm just not agreeing with almost anything that I heard from counsel. First of all, is mixed-use development allowed in SLA? And
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Neighborhood compatibility, is that an issue here?
We don't believe so.
Okay, and we just heard about the Old Street Hotel and the traffic study. So when I look at all of the applicable ULDR sections, and I read through what's required and what's proposed, I'm seeing this project as almost meeting everything or exceeding everything. So do you understand any of the points made by counsel for the club?
It sounds like the argument they're trying to make is that there's a conflict between the density and intensity on the site when related to the regional activity center land use, and that simply doesn't exist. We also, when it comes to the overlaying of the residential units and the hotel units, we did have a lengthy discussion internally, and we engaged Dwayne Spence, who's a land use attorney. We talked about this at length, and we came to the same conclusion that the application as submitted does meet the ULDR.
It does. I agree with that. And then just lastly, when I kept hearing that the SLA is primarily residential, in part, but the eastern part of the SLA it's hotel and mostly retail and no residential. from A1A all the way to Birch, correct?
That's my understanding.
It's
Right, yes, so.
you have the
Victoria is clarifying for me. So some of the existing retail that you see, I think over by the Parrot, there's residential units on the second floor that have been there for a very long time.
right.
But I think, to your point, it's predominantly commercial. And in those areas, you can see there is a mix of uses already. There's a commercial component on the bottom and a residential.
Correct. That's what my point is. So that's why I didn't understand that either. Okay, so thank you. I just wanted that clarified for the record because I took notes and I listened, but honestly, my read of the ULDR, it's just not making any sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any further questions? There being none, someone like to, let's see, this is a resolution. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
And that's approving, correct?
This is a resolution support.
And Mayor, I did want to make a couple of comments before I voted, actually. Thank you. Well, hey,
you need to put everything on the record.
hey, only because I feel as the district commissioner, I listened to a lot of neighbors on this project. I went to a lot of meetings. I spoke with a lot of people, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, this wasn't an easy project because there were a lot of questions.
A lot of questions, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of the residents for your patience and for your passion and for understanding. I even tried to meet with Le Club. That was the last meeting I had because I knew there were some things that were still upsetting people at Le Club. But I will say that from the time I first learned of this project till now, all of the changes have been very beneficial to the neighborhood. Nectaria didn't get a chance to get into some of the nice issues in terms of egress and ingress off of Sunrise, which I think will really help a lot. She didn't get into a lot of the infrastructure issues, the enlarging.
She talked about all that. She talked about the water mains. She talked about all that.
Well,
she talked about shade trees.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, there's more, but
Important things. All right,
I can tell you're in a rush, so I'm gonna wrap it up. I could tell you got to get home or something. I'm gonna wrap it up. Wrap it up. So I just wanted to say thank you to the residents, thank you to the development team for working with everybody and everyone's patience on this, because I think even, all that ingress, egress, I know the loading issues were of concern to folks at Le Club, but I think we're going to handle that. I know there are still issues in terms of worrying about noise on the roof, but, we'll deal with that when we get to that point. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to all of the residents for doing a really good job and paying attention. Thank you to the Central Beach Alliance. And I hope that Le Club understands that this really will be a major upgrade to this section of the beach, and I'm looking forward to it. That's it, Mayor. I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, very good. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Wait, 1 second.
Oh. Change your mind?
I just wanted to make sure that the condition of approval that I read into the record was part of your motion as amended. So if you're comfortable with that.
Okay, so the resolution as amended with
Condition 9.
Condition 9.
Condition 9, amended as read by Anthony.
And I would also ask that the resolution, because you're required to make specific findings, that you find that it is compatible, or that the project is in compliance with the comprehensive plan and with the ULDR.
Yes, in compliance with both.
Condition 9 has to do with archaeological materials?
Yes, and there was a letter from the city's
Unmarked
archaeologist,
human remains.
Coastal Archaeology and History Research. It was Exhibit 1, page 19 of 2022.
Okay, very good. Please call the roll.
As amended, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the issuance of a beach development permit for a site plan level 4 development of a 12-story, 100-room hotel and restaurant with 54 multifamily residential units known as Ocean Park Hotel and Residences located at 2851, 2901 Northeast 9th Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the Sunrise Lane Area Zoning District in the Central Beach area. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Mr. Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is passed. We have a sister resolution, R5, quasi-judicial resolution vacating a 3-foot utility easement located on Northeast Ninth Court, Sunrise FTL Ventures LLLP. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Do you have any disclosures, Commissioner Moritas?
No,
Do you have any
no,
disclo-
no. Which one are we on again?
Do you have
I'm
any
sorry.
disclosures, Commissioner McKenzie?
What is
That-
this,
that's a no.
R5?
That's a no for the record. Commissioner Glassman?
Same as R4.
Okay, and I have the same as R4. That is meeting with the representative and the applicant as well as a site visit. I have 4 people signed up to speak. Do you really want to speak?
Just to answer any questions, this is the
Okay.
easement vacation.
Okay. If that's Daniel Dugan, Richie Baptista, Nectaria, and Peter, you're waiving your right to speak, right? Yes.
Mayor,
You're not signed up.
I know I'm not signed. I can sign up real quick. In conversations with the applicant, there are 2 conditions of approval regarding the vacation of the right-of-way.
Okay.
We'd like to strike from the conditions. They aren't germane to this. We've reviewed it with engineering, and they're fine with removing those conditions. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I think it's the only 2 conditions that are part of this packet.
Okay, so anyone who introduces a resolution would be as amended, which the amendment would be striking the 2 conditions.
Yes, it's in section 3 of the resolution.
Okay?
There are 2 conditions in there that can be stricken. Actually, I believe the whole section can be stricken. Section 3 can be stricken.
Section 3. Okay, they don't apply?
They do not, no.
Okay. With that said, would someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the resolution as
Introduce.
amended?
Introduced as amended.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating that certain 3-foot wide platted sewer easement in Lot 7, Block BA, Seabridge, according to the plat thereof recorded in Plat Book 21 at page 46 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located north of Northeast Ninth Court, south of East Sunrise Boulevard, west of North Birch Road, and east of the Intercoastal Waterway, all said lands situate, lying, and being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck. Make it nice. R6, quasi-judicial resolution. Didn't we already do this?
It was deferred.
It was deferred?
Uh-huh, the car
Okay.
wash.
All right. Approving plat known as Landicaris Plat, located at 1555 North Federal Highway, L Car Wash, FL Federal LLC. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any,
I do not.
have any disclosures? Commissioner McKenzie? None? I did meet with their representative or their attorney. This is right near my house, so I don't have too far to go to have my car washed. Commissioner, do you have any disclosures?
No, I don't.
Okay, what are these? Okay. I have no one signed up to speak. So would someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced
And that's for approval.
for approval.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a plat entitled Land of Caris and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Good luck with it. Before we proceed, I need a motion to extend time. It's 9:57. Perhaps we can do it in 30 minutes. Someone
Maybe
like
an
to?
hour.
An hour? Okay, let's do an hour.
Move to extend to 11.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the meeting time is now extended to 11 o'clock. Let's see if we can do it sooner. We have R7, a resolution providing notice of decision to proceed with the unsolicited proposal submitted by Fort Lauderdale Studio Initiative LLC to develop, construct, operate, and maintain a full-service movie studio complex at 1400 Northwest 31st Avenue, and authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 of the Florida statutes. I have a few people have signed up to speak. John Millage, is this to make a presentation or just for questions?
Just briefly, Mayor. Thank you, John Millage, on behalf of Fort Lauderdale Studios Initiative. I'd just like to say briefly, thank you to the commission and staff for moving this project forward. The next step in the process is a comprehensive agreement will come back, essentially a lease. We've been working closely with the city attorney on that. I'd say the document's 90% done. It's based on the War Memorial template. It's a little different, but it's pretty close. We're looking to bring that back by your July meeting so we can get going this year on approvals. And also as an update, we've continued the neighborhood outreach that we started, before we came to you last meeting, and we had a large meeting in the community. And if it's okay with you, let me turn it over to Greg Bruton. He was the MC of that meeting, and just to give you a discussion of what happened there.
Did you go to Lake Air?
Lake Air, yes, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Bruton?
Yes, good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Commissioners. Greg Bruton. I wanted to reiterate what John just mentioned. We did reach out to the Lake Air Civic Association president. We went to one of the meetings as well. We're also in the process of getting with other associated neighborhood associations to make sure that we continue our outreach. As you know, we're in the beginning of the process. Obviously, we will be bringing more information as we move forward to those neighborhood association meetings. And I've had an opportunity to speak with several of the participants associated with the neighborhood.
So is Lake Air the neighborhood across the street from this site?
Lake Air is actually to the north of this site.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and we did meet with them. We met with Golden Heights. I've reached out to the Lauderdale, which is in the county actually, and spoke to their president and other neighborhood individuals who have an interest. Also, I do want to make a point to say that we additionally reached out to Dillard High School to give them information with regards to this project, and we've gotten support from Dillard as well.
I'm sure they're excited.
They're really excited, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have two other people who signed up to speak, Susie Fletcher and April Young. Are you ladies here? Great. Sorry to keep you here this late. Please introduce yourself and try to speak into the microphone if you could.
Hi, my name is, hi all of you. My name is Susie Fletcher, and I'm a long time resident of Broward County. I've been here a long time. And that site, what they're talking about on 31st, where the dump used to be, that dump first was on 6th Street. And I want to let you know, I lost family from that tacos and stuff. And they moved it from 6th Street to 31st. Still got sick people dying with cancer and lung problems. So I reject that. And then we have a lot of traffic coming off of Oakland Park, 31st, 19th, going on out to Sunrise. And I disapprove it. We have the theater, what we call the swap shop there. So I don't think that's a good need to put that. I am from Lake Air, been there a long time. And another thing I want to say, I live right back the Rock Island School. They do not keep that up. I got the great bushes and the palm trees falling all over in my yard. The things they won't even cut it. I've been after them for 3 or 4 years. So please, and then another thing, y'all send some cops out there in our areas for a while, because they speed in the late afternoon. And I don't know y'all heard of it. I was in my yard, what they call the donut ring. They running around, went into the parking lot and went right a donut. You have to see the black marks they make. We need some protection and stuff out there. We have children there. So I appreciate if y'all think that consideration. We do not need no movie theater right there with a dump. Just to be, they still having problems with that dump.
Okay.
So thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. April Young.
Good evening, Commissioner Board. My name is April Young, and I'm the Vice President of Lake Air. We addressed the board on last month, giving 21 days. There is not settled hearts. And from listening, as I stated, to the board as well as the projected contractors, I have nothing against them personally, and I'm all for growth and development. But what I'm not for is aggravating parcels, not just one, but 10 in particular. The record does report cancerous, toxic, and other contamination. And I myself have viewed and recorded erosion that has occurred in the last week. I myself have visited Washington, and I do believe if we're not considered when it comes down to the quality of life and health in District 3, that you force us to ask and request for emergency response, because there is life that has been lost, and there's not 1 or 2 lives. And I do know that detrimentally for my life and my family life's sake, I'm concerned. And due to that, I'm saying and I'm asking repetitively from the community of 9 different associations that we are asking not to disturb this particular property. And it's not 1,300 only. It is 10 different parcels. And I know that you guys are very familiar with it. And doing that, the fact that there was no responses for the calls, that we're asking that if not, we need to move forward in asking for an emergency action on our parts. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I ask you a question? If you're saying that because it's now been capped and it's been sealed, you're concerned that by building on it, it would rupture the seal, and you feel it would spread contamination. Is that correct? that
Not
the gist?
just that, Mayor, with the erosions and the dumping that has occurred within the last 2 years.
Right.
That has been brought to the city's attention, in reference to that we're knowing that there is still yet contamination, that there was only 2 feet of surfacing. And doing their investigation, that they have reoccurred and included 17 additional properties. My property, as well as other properties, have been tested, and there has been found to be enormous amount of contamination.
So if this project, if we were to tell you that this project is going to be designed to further seal off the contamination, to encapsulate it more, rather than to just leave it deteriorate like it has been, wouldn't that seem like something good for the neighborhood?
No.
Why is that?
We feel that that piece of property that is in question, that we're being led to believe that it's solely 2 properties or 4 properties, and there's not. There is 10 pieces of parcel that are there, that whether the city wants to agree or not, that they actually sold other parts of this property and is now considered private property. And with that being said, the conclusion of the matter is that the treasury was activated to sell this property. There was $4 million that was dispersed out through an agreement of contract that this would go towards a $28,000 cleanup. And for 72 years, is more than enough ample time to do so.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, hold on. We don't have to close public hearing, Alan, right? Okay. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduced. Any further questions on this item? I have none. Okay, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its decision to proceed with the unsolicited proposal submitted by Fort Lauderdale Studio Initiative LLC to develop, construct, operate, and maintain a full-service movie studio complex on city-owned property located at 1400 Northwest 31st Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, commonly known as the former Wingate Incinerator Site, and authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Alan, are we going to be able to get a lease back before our break?
We should. It depends how much Mr. Millage is going to try to beat me up, but we should be able to.
Okay, thanks.
What was your question?
I was asking Alan if we're going to be able to get the lease back to us before our break to move this project along, as opposed to having the 6-week break. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Resolution is approved. Congratulations. Keep the process going. This is R8, resolution providing notice of decision to proceed with the unsolicited proposal submitted by My Park Initiative LLC to develop, operate, and maintain a pickleball facility on the southwest portion of Snyder Park, located at 3299 Southwest 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, and authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 of the Florida statutes. We have a couple of people who signed up to speak. Nancy Long, Shauna Boughton, and Ellen Bogdanoff. Is Nancy Long here? Yes, Nancy, you're still here? Okay.
Hello, everybody. I am Nancy Long, President of River Oaks Civic Association. I am the messenger. I send out your guys' agenda every month, every time you have it, and I get emails back. So I'm going to read the results I got back from the pickleball court. We already have 6 courts in Holiday Park, 6 in Sunrise. We have them in Bass Park, Carter Park, George English Park, Hardy Park, and Riverside Park. And the problem that the majority of our association, our neighborhood, which is just a couple miles from the park, which we use a lot for the bike trails and the picnics, and a lot of the city events are there, is that these pickleball courts have tournaments. So when they have these tournaments, they can have roughly 2,100 participants, and up to 2,800 a year, and these yearly tournaments. And the concern is that these events cause issues of traffic. Residents won't be able to use the facilities, the dog park, the picnic areas, the bike trails, food forests, and et cetera. And they feel that adding another pickleball court in this park is not necessary when we have so many already in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And it's the census that the census from participants of interest that this is not approved, shouldn't be put at this time, that more information should be presented before awarding this. As mentioned, there are other parks in the courts in a comparison of these activities with the traffic parking, and they do not want pickleball courts. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, Phil.
And while Mr. Thornburg's coming up, can you please change the screen on our monitors and take it back to the city commission meeting? Great. Thank you.
Are there pickleball courts at Carter Park?
There's a,
Are there pickleball courts?
there's no pickleball courts. Or some of the parks she mentioned around the city, we have pickleball lines on tennis courts. So you can actually play. It's not ideal, but it's more played by recreational pickleballers just to practice. But there's no official pickleball courts.
No. All right.
So the official ones we have, as she said, is at Holiday, at Benison, and then at Sunrise Middle.
Okay, so there's no pickleball courts at Carter Park, Bass Park.
Just
Just
the-
lines.
That's
when
correct.
people want to.
And you can use the tennis nets, which is not exactly the same height. Their tennis nets are a little higher, so it's not ideal.
But it can accommodate it.
If for recreational use, they're usable, but it's definitely not ideal. The other issue with using tennis courts is the baseline's a lot farther back, so when you get older, it's a long walk between the back of the line all the way back to the fence.
Because
So-
I haven't seen anyone out there. When did they do this?
When?
Yeah.
Well, if you go to Holiday, they're there.
No,
all
I'm
the
talking about the two parks I just mentioned.
But it's just on and off. So we actually have one at Hardy at my office, and you'll see them out there playing on that
I'm
one.
talking about these two parks. I want to catch the event. I've never seen a pickleball game. So I want to.
Tennis.
I get that. I've studied it, but what I'm saying is I've never seen one at these parks. So and I'm at these parks all the time. So I'm trying to catch one in my district.
Yeah.
So
Well, they're not scheduled, so they're just
go
pickup
by and
games.
just pick up a game, right?
Right.
Because I see the kids who are playing basketball at Carter Park kind of extend over to the tennis courts and and dribble and stuff over there. But I've never seen anyone playing pickleball at either one of these parks.
Like I
I've seen them
said,
at Holiday Park.
Yeah, the tennis courts are used some, but they're definitely not used as much as
I see a lot of tennis going on at
a
Carter,
real pickleball court.
which surprised me because it had died down. Now it's picking back up. So I haven't seen the pickleball folks yet.
Right.
All right.
Phil, when you use
Thank
the
you, sir.
tennis courts, though, how do you delineate where the kitchen area is on a pickleball court?
So it's actually marked on the tennis court. So we use a different color. And so if you go to one of the tennis courts now, you'll see typically one of the courts, one of the 4 or 5 or whatever's out there at the court would be marked also with a pickleball line. So we haven't marked every court because it can be a little confusing.
It's got to be a lot of confusing.
Yeah, I mean the tennis courts are white, and I believe the pickleball are maybe a light
Blue.
green or something like that. So they're
Blue.
distinguishable, but it's still additional lines on the court.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's got to be tough. Plus the net's much higher.
I think
Okay,
it's
we have Shauna.
Thank you.
around 3 inches or so, something like that.
We have Shauna Bolton.
Thanks. I'm Shauna Boughton, 1316 Southwest 17th Street in Fort Lauderdale. And, I saw this on the last agenda that it
Speak
passed.
up.
There we go. Down, okay. Anyway, I didn't want this to just get rubber stamped very quickly without a few questions. Where is the court going to be in the park? I'm very familiar with the park. I'm a 13-year master gardener. I do a lot of volunteering for a long time with the tree giveaways. I have a degree in Parks and Recreation, so it's not foreign to me. But I think it'll be a big surprise with only 21 days' notice to people that use the park regularly that suddenly this happens. I'm not against it, but I really want to know more about it. Is it 1 court, 2 courts, or is it 15 that will host tournaments? Because tournaments are a big deal. This park is special. All parks are. This park is special because I don't know that it should become a sports park. It's really an important wildlife area. It's important dog park for lots of apartments and condos in at least 3 neighborhoods, Croissant Park, River Oaks, and people come from a long way. You can watch it in the mornings when you're there. I'm not a dog person. I'm not a pickleball person. I have experience with both. I've had, my relatives come in from the East Coast to play pickleball tournaments here. So one of my concerns is, will residents be able to use these courts? If this is 2 courts, it's a moot point, really. I think that's a wonderful little addition. But if this is, you're going to use a lot of wild space. We have a wonderful food forest that people don't necessarily know about. Heal the Planet does beautiful family and kids programs there. It just, to me, it doesn't match with what that park is, and it matches in a lot of other places that could be better if this is going to be big. But my only point really is, can we answer some questions? Can we get more information on it?
And even though the 21 days has passed, now the process continues. There'll be more information out there. People will see the design and the location. So all the questions you've asked about are still going to be available to be answered. It's not a done deal yet.
Okay.
So, okay?
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. Did you want to say something?
Briefly, because I know it's getting
I don't
late.
think you need to say anything.
No, I just want to, can I thank you? And just let the community know
Well,
that
we have plenty of time for that.
that we are going to be reaching out to them to do it, but because of the way the process works, we didn't want to reach out to the community prior to you all approving it, and we look forward to working with the city manager
Okay.
and the city attorney. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Anyone else wishes to speak on this item? There being none, would someone like to, what are we doing here? Introduce the resolution? Yes. Thank you. It's been introduced by Commissioner Moritas.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its decision to proceed with the unsolicited proposal submitted by My Park Initiative LLC to develop, operate, and maintain a pickleball facility on the southwest portion of Snyder Park located at 3299 Southwest 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33315, and authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And the resolution is approved. Congratulations. Thank you. Continue to do some good work. PH1, public hearing to consider a resolution approving a development agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and 551 Bayshore Concepts LLC for the development known as Olakino House. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider for approval a development agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Bayshore Concepts LLC. This is the time for anyone in the public to speak or comment about the development agreement. I have one person who signed up to speak, but they represent the developer. Anyone else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. If there's no further comment, is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Someone please introduce the resolution.
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a development agreement with Bayshore Concepts LLC and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved on second reading. Congratulations. Olakino House. Are you going to stop? Oh, the trees. It's about the trees. Okay. All right, moving on to OFR 1. This is an ordinance of first reading, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations regarding a lot of things. Can't read all of that. One person signed up to speak. Bianca Bryant. Is Bianca here? Hi, Bianca. You're good? You want to speak? You're on OFR 1? I can't hear.
3 words.
3 words.
3 words. All right. I won't even turn on the clock for 3 words.
I'm waiting for the tree ordinance.
Oh.
Okay, I don't quite clearly understand this ordinance, but is it concerning no zero lot lines to building properties close to homes? Oh, it's not that?
What? What'd you say? I didn't understand what you just said.
What I'm trying to say is maybe perhaps I don't understand this ordinance, but is it concerning builders being able to build homes without no zero lot lines, meaning they can build real close to your property line?
No.
Okay. So I'll wait for the next one.
Thank you. All right, OFR 1, this is first reading. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance on first reading?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
Wait, are we talking about it?
Yeah, do we have a discussion?
I'm sorry?
Well, can we just talk about it at all?
Oh, yes, you can.
Gosh.
Commissioner Moritas, do you have any comments?
Well, I did get some information from Ms. Toothaker. Is it related to this item?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'd like to talk about that. I'd also like to talk about the possibility of what the other gentleman mentioned was the accessory dwelling units, and if we want to have that conversation at some point. So we can take one of those at a time, possibly? Anything else you all?
Go right ahead.
Well, I'd like to hear more from Stephanie about what she's talking about, because I do think we need to incentivize affordable housing. And, you know, I know we're looking at the South Rack. It seems like what we did in the Uptown, and it seems like there may be some opportunities to incentivize it a little bit more. So can you explain what you're bringing to us?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Let me start by saying I'm in support of this ordinance change. I think it's a great step in the right direction, and I know staff has worked very hard on this. I do represent a number of property owners in the South Rack, including Broward Health, that are pursuing affordable housing projects. And our only ask is that the commission might consider some additional incentives built into the ordinance as drafted. We did work on a draft that would include some additional incentives, some additional density and height bonus incentives if more affordable housing is brought to the table. We've been in planning on a number of projects that would be affordable housing projects, and so we would just ask for the opportunity to work with staff on some of those bonus amendments that might, for your consideration.
I do have them before me, and I have read it. Should we discuss them a little bit now so we can amend them into this, or?
Well, I've read it, but I think maybe if we just did this on first reading and we would have time to do it in second reading, correct? Wouldn't it give staff?
We could amend
that would
this?
give staff, I think, a little bit more time than just, because we just got that email tonight, like at 6 o'clock.
Right.
So this way it would give, I think, staff a chance to really dig a little deeper, and we could pass first reading and then amend it on second reading if we wanted to.
Okay.
Yes, we
Anthony, have you had time to digest this a little bit? You probably talked with Ms. Toothaker previously.
No, Stephanie and
No,
I have
okay.
not really talked about it. We discussed it briefly a couple of nights ago. We haven't really had time to really analyze it. The whole intent behind what you have before you is an incentivized approach based on the direction we did receive. There's I think a fundamental difference with what Ms. Toothaker is proposing with what we have is additional height and additional density, doubling, I believe, some of the density.
Like it's going to 250 versus 150?
200.
Okay,
And
200 versus.
so there may be concerns. I would be happy to meet with Ms. Toothaker and discuss them between first and second reading. We did do a lot of outreach, and the only reason I say this is just out of an abundance of caution with the neighborhoods that we already spoke to and presented this to, and a certain amount of density that was associated with it and a certain amount of height. And we haven't really analyzed anything in terms of additional impacts of an increase like that. It might take us more time than a typical, 2-week period between first and second reading, so.
No, and I think you're to be commended, staff and P&Z, and the amount of times that this is returned to the neighborhoods and the amount of times it's returned to P&Z is just really excellent. I mean, so I think it would need probably to have a discussion with these neighborhoods because they've been so involved all the way through. So I think that they need to have a little bit more time to digest what's being offered now for second reading. I mean, tree ordinance second reading has been deferred for like 8 months, so I'm sure we could like just get this done. But I think affordable housing is so important, and I do want to have that discussion, Commissioner Moritas. I think we just have to do everything we can. That's all.
Are we also talking about the Geller Amendment at all with all this, or is this?
Yes.
Okay,
So we adopted language that mimics the current version of the Geller Amendment. There is discussions on what that change should be to the Geller Amendment, and the county's considering those. If this were to be adopted prior to those changes, we'd have to come back and revise the ordinance. If the Geller Amendment passes before we adopt this, then we could just change it at that point and not have to revise it.
Okay, can you explain to us all what the county is considering for the Geller Amendment and how this will also impact our flex unit? I don't want to say policy, but so we have flex units now, they're going to run out. Maybe explain to us how the Geller Amendment may provide some new opportunities for commercial
Sure.
residential?
So currently, there's a pool of units referred to commonly as flex units, and it's the difference between gross and net acreage in the city. So there's land that's left over, typically in the right-of-ways, that allows you to calculate density in those areas. That's how you develop that pool of flex units. So it's a finite amount of units based on the overall density you get for that acreage. We've been dwindling that down over the years. We collapsed the flex zones and pushed those densities per the commission direction into the racks and into the corridors we have in the city. So what's happened is, since those have been dwindling down, we don't have another pool to really lean on for additional units. However, with the passage of the Geller Amendment, what it does is it allows for a stream of market rate units as a ratio to affordable housing units. There are some caveats to that. There are certain area restrictions, but it fundamentally matches what we have in our flex map now. The issue that we have
Only if it's for affordable housing.
Well, it's for affordable housing, but it does allow a stream of market rate units as a ratio for each affordable unit.
So what is that ratio?
It depends on which one you have. I'd have to look them all up, but the one that I do remember is for very low income. For each very low income unit, you get 19 market rate units. And then you can do a mix of whatever. So whatever the calculation comes through the different categories for affordable units, you get a different stream of market rate units.
Okay.
So there is an issue, though, with the way it's written today. One of the biggest ones, at least that staff agrees with, is that there's a 10% requirement for the gross square footage of the property to be commercial. Now, if you think about what happens in the city of Fort Lauderdale with these large mixed-use projects, 10% of some of these buildings, we just don't think that that's something that's appropriate. We have spoken to the county. We've spoken to Commissioner Geller directly. He's asked us to provide him with feedback, so we've done that and proposed a strike and underline draft, as other municipalities have, to try and address that. There's also the cost of the pay in lieu of fee. I believe right now it's at $43,000 and change per unit.
43,000?
I think it's 43,375
Okay.
per unit. So there's been discussion on whether or not that number is suitable and whether it would make it prohibitively expensive to do these types of developments. So there's been a discussion that the staff hasn't generally been involved with, but we don't have an objection to it, to lower that to $10,000 per unit. And it's my understanding they are also considering that. I don't believe there are any other considerations that are being made at this time for the amendment. We think that those two, if they're addressed properly, could result in language that we could utilize to support affordable housing.
So Anthony, if they pay 10,000 a unit, who does it go to?
It's split between the county and the city.
And then do we have to put it into an affordable housing trust fund, or we can put it into our general fund? Or how does
No,
that
it
work?
goes into a trust fund, and it's meant to be used as either gap financing or to support the construction of affordable housing projects.
10,000 a unit. Have we received feedback from developers and?
The developers are driving that conversation, and I believe they are comfortable with 10,000 a unit, but I don't want to speak for all the developers.
Okay.
There may be some that want it to be a different number, but I think the consensus was that 10,000 unit was suitable.
Okay. So, all right, so that's the Geller Amendment. And do we need to, you said they haven't voted on it yet, so I guess we're going to defer this anyways, or we have a second reading?
Well, there's an active version of the Geller Amendment now that you can utilize, and we've mimicked that existing language, but that has the 10% requirement and the current pay in lieu of fee of $43,376. What I was trying to illustrate is that if they change it prior to us adopting this, we could then change our amendment, our ordinance on second reading, as long as it matched what the county has amended. If not, we'd have to amend our ordinance after the fact.
So we can't change ours first because we have to.
We have to match the
agree?
county because it's their stream of units, so we have to meet their requirements.
Okay, because I don't agree with the 43,000 and then the commercial square footage calculation right now. So, so I don't agree with that if it's written into this. So hopefully the county will change it. And then, okay, so what else were we talking about? So we have Stephanie's modifications that we'll consider and do some more outreach with our neighbors to see if we can get to that. Increased density and increased amount of affordable units. And then also, it's probably really not in here yet, and maybe it's a different conversation, but I know some of our neighborhoods have the accessory dwelling units, and they are grandfathered in. Is it time that we have this conversation in our city? I mean, I know we have some bigger lots in our city where we can talk about it again.
It was previously discussed. That wasn't the direction that we received, so we focused on the racks and the commercial corridors within the city. However, the county did adopt an amendment to their land use plan that does allow for additional granny flats or guest quarters, whatever you want to call them, ADUs, additional dwelling units, without the need to worry about density on individual sites as long as that ADU is done in an affordable way. So if it meets all the affordable, methodologies and calculations for the different rates that you have from very low income to workforce housing.
Okay.
So the county would allow us to do it. We would have to amend our ordinance, and I'd have to check and possibly our comp plan to allow it as well, to be consistent. I think if I remember correctly, the way they worded it was that we don't have to amend our comp plan, but I'd have to check. But at a minimum, we would have to change our ordinance because, as you pointed out, there are some zoning districts that currently allow granny flats, but not all of them. There's only two. And the size of the flats are limited to 600 square feet, so there's been a lot of conversation about whether that's a suitable size to have an additional unit. So there's some things that we would have to look into. If that's the will of the commission, we'd be happy to take a look at it and bring it back to you.
What two areas?
Victoria
I
Park?
believe it's RS 8. I'll have to look it up. I think it's RS 8 and RD 15, but I'll have to look it up. But it's not allowed in any of the others.
And what is the definition of
Affordable.
this product, this granny flat, or what? Is this, are we talking about multifamily or single family?
They're for single family. So the whole premise is that you have an additional dwelling unit on your single family lot. And right now it's limited to 600 square feet. There's some archaic language in some of it that refers in the way they refer to the flats, but
It has
look
to
at
be,
them the
it has
same
to be
way.
existing, already there.
It does not have to be existing, but the problem is,
Hold
if,
on.
Have an existing dwelling. And
yes, you have to have a principal dwelling unit on there, but it does not have to be an existing granny flat. We do have areas of the city where over time the code has changed. I think most people are aware that Victoria Park has a lot of existing additional dwelling units.
Right, and then we went after,
Zoning districts that
and
they're
then we
in
went,
wouldn't be allowed today.
we went after them one time to try to, well, determine if it was a separate unit altogether, we're gonna tax it differently, so a lot of things happen. So when we go back now and try and do this, how does that dwelling, the granny flat or the 600 square feet mother-in-law suite or whatever you want to call it, would it be taxed separately?
I think aren't there some tax abatements for this granny suite?
I'm not well versed enough to be able to respond to that.
There is some tax
was a
abatement.
question
You're not taxed fully on it.
There was a question that came up.
No, because it came up and we had a
Yeah,
long.
but I think the county gives you a big tax break if it's an actual family member.
Or affordable housing. I think it's part of the affordable housing solution too.
Yeah, but-
So I
Right.
think that's what they're
And
trying to do.
I'm on, this is only to clear up stuff. This is not to have a debate. This is my own clarification because we also had, we took an issue with folks having them because of renting. And this was during the big vacation rental debacle. And I was talking about rooming houses, which are, in my opinion, similar to what we experience with vacation homes, where people are just renting rooms in a single-family home. That this impedes on a single-family neighborhood. I would love to have one at my house right now. My grandkids come down, put them out there, but others may not put grandkids, mother-in-laws, and
They're going to put you in the granny
Granny, they
suite.
might put me back there, but it doesn't matter. We don't have to stay under the same roof. But as we look at this, I just caution that we don't get into this area where we're creating opportunities for people to rent these dwellings in a single family neighborhood. So I mean, I just want us to walk carefully. I know we want affordable units. Then let folks pay into this.
Well, your point is well taken, especially since the state the state takes away our authority to regulate that.
We spent 7 years on vacation rentals. I spent 5 years on the other orders to get folks to sign up to just register these rental properties that seems to be the only inventory we have left, and investors are buying them up, and there's no opportunity for what you're advocating for because there's no inventory. Now we're going to start putting huts behind homes to make that affordable housing.
So, Commissioner, if I could just chime in real quick.
I want to just
There is a caveat to how this works with the county. You don't have to calculate it as part of your density if you rent it as affordable housing. So in other words, if a project, you have a single-family dwelling and you can't meet the density for a second unit, the only way you get it is if that is rented for affordable housing. That's the way the county's comp plan is written now.
I get that. So
No
here's my
Airbnb.
single family house. I build the granny unit, granny flat. Now I rent it to the mayor. Did I get the incentive?
Who can only afford.
If you rent it at an affordable rate.
But I'm on a single family lot.
Mhm.
So now I'm creating multifamily opportunities on a single family permitted use. That's my problem.
It is more than one unit, you're right.
That's my issue. Now we're gonna have people taking right now, we're complaining about vacation rentals. Right now, we're complaining about folks renting rooms. And we're sending code out there to aggressively go after these folks. Now we're gonna add another caveat that I can rent on the open market and create a single family opportunity to go to multifamily for the incentive if I do this. I'm gonna build one next week. But I wanted mine for the sole purpose of when my kids or somebody I don't want in there with me, put them out there. And they can still be visiting me. That would be my intent. But in this environment of people desperate for housing, and we're not grabbing housing by the horn and saying, let's lower this or lower that. We're saying, here's another opportunity for housing, but we just spoke about taking the $43,000 in lieu of and reducing it to $10,000, so you're paying this in this pot. Is that really gonna create enough income to really deal with affordable housing? It's not.
Well, it's, just to be clear, it is per unit, not per affordable unit. It's per total unit. So if you have a 300
Yeah, but
unit.
it's a lower price, so now I'd rather pay in this pot than
Understood.
figure it out.
I just want to make sure everyone understands it's not just for the affordable units. It's 10,000 per unit market rate and affordable for each project.
I think we need a variety of solutions. This is a complicated problem, and I know other communities are doing it. We've all,
Communities. I'm not question. What
California, I know California's pretty, cutting
anything
edge.
close to Fort Lauderdale?
Kind of close. That's
all those folks-
coastal and expensive.
But all these folks are coming here.
Just don't have grapes. Yeah. No, I know they're coming. It's expensive out there. That's why everybody's.
It's expensive here.
And that's why we need a variety of solutions. I support it. I mean, as someone who could put my college graduate or my mother in one of these, or two of can I put two of them? Or how many are we allowed? Because nobody can afford to live here anymore.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I have a problem with when they rent it.
Well, we might need to rent to
Well, you
people
can
who
rent
work
it,
in
but
our
it has
area
to be at an
too.
affordable rate.
And if they're
but
living in
600
my
square
backyard, I should be able to.
600 square feet in my backyard is affordable. 600 square feet over here on the river is not affordable. 600 square feet in Flagler Village is not affordable. 600 square feet on Sistrunk is not affordable.
Well, again, all Anthony is saying is,
I get that. I'm just trying to give the public, an idea of what we're talking about, because I'm going to go with what we say, but we're talking about putting people in Victoria Park, people in Coral Ridge, people in Dorset River Bend behind the single-family house. Now we're saying we're going to rent and have another tenant back there if they make it affordable.
Right.
Well, who are you going to attract?
You attract a lot of people that work in our city and can't afford to live here, just like.
I'm going to Rio Vista, and I want to get me one of those granny flats for $600 or affordable. See how that works out.
okay. Any other questions? We're getting late
So
here.
you guys,
Okay, so-
nobody else agrees with that but me.
No, I like to pursue it also.
No, I want
You
to
like it
pursue it,
too?
but I just want to know how do we manage it so it
Listen, if it's
doesn't.
in your backyard, you manage it,
Yeah, but
don't you think? I
No,
mean, we're not gonna have a disruptive.
you have them now, and
our
we
backyard.
he knows because he led the charge. He, meaning the mayor, led the charge on this very same issue, and we got in some very deep gray water to get to where we got. And now we're back here again saying this is how we're going to resolve affordable housing.
One
And
solution.
when it gets in my backyard, I'm going to do what I want with it. If I put a walkway, it's really not a granny flat now. It's part of my single family. It becomes the fourth bedroom. If you get creative.
It's predicated on if it's a separate dwelling unit with a kitchen.
But kitchens come later, on the weekend.
Anthony, one thing I would like to look into it with that county provision is if we can prohibit a property that operates as an Airbnb from adding an accessory dwelling unit to their property. And if so it has to be, that's kind of complicated, huh? Because we don't want Airbnbs adding additional renters and doing that. But if it's, I don't even want to say it's the homesteaded person. I don't know.
I mean, I think I understand the direction I'm hearing. So we'll get with the city attorney's office and see what options there are to address those. We may be in a situation where if we allow one, we have to allow the other, quite frankly. But the way the county's amendment works, if I'm recalling correctly, they have to have an affidavit that says it's going to be rented as affordable. So then you would be able to use that, assuming that could stand up to a legal test. You could use that as enforcement.
Yeah, it gets
Anthony-
difficult. Once you start renting, again, to your point, Commissioner, once you start renting, landlord, we have no jurisdiction over landlord tenancy. So that's all state. So once you start renting, you want to evict someone, we can't just step in and say, no, you shouldn't be living there. We have nothing to say.
Well,
to
that's just like that's okay. So the granny flat exemption was intended to give a person whose homesteaded property, they wanted to add at most a 600 square foot addition. He's not listening. 600 square foot addition, but the person who resides in that addition has to be 62 years or older, and has to be a parent or relative.
Right.
That's how you get the full exemption from the county property appraiser. So start with that model. You then took it to another level and said, well, what happens if they cheat and they rent it as a vacation rental, which is very viable. So to the extent that the property appraiser goes around knocking on doors like they do now to determine whether or not it's a real homestead property.
Right.
That's how they'll police the addition. So I think that's.
So I don't have a problem exploring it. I just think I want us to make sure we capture all the stuff that we're.
I know,
about tonight.
but the police power rests with the county in this case, not with the city, as Alan said.
And state.
So Anthony, you're saying the incentive is if you rent it as an affordable house for somebody. Can I rent it to my own child and get that exemption? I mean, there's probably things like that, right?
I believe the way it's written, it just says it has to be rented at an affordable rate.
Okay, so family members could use it if they
I
need.
don't think it has an
there.
exemption for family members. I think it just has
Yeah.
to be rented at an
Rent
affordable
it?
rate.
Next to
Like
the
I said,
pool.
I'm doing this from memory. We didn't
Yeah.
explore this because it wasn't part
On
of the
the
direction,
dock.
so I want to just add the caveat that I'd need to read it and really kind of absorb it before I could comment on it.
So do we want Anthony to explore this concept
Yes.
as part of this ordinance? So and bring it back to
Yeah.
us on a second reading with Ms.
That's fine.
Baker's amendments and additions?
Sure.
And matching the county with the accessory dwelling unit language, and then hopefully we will have a resolution on the Geller amendment, the 10,000.
So if you choose to take action on first reading tonight with that direction to do it between first and second reading, it'll be a while before we bring it back. I just want to put that out there. You could
Definitely.
take it as two separate items. It's up to you how you want to move forward.
So were you advocating for granny flats, or what were you at? I forgot what
she's not talking
what
about
you were
that.
advocating for now.
More dwelling, more affordable housing, and
I'm
then,
just
We
kidding.
wanted to add some additional incentives. for
Height and
affordable
density.
housing, for height and
All right,
density.
thank you.
Yeah, I would probably, to Mr. Fajardo's point, do it as a separate item.
Yeah, separate.
If you do it, it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to be a long time before we come back.
It's going to muddle it off.
Okay.
Anthony, one question. So if you own a condo, can you rent out your balcony?
no.
If it's 600 square
Closed.
feet,
Has to be on grass.
I want to give everybody options. No?
Okay, so would
I would
someone
love to
like to
live on your
introduce the ordinance?
Okay, thank you.
Would someone like to introduce the
okay,
ordinance?
Introduced.
So what are we bringing back this second reading? Everything except the accessory dwelling units?
what's in front of us?
Well, what you're going to what you're going to get back is exactly what you have tonight, because you haven't given us necessarily what changes you would like us to make. You want us to explore them. So we'll work to bring you back, I guess, what our positions are. And I guess we have direction to do community outreach with.
Yes.
Because you haven't really discussed what proposed changes are that have been proposed to you this evening. So we don't have direction as to making any changes. So
What about
it's going to
these
come back
changes?
the same. Excuse me?
What about the initial amendment that started this conversation?
Which
Well,
is the Geller
you
amendment.
haven't, no.
He said.
It's Ms. Toothaker's amendments, which you haven't considered yet.
Oh, the Toothaker amendment.
Right. So
I feel
those you
that-
haven't considered, and you haven't given staff direction on that. You've given us
I just want to
direction
be
to
clear
work.
as to what it is we're voting on.
Yeah, I've considered them.
You're voting on what's
Before us with an
before you
amendment?
with no changes.
I like changes.
Mayor,
How do we get the
but-
changes?
But because the changes will come prior to our second reading and second.
But what
adoption.
Alan
They
is
won't,
saying.
because we don't have direction to make those changes, because you don't know what those changes
Can we
are.
give you direction?
I'm happy to discuss them.
If you tell us specifically what changes you want us to make, we can.
You have specifics?
I do. I
Right.
do. And
Yeah.
I was given direction by the city attorney to wait, because I had sent it to staff and I had discussed it with the manager, and so I've had multiple meetings about it. So basically what we're asking right now, you get a bonus density of 50 units an acre if you do 10% affordable housing. We were asking for, if we do an additional 5% affordable housing, an additional bonus density on a sliding scale, capped at 200 feet. So right now, the way your ordinance is drafted, it says if you do affordable housing, you get an additional height density of 50 feet, and up to 150 feet. We're asking that be raised for more affordable housing up to 200 feet, and more density if you do an additional 5% of affordable housing from 10 to 15%. It's a very simple request. That's what we're asking. That's what we've already drafted it. We've drafted an amendment for the commissioner's consideration. We've sent it to the city multiple times, and that's what we're asking to be considered.
Okay, or having said that, does this in any way contradict the state statute, which penalizes cities for requiring affordable housing?
We haven't looked at it for that purpose as of yet. I don't know, maybe Mr. Fajardo has?
I think it's only an incentive though, Mayor.
Yes, so Dwayne Spence has been working with us on this, and when the state passed that statute, we revised our ordinance to be in compliance. So these are all incentive-based, they're not mandates. So you get the extra density, you get the extra height if you put in affordable housing. What you're referring to is a mandate that you have to do a certain percentage for any project. You can still do a market rate project as long as there are market rate units available for you to.
But they're put at a disadvantage by not, I mean, I can see as an attorney, I can see an argument being made that as between two developers, developer number one is at a disadvantage because they do not want to put affordable housing, and yet you're giving bonuses to another developer who's willing to put in affordable housing, and that first developer is going to say, I've been financially, suffer financial detriment, and therefore the city needs to make up that difference.
Well, and don't forget that we are running out of flex units. The only two methods to get additional units is either through Geller for the additional units as a ratio
Well,
of
I get all
affordable,
that.
or through a land use amendment, either small scale or large scale.
I just don't want to run it, I don't want to run against the statute because we may be shooting ourselves in the
It's
foot.
not inclusionary zoning.
Okay.
Mr. Spence is confident that we.
So
meet
we'll
it.
name this the Dean statue. Got Geller, we got Dean on this side. What do you think? For the amendment,
The
we're naming it after you.
Geller Amendment's going to apply regardless whatever we pass. I mean, it's just going to apply to all cities. Now, what
Well,
Stephanie
if I could just clarify, it does apply to all cities, but we still have to change our ordinance so that we can allow ourselves to.
Oh,
to
okay.
do it. Okay, but
That's what we're voting on.
That's
so
part
why
of
don't we
it.
just why don't we
Part of
just do
this.
that tonight?
Then if we amend it, it's just another tool for incentivizing.
Right.
So I don't see the problem with that.
So why don't we just do that tonight?
Because we're talking about granny flats, and here's another tool to put in the belt to incentivize more units in a more appropriate place as opposed to in my backyard.
Well, you're right. All
So I
it
think
does is-
here we have to seize this moment, in my opinion, if we're serious about affordable housing.
I agree.
Well, I think we should add the amendment that Ms. Toothaker is bringing to us and include it in our second reading. And I'm okay with taking out the granny flats until before November.
But I think we explore that and bring that back.
Right, and 2 readings before November.
So if
I'm moving to your backyard.
if I'm hearing the
I
discussion
don't have a
correctly,
backyard, my front yard with a fence.
would be approving what's existing in the ordinance now on first reading with the direction that between first and second reading, we talk to Ms. Toothaker on her additional amendments. Probably do some additional outreach, which will delay second reading coming back to you, just to
That's fine.
verify. And then as a separate item, the additional dwelling units, granny flats, that we would bring back at a later date for consideration as an adoption to an amendment.
Yep,
correct.
following the county's language.
Correct.
County already voted on it, so that's done with the county. There's no amendments
I think so,
with
yes.
the accessory dwelling, yeah. I would
Okay.
like to see that brought back to
Okay,
us.
someone like to
Twice.
introduce that ordinance? We got to get moving.
Introduced.
It's been introduced as amended with direction. Okay.
A second reading, though, do we have a date certain?
We haven't,
All right, so
no, we
may
haven't
need to-
picked a date. I mean, we typically would have just brought it back.
Yeah, we'll just may need to re-advertise.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
could we defer and then defer again if we need to?
Let's not defer it. Let's just pass it tonight.
Okay, all right, we'll
Right.
re-advertise then.
Right. Please call the roll.
What are we passing it as is?
No, we're passing with the amendment.
We're passing it as is with instruction. Like
Right,
you-
well, then you're just passing it
as is with
giving
instruction.
us direction.
Correct.
Okay.
Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida's Unified Land Development Regulations, more specifically, Section 47-13.30, entitled Table of Dimensional Requirements for the SRAC Districts, to modify the development permit approval process for developments applying for height or affordable housing density bonuses within the SRAC districts, amending section 47-13.31 entitled Table of Dimensional Requirements for the NWRAC-MU district of the ULDR to modify the development permit approval process for developments applying for height or affordable housing density bonuses within the NWRAC-MU districts, amending 47-13.51 entitled SRACSA Special Regulations of the ULDR to add new performance standards and criteria for additional height bonus, amending section 47-13.52 entitled NWRAC-MU Special Regulations of the ULDR to delete provisions related to performance standards and criteria for affordable housing height incentive and add reference to the new Affordable Housing Code, section 47-23.16, amending section 47-20.3 entitled Reductions and Exceptions of the ULDR to update affordable housing multifamily parking reduction standards, creating 47-23.16 entitled Affordable Housing Regulations of the ULDR, providing for definitions, incentive exemptions, general requirements, and expedited review process, amending 47-24.1 entitled General Table 1 Development Permits and Procedures of the ULDR, modifying the development review process for certain development permits and deleting portions of Section 47-37B3 entitled Applicability and General Regulations of the ULDR related to increased density through the allocation of affordable housing units, providing for severability, providing for conflicts and repeal, providing for corrections of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that ordinance is now approved on first reading with direction. I need a motion to extend the meeting another hour.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. I have 30 minutes worth of people who have signed up to speak, so.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Only thing, reduce their minutes to 1 minute.
Can I limit each one of your speeches to 1 minute?
Yes.
I don't talk much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner
Please, Ted.
Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay, thank you. So now we move on to OSR 2, first reading and ordinance, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations, list of permitted conditional accessory uses at the General Aviation Airport. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? There being none, would someone like to introduce the ordinance? The ordinance is now introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida's Unified Land Development Regulations, more specifically amending Section 47-14.10 entitled List of Permitted Conditional Uses and Accessory Uses, General Aviation Airport District, and Section 47-1411 entitled List of Permitted Conditional Uses and Accessory Uses in the Airport Industrial Park District of the ULDR to establish a process for approval of uses that are not specifically listed in the list of permitted conditional uses and accessory use tables for each zoning district and will not adversely impact the operation of the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, providing for severability, providing for conflicts and repeal, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. She's the vice president, yeah. And the OFR 2 is approved on first reading. Our final item tonight is OSR 1, a second reading. This is an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations relating to landscaping and tree preservation requirements. I have several people who signed up to speak. I'll call your names in threes. You have 3 minutes in which to speak. Please come up to the podium. Charlie Lekoff, Nancy Long, and Bianca Bryant. Hello, sir.
Ready to go. All right.
Ready to go.
I'm sure you're ready to go home. It's late. We've all been here a long time.
I've only had 2 hours of sleep, but that's
Yes, that is correct. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Charlie Lykoff. I live in the Riverland community, and I'd like to first thank the people who've worked on the landscaping and tree preservation situation we have here. I think they've done an outstanding job, and it's much appreciated and long awaited. The only concern I have is the would be for the unauthorized removal of specimen or desirable trees or palm by developers without the proper permits. We've seen it in our communities where somebody shows up in the weekend and takes out a specimen oak or a specimen palm or a specimen tree just so they can clear their lot and build their duplex or build their couple of houses. We just want to make sure that developers do everything possible to design around these specimen trees. It's possible. They do it in other cities like Coconut Grove and probably Miami Beach. They do what they can to save these trees. Just need to do everything they can possible to relocate or save these trees. We want to make sure that the unauthorized removal of these trees, which are usually flagrant and done on the weekend, are dealt with severe financial consequences. Not just a slap in the hand. We want to hit them where it hurts, in their pockets, their finances. We just want to make sure that enough's being done to financially penalize the tree removal offenders. We have to do what we can to preserve the character of our tree communities. What would your own communities look like if we let developers to take down a tree without the proper permits just because they felt they could do so? So we got to do what we can to preserve our beautiful historic specimen trees. With that, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, sir. Nancy Long, Bianca Bryant, followed by Doug
Nancy
Cool.
Long, River Oaks Civic Association. When I got this revision, I started getting phone calls and emails like crazy, so I sat down, I read the whole thing. And I was going through it from the first 85 pages, the ordinance, it appeared everything that we understood was going to protect our canopy was crossed off. Then I got to page 85 and I understood 1 to 85 more or less corrected grammar and repeated items were crossed off. At 85, the amendment opens up to the changes in this ordinance that appears to be fair in all. And I found that most of the amendments were preferred were very fair. Florida-friendly plants that are better planned for urban forestry master plan. We thought that those were completely gone, but they did have some allowances in there for that, which seemed adjustable. And with that being said, I didn't find any item crossed off that was not addressed on pages 85 to 114. However, on section 4721.2, under definitions, it talks about effectively destroy to cause, suffer, allow, or permit any act which will cause a tree to die or go to a period of unnatural decline with a period of 1 year from the date of the act. This is not good. We have trees that are 80, 90, 100 years old, and I have witnessed, and I've actually called the city in when I've seen this done, when developers come in and they'll hack through one side of the tree root, usually to run a drain line or a culvert or just whatever they needed to run on the drawings. And I have one that I've been photographing that is 5 trees, 80 years old. They are mahogany trees, and they hacked one side of them. In the last 5 years, those 3 of those trees that they hacked through, the 2 they didn't are standing straight and tall, still 45, 50 feet high. The 3 that they hacked through have been falling a few feet every year. When they stood high, now the bottom branches are hitting our FPL poles. They're leaning in the streets, trucks are hitting them and breaking branches off, the bark's falling off. When I called the city on this, when they were hacking through these roots, they told me that this kind of abuse, there is no time limit. If that tree should fall in 5 years, 10 years from them hacking through it, they should still have the consequences. So I'm requesting that you take off that 1 year for these trees and gives it the life of that tree, gives it indefinite. If the other 2 trees are standing tall and proud, and these 3 that they hacked through, which I have photographs of the hole they dug and hacked, and also I've taken photographs throughout the years of how they've been falling. One good storm, these trees are going to be laying on the properties across the street, taking down the FPL poles and everything else. And I believe that these developers, contractors should be held reliable for these acts that they did on these type of trees. So I'm asking that the ordinance looks great, and I talked to Ben Sorensen about this, and he said that we could probably do something with this one section 4721.2, take out the year and give it a indefinite time on hacking through and killing trees of this sort.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bianca Bryant, is Bianca here? Are you Bianca? Yes. Okay, followed by Doug Kuhlman, followed by Ann Poe.
Can you see it?
Please proceed.
You got to see the whole thing.
Is that in Sailboat
Put it
Bend?
up higher. There you go higher. Okay. My name is Bianca Bryant. I hope what I have to say as a homeowner makes a difference, and you don't continue to defer this project. My family has been in River Oaks since the 1960s. My property is next to this property right here. A developer just purchased this property. This oak tree, I have seen this oak tree grow for years. The one behind it has to be at least 70 years old. In order for a developer to come in here and build a 2-story or a duplex, he's gonna have to tear these trees down. Anyways, developers just come in, ruin the trees, and make their money and move on. I get 100 calls a day, I'm exaggerating a little, every day. Do you want to sell your property? We're developers. Do you want to sell your property? We're developers. We, the homeowners, need to stand up for what is right, not for what is right for the developers. These trees contribute to the environment. They provide oxygen, improves air quality, conserving water, preserving soil. Trees take in carbon dioxide and produce the oxygen we breathe. So I asked that you vote in favor of doing what we can to protect these trees and not have developers come in and just chop them down. I think they need to build around it, or before they purchase the property, they need to find out that in order for them to build, if they have to cut these trees, they need to realize that in order to do that, they can't do it. So, they don't think about it. They just buy the property. This tree right here, you see right there, there's a piece of it chopped down because somebody came in and started to chop it down. Immediately, I called the city. They came and they stopped them from doing it. And just recently, across the street where they're doing the drainage for the floods, and there's a bunch of trees, and the developer, or not the developer, the actual contractor had someone out there chopping the trees. And I came out there and I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I have to cut the trees because my machinery gets in the way and we need to cut them." Well, the tree was just chopped out of nowhere with stumps sticking out. So I called the city, and the city came and it stopped them. And the next day, they needed to get an arborist to make sure that it's done correctly. And that's
Okay.
what happened.
All right, thank you. Doug, followed by Ann Poe. Is Ann here? Followed by Natalia Barranco. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Doug Kuhlman. I'm here this evening on behalf of the advisory group to request you defer this item in order to allow for adequate time to review the latest draft, plus or minus 100 pages, presented to you and the advisory group on June 1st, just 6 days ago. I apologize for the email coming late yesterday. I know 2 of you got it because you responded. It's important that you don't necessarily read the whole thing, but identify the yellow and green areas. And the reason I say that, I have 2 points to make to support this request for deferral. First, I've taken the liberty of graphically identifying the efforts by the advisory group where we have made major improvements to the ordinance which need to continue. These efforts were detailed to you in my email of last evening, highlighted in yellow. I think you can agree that all these changes initiated by the advisory group have been positive in improvements, and without this pro bono input, the ordinance would not be what it is today, and it would have been insufficient. Much of these revisions were also aided by the city hiring outside landscape architects, which have been especially helpful in reaching consensus between both city and private stakeholders. Second, the advisory group and other stakeholders, per our last meeting on April 21st, were promised adequate time to review the final draft before it would be presented to you, the City Commission, for second reading. Note, we have been working diligently with city staff since the first quarter of 2021 and are committed to continue. As a last resort, if you decide not to defer this item to a later date, I have offered three options for changing by deleting, restricting, or exempting one of the most onerous aspects of the draft ordinance, structural or modular soils, and have highlighted those in light green in the document I sent you. I think you can see by the complexity of just this one issue, the city and its residents would be better served by a deferral of this item and complete the review. And I request you do so. Thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you, sir. Ann Poe, followed by Natalia Barranco, followed by Ryan Emmer.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Lauderdale Isles, and Fort Lauderdale's taken over our code. Our quality of life has steadily gone downhill. It used to say in our code we are entitled to quiet enjoyment of our property. We had lighting provisions, and those have disappeared. And now they're trying to get rid of any penalties for removal of tree canopy. During the last few years, I've called code a number of times as trees have disappeared. We've lost 30-year-old sable palms and other native trees. Nothing's been done to these people. Now we've had corporations coming in, and on my street, they've bought 2 different properties, 1 company, and various other properties. They're coming in, they're destroying the trees. We now have front yards that are nothing but concrete squares with AstroTurf, and they've run the tubes of concrete going back in their backyards that are on the canals that are nothing but concrete. And that brings the whole quality of life down. And I don't believe investors should be able to do that. I've been a resident over 20 years. We have a couple homes that are 3rd generation living there. Fort Lauderdale is a city of growth, but it's also a city of neighborhoods and families. And that needs to be stopped. Our canopy is important. We have a good relationship with Broward County. I'm a master gardener, and our trees need to be protected in our homes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Natalia Barranco, followed by Ryan Emmer, followed by DeAndre Francis.
Good evening. It's past my bedtime. I don't want to get cranky, but I'm part of the advisory group, and we've come a long way. Lots of good stuff in there. I'll echo the tree canopy. We don't do enough in the code to preserve trees. There's no incentive to keep a tree. That pendulum needs to swing equally in the opposite direction to protect the trees. Developers would like to save money too. So if you impact their pocket in both directions, you'll save more canopy. The only green I see we're impacting is the city's fund for trees going from $65 an inch to $250. That's beyond inflation numbers. One thing though, just when you do read the ordinance cover to cover, just look at some of the language, because in some places we modified the amount of palms we could use throughout the ordinance, and then on the last page, it restricts all palms to 20%. So there's something funny there. I don't know if it's a typo should be, but, and the over restriction of the city with synthetic grass, telling manufacturers and designers how to install it. I think the city should not go there. Let the manufacturer determine how it's to be installed. I don't think the city wants to put themselves in a liable situation about how to install synthetic grass. Anyways, that's all I got.
Okay. Thank you. Is Ryan here? Followed by DeAndre Francis. Is DeAndre Francis here? Oh, there you are.
I'm gonna speak fast because I timed this in 5 minutes. I read the entire 114-page ordinance. Give me 5 minutes.
I give you 3.
I don't want to really. Cool. I actually have important stuff to say.
We have his, but yeah.
Yeah, she
Please,
had it left over.
3 minutes, sir. Come on.
All right, the consultants made some, but not all of the changes they promised at the Landscape Advisory meeting, of which only a limited agenda was discussed that did not encompass all the problems in the ordinance. For example, at the meeting, they promised us the 10-foot swales would only, that you could put root barriers and you wouldn't have to put submodular pavements in those 10-foot swales. Commissioner McKinsey, we talked about that before, about the submodular pavement systems. They only partially made that change in the ordinance. The ordinance now reads that next to existing infrastructure, we can install root barriers, but if the sidewalks are proposed, then we would now need to install submodular pavement systems or structural soil, which is also really expensive, and that happens in single-family or duplex neighborhoods. Now, you may ask why the city's making us do that, and the reason why is because the city wants to grow canopy, and to do that, they're making us install trees in places that they naturally don't fit. And when they naturally don't fit in there, they're making the citizens pay for the burden of installing trees in places where they naturally don't grow and would destroy
I think one of the reasons for structured soil is not so much because they're asking us to plant trees where they don't belong. It's to protect the infrastructure of sidewalks and roads where the roots would crawl into and destroy. I think that's the reason.
The reason, no, that is.
Well, I know that's the reason they told me.
Well, let me clarify that. If you were to plant a small tree, then the roots would not grow large enough to damage that infrastructure.
Well,
But
don't
when-
trees grow to large trees?
No. Certain trees do and certain trees don't. A small tree like a silver buttonwood is not going to have extensive root damage like a large tree like a gumbo limbo or a live oak. They grow to a much larger mature canopy over, above, and below. And because the city wants to expand its canopy, what they're doing is they want to put trees into smaller spaces where the roots will damage infrastructure to get the canopy on top. And then to prevent the roots from damaging the infrastructure below, they want citizens to pay for these expensive substructures like structural soil and submodular pavement systems. That's the fact. They say right tree, right place in all their documentation until they want the citizens to put the wrong trees in the wrong places and make them pay for it. But since I had some of my time taken for a question, I'm going to continue with this. Other major highlights that I believe that are very detrimental to housing affordability, housing stock renewal, ease of doing business, and that won't protect many trees are a few items. They are quadrupling the cost of tree removal permits from currently a base cost of $65 per diameter breast height inch to a minimum of $250 per inch. Costs have not quadrupled in the past 6 or 7 years since this was last updated. It's making Fort Lauderdale tree removal laws the most restrictive in all of Broward County and probably the entire state, with the possible exception of Miami Beach. And I took the time to read every single other code in Broward County, every single other municipality. Every single other municipality has a 18-inch diameter breast height or higher standard as a specimen tree. Fort Lauderdale is now lowering this to 8 inches for small trees and 13 for medium trees, adding over 90 new species to specimen tree status, which now requires arborist reports, increased costs, staff discretion to remove a tree. All this when the city canopy has actually been growing over the last several years. We do not have a diminishing city canopy. In 2019, Kim Pearson came before this commission in November and said the city canopy had grown to 20.2%. And I talked to staff in March 2022, and they told me city canopy has grown since 2019. Don't create a problem where it doesn't exist. Lastly, requiring tree protection barricades at the drip line of a canopy, it's absurd. It's going to result in tree barricades covering huge portions of a building site and other conflicts with other building disciplines such as engineering. They're putting vast new powers in decision-making under staff discretion, from tree substructures to tree placement to tree selection. Landscape staff has more authority on your building site property. They can also come and designate any palm on your property a desirable tree, making it either expensive or impossible to remove. Overly prescriptive root pruning directives to the point where it's going to incentivize developers and builders. If they have the opportunity to remove a tree, they will remove it and just take it away under the 2019 law, rather than going through the massive headache that the city's going to make them do in root pruning, large required soil volumes, and much more detailed new plan design requirements. If you guys care about affordable housing, every little, this ordinance is like death by 1,000 cuts. Every little specific instance in and of itself is not super expensive, but when you add them all up, the quadrupling of tree removal costs, the much more expensive plant design, the much more expensive root pruning and tree maintenance design, the submodular pavement systems, which still are required in some instances in low and medium density residential, all that stuff adds up to a lot more expensive. Here's what I ask you to do. I can't go over this all in 3 minutes. I really can't. This is probably about a half an hour to sit down.
Time is up. I gave you an extra minute.
Defer it, let me make an appointment with you, and let me sit and actually explain to you the ramifications of what this does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Francis. Where'd you go? Oh. How long have we been working on this ordinance?
I believe a year and a half.
A year and a half. 2019.
Technical aspect didn't start until March of 2021.
Okay.
We got involved, the city.
Okay, I get it. I just wanted to hear the length of time. All right, Mr. Francis, please go ahead.
Good night, everyone. It's late. I know affordable housing is a topic for the concern of the commissioners. In that case, I urge you guys not to vote on this ordinance. The item is this bill makes it more complex and expensive design for designing plans. It makes it more difficult for us in expensive relocating the trees so we can build houses and redeveloping houses. I'm just tired, guys. I lost my train of thought.
How about this? Did we address any of your concerns from the last meeting?
A few of them, yes.
Are you satisfied with where we are now, or no?
Yes.
You are?
As far as in the, yes, I'm sorry, I'm just tired, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can move forward with it, right?
Is there anyone else who's wished to
it?
speak on this item?
I think it was him and the other guy.
Okay, nobody else? Okay, this is OSR 1. This is a second reading, an ordinance regarding landscaping and tree preservation requirements. Would someone like to introduce the
Well,
ordinance?
I just want to, can we talk about it for 1 second?
Well, let's just
okay,
introduce it and then
introduce.
we can talk.
Introduced.
Did someone introduce it?
She just did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Introduced.
Well, it's hard to hear
Yeah.
that soft, sweet voice of
Oh,
yours.
yes.
Go ahead.
It's like-
Now you can speak. Speak up.
I am 100% for protecting our trees. I'm 100% against all these regulations, and it's a little too overburdensome for me. So I wish there was a way to
Government overreach.
bifurcate it like we talked about originally. So, I mean, I can't support this. I will vote against it how it currently is. I do think the burden is way too great for our affordable housing market that we're hoping to build. And I don't know, maybe the city needs to do more to help or to help subsidize some of these requirements and these sub-modular pavement systems. But I want to do whatever we can to keep our trees from being cut down. So
The problem is, Commissioner, that you know, anyone who's looking to make money in real estate and real estate development is obviously going to want to create a product that costs them the least amount and that's going to provide them the greatest profit. And in doing so, they're going to cut corners wherever they can. It's just what you do when you're in business, okay? So where are you going to cut corners? Well, one place is to try to minimize the amount of landscaping. And what staff is doing is taking the direction that we have to either incentivize or make requirements that we require a certain amount of landscaping, the type of landscaping, the location of the landscaping, in order to ensure that someone who's doing development is not going to cut corners. Because this city has a long history of people cutting corners when it comes to development. And we see it time and again, whether it be a single family home or whether it be a 40-story building. And unfortunately, we have these 40-story buildings, and everybody has a dog or a cat, and where do they walk it? Well, there's no place to walk your dog because the perimeter around you has barely a ribbon of landscaping in which to walk the dog. So where do they go? They go in the street, they go on the sidewalk, they go in the neighbor's yard. We allow them to cut corners. If we don't start pushing back and coming up with requirements, then the habit of cutting corners will continue to diminish the quality of life in our city. So you can say you're in favor of tree canopies and lush landscaping, but unless we do something, unless we have requirements or incentives, it's not going to happen. It's just the way human nature is. So keep that in mind when you think about this. Commissioner McKenzie, you're a developer. You're a contractor. You see this. Tell us, am I right? Am I wrong? Where
I think the real estate closing agent should be penalized for allowing them to do these things that are happening. But for the record, right now, Anthony, do we have protection for our trees and our landscape right now before we even attempt to alter this ordinance?
So the primary discussion seems to be centered around the suspended paving systems, commonly referred to as.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, I'm trying to answer. Right now, our ordinance does have that in it. It's only applicable in the downtown rack. What staff has done is added clarification that when trees are in proximity to city infrastructure or areas where city infrastructure would be proposed, new sidewalks for projects, then you need to look at these. There's language in there that talks about structural soil as well. So there's alternatives that you can do in certain situations. There are people here that can definitely talk in more detail about it. But yes, it's in there now. We are clarifying when it needs to be used in other situations because we don't have that coverage there. And I think the fundamental question we need to ask ourselves is if we're going to, as a city, change the way we install these trees in these areas, are we okay with changing the character of the existing neighborhood? Because the direction that we got was to preserve the character of the neighborhood and the large shade trees that we have been planting throughout the city. And the only way to ensure that we don't damage our infrastructure is from these systems that we've inserted into the code for these other areas.
So this whole process came about because we directed you, or was staff saying, hey, there's an issue out there? I'm asking a question.
So it was fundamentally a direction from the city commission. It started for tree protection, and this is another version of that. So it falls under the same category.
Okay. And I've struggled with landscape since I started developing, second generation. And I mean, I love Dave Gennaro. He was my guy, but he was a tough cookie. And I think we have you can do that, but you might hurt yourself doing that. Okay, because Dave, although he was strict, he protected what we're trying to protect up here. And some of us don't play by the rules. But it worked then, I think it still can work. Now I think our biggest issue is the enforcement side of anything that we put on the books. That's just my opinion. We could put 1,000 layers of protections, and if we don't enforce it, it's just, what have you. 'Cause I can move a tree at night. I just wanted that clarification, and I thank you for doing that, and thank you for all the work that you put into this. I didn't advocate for it, but things just happen here, especially here lately. So appreciate all your hard work.
Well, there was a lot of input from multiple people, but thank you.
Okay, any further comments?
I do, Mayor.
Okay.
So, I know that Vice Mayor Sorensen was charged with working and moving this along, but he's not here.
He had to
I
leave
don't know
early.
if he
He had to
had
leave at
any
8
more input or.
Give you some context because I was at the meeting. So when we passed this on first reading, the discussion was centered around should we do additional outreach and talk to the members of the working group on their concerns. The agreement was to have one meeting. We ended up having two. Dr. Gassman and her team, we met in this room, put up a PowerPoint presentation with everything bulleted that was asked for, and we went through them one by one. In some cases, we made changes that are reflected in this version of the ordinance that you see. In some cases, we didn't, because we didn't come to an agreement. But Commissioner Sorensen was at both meetings. He wasn't able to attend the full extent of either meeting. But when he departed, we basically terminated the meeting and just had some ancillary discussions. So we did meet twice. We were only supposed to meet once.
Okay, thank you. Again, my emphasis here is I just don't think that we do enough to protect the tree canopy. And I get photos sent to me numerous times from folks saying, look at all these trees that were destroyed, or look at all these trees that were removed, or it's so easy just to remove these trees and then pay a little bit of a fee and no one cares. That's my main concern. Do you feel that this ordinance now addresses that at all?
So I believe it does, but there are people here who are better versed in the ordinance than I am. This was a joint effort between Public Works and DSD. I believe we had a consultant hired, and he can actually get into the specifics of what that means. I think you'd be better served by speaking to one of them.
I mean, do we have incentives, just like we were talking before about incentives for affordable housing? We have incentives for many programs. Are there incentives for developers to retain mature trees when they redevelop a property?
Can you, Nancy?
Well, then I'm not happy about that. I'm just not happy about that. I mean, I'm just not. So I can't support this until we get that.
You might
Nancy
want to stop.
Gaspin, Public Works. Part of our direction for moving this forward was to develop tree protection guidelines and increase penalties associated with illegally removing a tree. One of the questions that we got asked early on was, can we start looking at incentives? And as part of this ordinance, we've included the development of an urban canopy master plan or urban forestry master plan. Part of the activity that we intend to include in that urban forestry master plan is to look at national incentives that are in other ordinances at municipalities to be able to develop an incentive package that we could include in a future ordinance change. But we did not feel we could include it in this particular ordinance at the time that we started the development because it would require a great deal of research to include that additional information.
So you're saying that if we pass this second reading right now, the work's not over?
The work is not over, sir.
That we will continue to look at incentives and other means by which we want to increase our canopy and also protect all of our specimen trees?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Okay, any further questions or comments? All right, someone introduced it. Commissioner Moritas has introduced the ordinance, so please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 47-21 landscaping and tree preservation requirements of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, codification, and correction of scrivener's errors, and for an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
No.
Commissioner Moritas?
No.
Mr. Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
So if I vote yes, it's a 2-2 vote. Now what happens?
Doesn't pass.
then it doesn't pass.
You still need to say it.
Call Ben. He's
So it doesn't pass. Please, we can't hear you, so there's no point in
Call
talking
Ben.
to us. What's that? Call Ben?
Call Ben, but he can't vote.
Yeah, he can't vote. All right, we're just gonna have to bring this back, because it doesn't pass. So,
It was already introduced. Can we bring it back?
Yeah, it's failed. Yeah,
But we can bring it back even if it,
put it back on another agenda.
okay.
yeah, but I'm voting for it, so I could bring it back. They can't bring it back, but we can.
Right, well, exactly, staff can
Right.
just put it back on the next agenda.
Right.
well.
I think we should give the vice mayor the opportunity to vote on this,
Yeah.
so,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
He had several items tonight that he
Have the
orchestrated.
opportunity
He
today.
led the charge, and he's not here tonight to defend any of those items. It's three others.
Well, he said to me that
Yeah,
he
but-
had to leave by 8:00.
When you have something you've been working on for 2 years,
I get it.
and tonight's night, the last time he came from home, because I left, so he could vote. He came here, he voted, and went back home. I'm not
I know.
putting him down. I'm saying this was his night.
Okay, well,
Because my vote's the same as it was last time.
I'm not, it's just one of those things, so.
But
Okay. The item does not pass, and there we are. So, is there any further business of the commission?
Yep.
I'm sorry?
We have the two walk-on resolutions.
We have two walk-ons.
We have the two walk-ons, I'm sorry.
yeah, the vote,
Well, I asked, is there any further business of the commission?
Yes, there is. And then also, Alan, do we have clarification on what we're doing about that de novo hearing on the next meeting?
Not unless you provide it. You said you wanted to hear input from the other side, so I mean, it could be canceled at any time. If you all give us direction to cancel it, we can.
Please stop yelling. Stop.
So if we get direction from the commission to cancel it, we will, but if you want to hold off, and you said you wanted to hear from someone.
I wanted to hear the other side.
Right, so then if it's not canceled, if we don't get direction to cancel it, then they'll have to
I'd like to
speak
put
on
it
the
on the agenda.
21st.
I think it should be put on the agenda.
You mean the de novo hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we did move to put it on the hearing. We put it on the June 21.
21st.
Right, we did. All right, so we'll just take it as it comes.
I respect your opinion, and we may it may end up being the determinative opinion, but I still think, in fairness to the other side, we should at least hear what they have to say in response to your opinion. That's all. Okay. All right. Resolution calling 2022 special election for District 3 on November 8th, 2022. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, calling a special municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022, to elect a city commissioner, Commission District 3, establishing a qualifying period for the special municipal election and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Resolution calling for 2022 special municipal election for District 4 on November 8th, 2022. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Do it quickly before he changes his mind.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, calling a special municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022, to elect a city commissioner from Commission District 4, establishing a qualifying period for the special municipal election and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved. Is there any further business of the commission? Any closed-door sessions? Nothing. Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.